Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Although he gave Snape a good embarrassment in class, but Levin's revenge doesn't stop there. After class, he immediately returned to the Ravenclaw lounge and mobilized the young wizards of Ravenclaw to write love letters to Snape. Every time a qualified love letter is sent to Snape, Yu Wenfeng is willing to accept it. He is about to use his money power. After hearing about this, the Weasley twins excitedly came to buy shares. During this time, they made a lot of money by making Levin's amulets, and they were willing to invest money in this area. So, the poor potions professor tried the navy attack for the first time. Not just dwarfs. Throughout the night, there were at least 2 owls above his head trying to parachute down to him for a letter. He had to lock himself in the office. In this way, Lockhart fulfilled his promise to boost the morale of Hogwarts, but not in the way he wanted. In the morning, everyone actually used dwarfs to send love letters. But by the afternoon, the love letters turned into tools for mutual attacks and pranks. The little wizards really had a great time. It's a pity that the happiness brought by Valentine's Day disappeared after just one night. The day after Valentine's Day is Saturday, which happens to be the Quidditch match day. The 2 sides in the duel are Gryffindor and Ravenclaw 823. At almost 11 o'clock, the players from both sides entered the stadium amidst the earth-shattering cheers from the audience. The team members flew into the sky on broomsticks and flew around the goalpost for warm-up. Ms. Hooch, as referee, also released the ball. At this moment, Professor McGonagall suddenly walked and ran across the field, holding a huge purple microphone in his hand. Levin's heart sank when he saw this. The game is cancelled. Professor McGonagall spoke into the packed bleachers through a microphone. There were boos and shouts of disapproval from the crowd. Ravenclaw's team members were crestfallen. Gryffindor Oliver Wood stepped forward and attempted to argue with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall ignored him and continued to shout with the microphone, "All students must return to the common room of the college, where the person in charge of the college will tell you more about the situation. Please leave as soon as possible." The Eagles returned to the common room in the tower. Roger was still dissatisfied. He sat dejectedly on his chair and muttered that the game had been cancelled. From now on, every class must be escorted by a teacher, all Quidditch practices and matches will be suspended, and there will no longer be any teaching activities in the evenings. All students must return to the common room of their college before 7 o'clock in the evening. No student is allowed to leave the dormitory after this time. No student is allowed to use the bathroom without the company of a teacher. Professor Flitwick announced the school's emergency document in the lounge, and then said in a deep voice, "Unfortunately, it is our Ravenclaw who was attacked this time." Marietta Acmo was petrified. Behind him, Marietta's friend Zheng Qiu returned to the lounge sobbing, as if he had just returned from visiting him. Levin immediately stepped forward to ask for details. Marietta was attacked at the door of Lockhart's office, she told Levin with a tearful voice. "She told me this morning that she didn't find a chance to send a love letter to Lockhart yesterday, and she must deliver it to Lockhart this morning. She has always been Lockhart's most loyal admirer, who would have thought. She is Gilderoy Lockhart's scapegoat." In Zhang Qiu's intermittent statement, Levin gradually understood the details. Marietta's luck is that she bought Levin's amulet at Zhang Qiu's strong suggestion. It is estimated that the amulet played a role this time, allowing her to notice something was wrong in advance. This is why, like Justin, she held the amulet tightly in her hand before being petrified. She survived because she did not turn around rashly, but saw the attacker from the reflection on the metal door handle of Lockhart's office. However, what is the use of knowing all this? Attacks occur again and again at Hogwarts. The culprit has not been caught for a long time. Many young wizards are aware that schools are likely to close again. During dinner time, Hermione sneaked over to tell Levin that she had heard about the incident 50 years ago from Myrtle and asked for some clues from her. According to her, the incident might be related to Hagrid. She plans to go to the Forbidden Forest with Harry to find Hagrid. It's a pity that Ronald has been too sleepy to come with us these 2 days. Hermione said with some pity. Nonsense, he was probably the one who did it. He controlled the basilisk to wander around the school all day long. How could he not feel sleepy? You can't expect him to investigate himself. Of course, this is just Levin's wishful thinking, and he has no direct evidence yet. But it doesn't matter. He plans to go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to ask for clues from the unicorns and centaurs. As a giant monster, the basilisk needs to eat now that it has been released from the secret room. Considering that only the little wizard is petrified in the castle and no little wizard is missing, then there is only one place where it can feed, the Forbidden Forest. In fact, Levin originally didn't intend to take care of this troublesome matter. Although the basilisk is powerful, it is not the target of his planned Animagus transformation. And he currently has no urgent need for the magic materials from the basilisk, so naturally he has little interest in hunting down the basilisk. But now seeing Hermione so busy fighting against the air and the basilisk, then I thought of Zhangqiu's sad cry in the lounge. Even though Marietta had no friendship with him, but after all, Zhangqiu chased him for most of the semester. Although she is just a female licker, she is also his Levin's female licker. Levin always couldn't bear to do this. The most important thing is that Levin has now roughly deduced that the person controlled by the diary is no longer Ginny, but Ronald. The butterfly effect has already occurred, and what happens next may not develop like the original plot. To avoid an accident, Levin finally decided to do something. After dinner, Levin used advanced invisibility to hide his figure and walked straight towards the Forbidden Forest. When he arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Levin felt inexplicably that the forest in front of him was more dangerous than before. The hills deep in the Forbidden Forest are hidden in the darkness. Although the bright moon hangs high in the night sky, the layers of branches completely block the moonlight, preventing it from illuminating this forbidden land. Advanced invisibility is superior to invisibility in that it allows the caster to use simple magic when invisible. Levin threw a dancing light technique to light up the path ahead. But when he really saw the Forbidden Forest in front of him, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. It's clearly spring, but the forest in front of me is as small as autumn. Along the way, the ground was full of dead black branches and leaves, and he had lost count of how many dead animals he had seen. In addition, Levin also saw a lot of bloody clumps. It seems to be the residue that some animals spit out after digestion. The further you go into the Forbidden Forest, the more terrifying your surroundings become. There were no other sounds around, only deathly silence. Even Levin, who was extremely familiar with the Forbidden Forest, couldn't help but shudder when he looked at the snarling dead trees around him. It's only been 2 weeks since I've been here, and the Forbidden Forest has turned into this. He became even more anxious and quickly headed towards the unicorn's lair. Fortunately, this kind of blighted area is limited to the outer and middle layers of the Forbidden Forest. The deeper ecology has not been damaged. The unicorn lair is as beautiful and peaceful as ever. Sensing Levin's aura, when he arrived at the lake, Larry jumped up to meet him. Levin, you finally came to see me." Larry was extremely excited when he saw Levin's figure. She jumped up and rubbed against him, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Sorry, Larry, I'm late." Levin stroked the unicorn's head and tidied up the rich man for her. Beside her, several little unicorns also gathered around and circled around Levin. Some of them were holding berries in their mouths to entertain Levin, while others were tugging at his pants, looking so naive. It makes Levin almost cute. After stroking the unicorn, Levin asked Larry, "On my way here, I found that the situation in the Forbidden Forest was not very good. There were dead trees and dead animals everywhere. What happened?" "It was that monster that did it. In fact, I noticed traces of it soon after Levin started school, but it wasn't until recently that it became active." When Larry said this, he was sad and scared. Fortunately, our lair was hidden deep, so it never came close. But if this continues, it will be a matter of time before the basilisk discovers this place. Levin whispered the facts. "Who says it's not?" Larry lowered her head, and then looked at the boy with her beautiful eyes. Levin, I know this is difficult for you, but I still want to ask, can you help me? Larry's voice was very soft and her tone was pitiful. When he met her blue eyes, Levin suddenly felt ashamed. This little guy was really scared. I shouldn't leave the basilisk alone just because I find it troublesome. The basilisk harms not only the little wizard in the castle, but also the creatures in the forbidden forest. He should have come to visit her sooner. What are you talking about, Larry? Levin hugged her neck tightly. Don't worry, we are good friends. So no matter what you ask for, I will agree to it. Really? Larry raised her head in surprise. You are really great. The happy Larry immediately started licking Levin's face with her tongue, making his face wet. Seemingly finding it interesting, a little unicorn followed suit and licked Levin's hanging right hand. Okay, Larry, that's it. After a long while, Levin stopped the other party's enthusiasm and then continued. Larry, have you ever thought about moving out of here? What? Moving? Larry seemed to understand. Is the method Levin mentioned moving? Yes, Levin nodded, but I promise you can come back anytime you want. The place I prepared for you is an independent space where there will be no monsters, no danger, and plenty of food. In fact, it is near my home. Yes, the habitat Levin prepared for Lara was the large forest surrounding the tower in his demi-plane. This time Larry understood. So, Levin wants us to move near your house? Okay, I would like to be neighbors with Levin. Besides, what I prepared, did you agree? Seeing that the other party agreed so easily, Levin was a little surprised. In fact, he had long wanted to migrate some magical creatures from the forbidden forest to his own forest. I have no choice but to find no reason and no suitable method. Now that Larry and the little unicorns can move in, it is undoubtedly a good start. The unicorn is the lord of the forest. As long as the unicorn is around, it will soon attract a series of other magical creatures. It can be said that Levin has long wanted them to move to his place. For this reason, he even prepared a lot of reasons to persuade Larry. But now it seems that it was a blank shot. Judging from the other party's appearance, it seems that he is willing to move in as long as he says a word, and there is no need to waste any words. Levin was a little surprised about this. Did you not think about it before you agreed? What if I lied? What if the place I mentioned is not as beautiful as I imagined? But Levin won't lie. Larry said matter-of-factly, since Levin said it, Larry will believe it. If Levin wants to be neighbors with Larry, Larry will accompany him. The unicorn's somewhat innocent speech moved Levin for a while. He hugged the other person's neck again. Don't worry, Larry, I will take good care of you. Then he took Larry and the little unicorns to use the mansion technique. In an instant, the unicorns found themselves in a new world. The vegetation here is not as prosperous as the forbidden forest, and the species are not too rich, but the scenery is still picturesque. The trees are growing well one by one, and the small animals in the forest have smooth fur and happy expressions. She even saw an evil bird flying over curiously. It's a pity that they are all a little too good-looking, and they will inevitably develop in a primitive, wild direction. If left unchecked, this place will soon become like a dangerous rainforest. All this is because of the huge oak tree next to the tower not far away. As a proud centaur, Ronan is no worse than any human in terms of worldliness. Seeing the two people in front of me reminiscing about old times intimately, the guy who caused the eight-eyed spider to run away had no intention of catching up. Ronan then bowed far away. Since Mr. Levin has been delivered, I will take my leave first. After that, he left the scene quietly. What a good person who knows the current affairs. Okay, Daisy, stop it. Levin finally broke free from the warm arms of the horsewoman and set foot on the earth again. I'm not a child. Ronan has seen it all. Hey, it's not because the little teacher hasn't come to see me. Daisy touched the back of her head and giggled, I miss you. Alas, why didn't he see it at first? The original Daisy was such a strong and optimistic little girl. Becoming a druid completely liberated Daisy's nature. Who knows how she became naive after liberating her nature? Okay. Ronan said you've always wanted to discuss things with me about the basilisk? Yes. Daisy nodded repeatedly. Originally, we were able to suppress it with the rooster you sent us, but recently that guy has gone too far. If we don't deal with this problem as soon as possible, we will all be in trouble. But let's discuss the specific matters in my cabin. As she spoke, she stood sideways in front of Levin, bending her knees slightly. Well, you mean let me ride on it? Levin blinked. Isn't this 100 not very good? I heard that horse people will regard this behavior as an insult. TCH, only an old man like Bane would think so. Daisy looked dismissive when talking about this. Besides, why do we have such a relationship that we still care about this? Okay, you're right. Levin was moved. Then I won't be polite. With that said, he climbed onto the horsewoman's horse. Hurry up. After Daisy said that, she turned around and ran away. Levin realized something was wrong after riding on her. The horseman has no saddle on his back and no mane for him to hold on to. Daisy has a lively temperament, loves to run and jump, and is very active when running. But this bump was too much for Levin to bear. It's not that he's dizzy, it's that he doesn't understand. Where should he catch him? Where can he catch it? Where does he want to catch? Resisting the urge to grab the handle, Levin reluctantly concentrated on the bumps, used magic to braid Daisy's recently grown hair into a ponytail, and then used it as a hand. The psychic ability sensed that the other party seemed a little disappointed. Soon, Daisy took him to a tall oak tree next to the valley. Here, relying on oak trees, a large wooden house was built, which is Daisy's home. Shortly after becoming a druid, Daisy moved away from the centaur's tribe. It's not that she had a falling out with the centaur. On the contrary, her prestige among the centaurs is now comparable to that of leader Marjorie. The wise leadership of the leader is certainly the foundation for the survival of the centaur's tribe, but druids can provide many magical services that the centaurs urgently need. For example, which plants in the forest are poisonous and which fruits are not poisonous. Ordinary horse people have to rely on experience to distinguish or take risks and try it themselves. But in Daisy's case, only a basic, detect poison, is enough. Not to mention her services in tribal breeding, planting, medical treatment, etc. Even when the tribe needed to stargaze, she could use druid magic to clear a clear sky. Now, she has changed from the rebellious girl that everyone disliked to a strong woman that everyone respects. However, druid practice requires closeness to nature, which cannot be achieved by staying in the tribe. Daisy understood very clearly that the respect she received ultimately came from her own strength. Therefore, if she wants to maintain this respect and go further, she cannot stay in the tribe all day long. Instead, you have to move out, live in nature, and seek breakthroughs. Levin still remembers Daisy's determination when she announced to him that she was moving. The boy did not expect that this centaur girl, who once lacked recognition, could actually give up the life of being flattered by everyone all the time and opening her mouth when she had clothes to eat. From this perspective, she is indeed very suitable for the druid profession. Thinking of this, Levin took another look at the centaur girl parked in front of the wooden house happily. Sometimes he really doubts whether the two are the same person. One, little teacher, we are here. Daisy turned around and reminded me cheerfully. Hey, seeing Larry driving you around every day, I've wanted to do this for a long time. After Levin came down, the horsewoman walked around her, looking eager to try. After experiencing this, Daisy fully understood why the proud unicorn was willing to carry him every day. Being ridden like this, I can spend a few moments with the little teacher openly. Occasionally, with an occasional bump, she could feel the little teacher's whole body pressed against her back. That feeling, you will never get tired of it no matter how many times you repeat it. Larry is so out of friends that he eats alone? That's bad. Next time, Daisy will give the little teacher a lift. She declared seriously. Then you'd better tie your hair in advance next time. Levin agreed helplessly. I always feel that when I get along with the opposite S**X recently, I am always the one who gets picked up. This feeling made him a little uncomfortable. I need to act stronger. While thinking about it, Levin walked into the cabin under the leadership of Daisy. The wooden house is very spacious, both in height and area. It is much larger than it looks. This is all thanks to the space expansion spell cast by Levin himself. In fact, Levin was deeply involved in Daisy's move and the establishment of her new home. This tall oak tree was ripened and grown by Levin himself. I have no choice but to suffer as my apprentice. Daisy arranged for Levin to sit down on a wicker chair and then made a pot of scented tea. Speaking of which, why don't we see Larry today? Daisy was a little surprised. On weekdays, Levin always goes to visit the unicorn first and then rides the unicorn to visit her. Could it be that the little teacher is the first to visit me today? She asked expectantly. But Levin shook her head to interrupt her reverie. No, actually I went to visit Larry first. But in order to prevent the attack of the basilisk, I helped Larry move. Moving? Where? Daisy asked curiously. Move to a demi-plane. You can understand it as a small independent world. Specifically, it is near my home. When Daisy heard this, she immediately pouted. Little teacher, you are too unfavorable to one another. There are obviously so many creatures attacked by basilisks. Why do you only care about unicorns? No, I also want to live with the little teacher. No, I also want to be my neighbor with the little teacher. Daisy changed her usual chic look and shouted like a little girl. Levin couldn't hold himself any longer. Stop being willful, Daisy. What will happen to your tribe if you move there? You can't expect them to control the rooster to fight against the basilisk. But... Daisy pouted, showing an aggrieved expression, and looked at him with bright pink pupils. It's a pity that I couldn't hold back a tear for a long time. She is obviously a tomboy, but she insists on pretending to be a weak girl in front of her, which makes it difficult for Daisy. Levin thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll just arrange a passage for you leading to my house, and you and I will be considered neighbors. How about that? Upon hearing this, Daisy immediately became excited. Is this really okay? Levin nodded. You still don't believe me? Saying this, he went out and came under the oak tree. Levin asked Daisy for some mushroom spores and sprinkled them on the ground under her curious gaze. Then comes the natural magic to ripen. Soon, these spores grew into a complete mushroom circle. The so-called mushroom circle, also called fairy circle, called goblin circle, fairy circle in English, is actually a strange phenomenon produced when fungi grow, which is caused by the radiation growth of mushroom mycelium. The mycelium grows radially from the middle point to the surroundings. Over time, the center point and the aging hyphae die one after another, and the vitality outside is strong, thus forming a natural mycelial ring, which grows into a mushroom circle. Therefore, the so-called mushroom circle looks like a circle of mushrooms. In fact, underground, the hyphae of these mushrooms are all connected to the same center of the circle. In reality, mushroom circles are just a normal natural phenomenon. But in natural magic, it has a unique meaning. Levin planted a mushroom circle under Daisy's oak tree. I also took a piece of mycelium from the mushroom circle. Turn on the mansion technique and return to the demi-lane and plant it under your own towering oak tree. And catalyzed another mushroom circle through natural magic. Since then, 2 completely homologous mushroom circles have been planted. As the natural ritual unfolds, ripples in space suddenly appear in the center of this mushroom circle. Daisy on the other side also saw this. She stepped gently into the mushroom circle. The next moment he found that he had left the druid hut and came to a huge tower. And her little teacher was looking at her with a smile. How about it? This won't be considered partial. Before Levin could finish speaking, he was picked up by her again. Little teacher, you are so kind to me. Falling into Daisy's arms again. Levin could smell the scent of flowers and trees on her body. I always feel like there are a pair of big soft balls on my chest, which is very uncomfortable. After a while, Chewin was put down. Are you satisfied now? Uh-huh. Daisy nodded repeatedly. In that case, let's talk about the basilisk. I can solve the basilisk problem for you, but Daisy, you are the main force of the centaurs against the basilisk. I want to get some relevant information from you. Little teacher, just ask. I will tell you everything you know. Daisy said cheerfully. The entire centaur tribe and she herself were indebted to Levin, so naturally he could satisfy any request he made. Levin nodded and asked, You have to tell me, during your recent inspection of the Forbidden Forest, Did you see a little red-haired wizard? The red-haired wizard? Daisy tilted her head. What does he probably look like? My face is full of freckles, and I have an ordinary appearance, and by the way, I have a big nose. Daisy thought for a moment and nodded. You put it like that, I seem to have seen these 4.6 wizards, and more than once. That's right. She suddenly slapped her thigh. I remember, every time I see that little wizard, it seems. Almost all after the basilisk wreaked havoc. Sure enough, it's him. Levin nodded. In this case, he can prepare to start with Ronald to solve this trouble. But before that, he had to find a way to eliminate the threat of the basilisk. The skill of having someone die just by looking at each other is really a bit unbelievable. You know, the petrified magic eye, which turns to stone when you look at it, is also the highest level spell among Druid spells. And there is also a young man of great strength, Voldemort, as an assistant. If there were only basilisks, Levin could blindfold his eyes and use his psychic powers instead of vision to guide the battle. A single young man named Voldemort, even if his spiritual state was immune to some spells, was not a big deal to Levin. But the two are different when combined. The basilisk can make up for Voldemort's lack of frontal combat effectiveness. And Voldemort can help the basilisk deal with various targeted strange moves. Faced with this combination, Levin inevitably has to be cautious. But now he has specific plans. Those who have played Baldur's Gate 3 should be deeply impressed by the ghost house and the mushroom circle in the Underdark. The picture shows Daisy's human form. It's hard to find the horse human form, so just use this as a reference for the upper body. Early the next morning, the entire Hogwarts was shocked by new news. The Ministry of Magic suspected that Hagrid had opened the Chamber of Secrets and sent him to Azkaban prison. Dumbledore was also collectively dismissed by the school board. Unprecedented fear spread rapidly in the castle. It was clear that there was a picturesque spring day outside the window, but it could not warm the hearts of people in Hogwarts. Every face in the school looked fearful and uneasy. Harry kept repeating to himself Dumbledore's last words last night. Only when everyone here betrays me will I really leave the school. At Hogwarts, those who ask for help will always get it. Last night he and Hermione visited Hagrid and asked him the truth about 50 years ago. Unfortunately, when they were about to leave, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Dumbledore, and several school directors broke in and took Hagrid away. The school directors even announced that they had voted to expel Dumbledore. These words were exactly what Dumbledore said before leaving. Harry suspected that Dumbledore did it on purpose. He discovered 24 himself hiding beside him. But what's the use of these words? Ronald has been absent from adventure activities for several days because of sleepiness. Only Hermione can investigate the truth with him. Now they have some clues, but who should they turn to for help? Levin Green. Harry said, at this point, he is the only one who can help us. We should have asked him long ago. Hermione pouted, but before that, I have to go to the library, and this trip to the Forbidden Forest gave me new inspiration. At noon, Levin was intercepted by the two men in the corridor. Levin, you have to help us. Harry grabbed his sleeve and said to him eagerly, do we already know what the monster in the secret room is? Oh? You know? Levin raised his eyebrows. Tell me, what information do you know? Harry quickly said like he was pouring beans. Yesterday we visited Hagrid, and he told me that someone had actually opened the secret room 50 years ago and killed a student. That was Myrtle in the bathroom, where she remained after her death. However, Hagrid became a scapegoat, and he was dismissed as the culprit who opened the Chamber of Secrets. But we know that Hagrid did hide a monster, but what he hid was an acromantula, the ones in the Forbidden Forest. This kind of monster is not. It has no ability to turn people to stone. So, what is the real monster? Levin asked cooperatively. Harry looked at Hermione, who nodded and proudly told Levin her conclusion. The monster in the secret room is a basilisk. That's what the book says. There are many terrible beasts and monsters wandering around our country, the most bizarre and lethal of which is the basilisk, also known as the Snake King. This snake, which can grow very large and often live for hundreds of years, is hatched from an egg by a toad. The way the basilisk kills is astonishing. In addition to its deadly fangs, its glare can also kill. Anyone caught in its gaze will die immediately. Spiders will run away when they see a basilisk, because the basilisk is the mortal enemy of spiders, and the basilisk will run for its life as soon as it hears the crowing of a rooster, because the crowing of a rooster is also fatal to it. As she spoke, she said excitedly, "These conditions, in fact, can all be met." Harry could hear whispers in the castle that others could not hear, because he heard the words of the basilisk, and Harry is a parcel-mouth cavity. The reason why the attacked were only petrified is because all of them indirectly saw the basilisk's gaze. The acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest are running around because of the discovery of the basilisk, and Hagrid's chicken coop was attacked because the murderer wanted to prevent the basilisk from being killed by the crow of the chicken. Speaking of this, she said strangely, since the method of cultivating basilisks is so simple, then there should be many basilisks. But why is it mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that there are already at least 400 in Dain? There have been no recorded sightings of the basilisk in years. Harry also looked at Levin. Levin explained, not just any egg can hatch a basilisk, it has to be a male egg. Does the rooster have eggs? Harry asked curiously. Of course a rooster can have eggs. Levin said, in fact, if you understand Muggle biology, you will find that compared to humans, the gender boundaries in birds are not that large, and under extreme conditions, the gender of birds can change. For example, when there are no roosters in the flock, hens will occasionally transform into roosters. The rooster in this case actually has the sexual characteristics of both a rooster and a hen. If it is interfered with by magic, the rooster can indeed produce eggs. After listening to Levin's words, the two of them opened their mouths. This was the first time they heard such exciting knowledge. Seeing that the two were interested, Levin continued to popularize science. Actually, the phenomenon of such eggs being hatched by alien creatures and giving birth to magical beasts is not just a basilisk. We all know that snakes are cold-blooded animals and they cannot hatch eggs, but if a snake hatches a hen's egg, it will give birth to a cockatrice. This creature is not as deadly as the basilisk, but the toxin also petrifies the victim. There is also a more extreme case. If the egg laid by a snake is hatched by a rooster, a basilisk will be born. It is a lizard with 8 legs. They have a gaze similar to that of a basilisk, although they cannot directly kill people, but it can also turn people into stone. Cockatrice? Basilisk? The two of them were stunned by Levin's popular science. It turns out that there are so many messy things in the magic world. This is too weird. Seeing that the discussion was about to go astray, Levin himself got back to the point. Your analysis of the monster sounds very reasonable. I also think the monster in the secret room is a basilisk. You did a good job on this. Hermione looked happy when she heard this, and Harry also opened his mouth. It is really rare to get praise from Levin Green. But do you know who the heir who opened the secret room is? We thought it was Malfoy before, but when we lurked around him, we found nothing. Later, even Malfoy himself was petrified. Harry spread his hands. Did you come to any conclusion? Hermione's eyes lit up, otherwise you wouldn't ask this question specifically. Clever. Levin nodded. I do come to the conclusion that the heir is Ronald Weasley, at least for now. Ronald? Currently. Hermione heard this and fell into deep thought. But how's it possible? Harry couldn't believe it, and he defended loudly. Why do you think so? Ronald's family has been Gryffindor for 3 generations, and he has always been by our side. There is no way he can be the heir. Levin waved his hand. Perhaps your previous thinking fell into a misunderstanding, thinking that the so-called heir must be someone who has inherited the Slytherin bloodline. But is there a possibility that the heir can also be a curse or a certain person? Magic props that can hypnotize others or directly control someone to achieve their own goals. You mean? Harry opened his mouth, but didn't come up with a retort. Even he sensed something was wrong. Yes, according to this idea, it is not just a few purebloods who can open the secret chamber. We can expand the scope of suspicion to everyone again, and since this kind of hypnosis and control goes against people's original intentions, we only need to find out the manifestations the most abnormal person will do. Of all the people, the one who behaves most abnormally is Ronald. The more Hermione thought about it, the more reasonable it became. Polyjuice potion, Ronald's behavior, his sleepiness. Levin is indeed right. But Ronald was with me when Mrs. Norris was attacked. He had no chance to do that. Harry pointed out the loophole. So Levin said temporarily before. Hermione took the initiative to explain to Levin. Ronald was probably controlled later. When school started, he was very normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stupid enough to be with you. Drive to school. Harry, why do you still remember this nonsense? Harry thought about it again and again, but couldn't think of any other reason to refute it. Levin's reasoning is too rigorous and reasonable. So much so that after he thought about it, he felt that Ronald might be the culprit. Finally, Levin offered his trump card. When you went to visit Hagrid, I went to the Forbidden Forest to visit the centaurs, and they told me that when the basilisk was raging in the Forbidden Forest, they did see a little red-haired wizard. Harry was completely speechless. He believed that Levin was not innocent. The horseman's testimony is most likely true. In the end, he could only say, "I'll go find Ronald and ask." Then he ran towards the Gryffindor lounge. "Wait!" Levin shouted. Harry looked back and saw Levin throwing an amulet over. From the outside, this amulet looks similar to the ones sold by the Weasley twins. But the workmanship and quality far exceed those products. "I'll lend you this first to prevent you from having an accident," Levin said. "Hide it so no one finds it. With it, even if you have an accident, we can come to save you." "Thank you, Levin." Although he didn't want to believe that Ronald was the one who opened the secret room, Harry thought about it carefully and carefully hid the amulet under his clothes. "Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens." Waving to Levin, he turned and left. "What about us?" Seeing Harry walking away, Hermione looked at Levin. "What are we doing now?" "Of course we have a mission. Call Siri and accompany me back to the tower to perform the wilderness ritual," Levin said, taking out a beautiful emerald feather from his pocket and shaking it towards Hermione. "It was just delivered this morning. This will be our trump card against the basilisk." Soon, they found Siri in the Ravenclaw lounge, and the three of them returned to the tower under the oak tree. Levin temporarily opened up half a plane, allowing this small world to communicate with the entire world. Then return to the basement and start brewing the Eternal Owl's wisdom elixir. Siri and Hermione began to prepare for the wild ritual. With the last ceremony as an example, they were quite familiar with it this time. Time flies tonight, and the production of Eternal Owl's wisdom elixir is completed. Levin held a cyan crystal bottle and came to the tree. At this time, the wilderness ritual preparations are complete. Two girls were having a great time playing with some little unicorns. Larry stood by their side. After discovering that Levin and others had returned to the tower, she came over immediately. Levin, I didn't expect that there are unicorns near your home. You never told me before." Seeing Levin, Hermione said to him excitedly. Levin chuckled when he heard this. "These unicorns just moved here yesterday." "Well, she is the Larry I mentioned to you." "So she is Larry." Hearing this, Siri and Hermione looked at her in surprise. "Hello, Larry." They do not know how to animal talk and cannot communicate directly with unicorns. Larry walked up to them and nuzzled them with his head in a friendly gesture. "So, how did you get them here?" Siri asked. "Of course it's to avoid the basilisk. Hermione has told you about the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets before." "Basilisk," Sheely nodded. "I didn't expect there to be such a powerful creature in this world. At least the deer-headed spirit can't compare to it." "Who says it's not?" Levin agreed. "That's why I specially prepared this trump card." "So, what are you going to transform into this time?" Hermione was also very curious. She had never heard that one person could have multiple Animagus transformations. But the fact that Levin has a magical Animagus is outrageous. After the Chimera transforms, it can also adjust the Chimera factor. One transformation is equivalent to 5 transformations, which is even more exaggerated. By now, Levin said that he could have multiple Animagus, and Hermione was no longer surprised. But she still wants to know what kind of animal transformation can be used by Levin as a means to fight against the basilisk. Of course, Chong Chong. Eternal Owl's wisdom elixir, Quetzalcoatl transformation. Levin showed the crystal bottle in his hand. What serpent? For surely, this is another unfamiliar name. Hermione tried to search her memory. I seem to have heard of this name. It's the name of a god of the Mayans in South America, right? You are talking about the feathered serpent god Kukulkan, also known as Quetzalcoatl. He is indeed a god believed by the Mayans and Aztecs. He is generally depicted as 10 feathers. Levin introduced. There may not really be such a god in the history of South America, but creatures like the feathered serpent do exist. Perhaps Kukulkan was the imagination of the Mayans after seeing the feathered serpent. The Quetzalcoatl is a powerful magical creature. They are naturally kind. Their wisdom and beauty are admired and respected. The Quetzalcoatl tries to lead mortals to the right path and uses their power stars to fight against evil. Therefore, they may indeed have been as a patron saint. He protected the Mayan and Aztec ancestors. Jiaos, quad serpents are guardians of good. They are born unable to lie but can refuse to reveal information, provide ambiguous answers, or lead others to wrong conclusions, if this is necessary to protect something, maintain a promise, or cover up a secret. Quad serpents can survive for centuries without eating or drinking, and can even survive in an airless environment. But these creatures can still die from disease or the passage of time. The mating ritual is a colorful dance of light and magic. A gem-shaped egg will be born from which a new quaddle will hatch. In short, according to various records, the feathered serpent carries the power of good and possesses a certain degree of divinity. It happens to be the nemesis of the evil basilisk. If it is a feathered serpent, it may be able to resist the death gaze of the basilisk. Looking at the sky, Levin stood in the center of the ceremony. I actually ordered an excavated feathered serpent feather long ago, but it didn't arrive until today. After I complete my transformation, we will return to Hogwarts together to completely eliminate the threat of the basilisk. Pictured is a feathered snake. The moon rises extra early today. As the moonlight reached its peak and shone on Levin. Levin drank the Eternal Owl's wisdom elixir, made from the feathers of the Quetzalcoatl. Because I had gone through a ritual, this transformation was less painful. Soon, Levin transformed into a feathered snake with a length of 5.6 meters and a wingspan of 4.5 meters. In the form of a feathered serpent, Levin has a dragon-like head, a pair of huge wings on his back, and the feathers on his body are mostly blue, green, and purple. There are long red feathers on his head and the ends of his wings, which look bright and beautiful. There are no feathers on the abdomen, replaced by golden scales. Levin could feel that the feathered serpent was naturally shielded from psychic detection, and his psychic abilities were greatly enhanced in the form of the feathered serpent. The feathered serpent's eyes have true vision and can see through invisibility, illusions, and hidden magical powers, just like mastering the art of true seeing. At the same time, he has also mastered the ability to use divine power and perform divine spells. As his abilities increase, he can even learn divine spells like a warlock learning arcane magic. However, similar to the druid's natural spells, the power of this divine spell comes from a wide range of good forces and does not involve specific gods. At the same time, the Quetzalcoatl itself also has good melee capabilities. His melee attacks are equipped with magic power, and he has poisonous fangs. He has lightning-fast reflex nerve feathers and scales hidden under the feathers that can withstand most ordinary melee attacks. Wilderness Transformation Feathered Serpent. Strength, 18, Agility, 20, 657 Constitution, 18, Intelligence, 18, Perception, 22, Charisma, 17. Abilities, Intermediate Magic Resistance, Poison, Constriction, Psychic Immunity, Lightning Reflexes, Divine Spellcaster, Magic Weapon, True Sight, Spell Empowerment. Spells. Level 0. Stun, Strike Undead, Light, Freeze Ray, Read Magic, Increase Resistance. Level 1. Tolerate the Environment, Mage Armor, Hidden Mist, Protection from Evil, Defeat Enemy Initiative, Blessing, Detect Alignment, Constant, Shelter, Shield. Level 2. Cure Moderate Wounds, Majesty of the Eagle, Searing Ray, Silence, Detect Thoughts, Constant, lesser restoration, healing, protection from poison, invisibility, constant. Level 3, gaseous body, anti-evil magic circle. Level 3, monster summoning, food creation, cloak of courage. Level 4, charm monsters, free movement. Level 5, advanced restoration, detection, and dreaming. 6th ring, medical skills, crown of glory. Level 7, transformed spirit body, constant. Overall, the Quetzalcoatl is worse than the Chimera in terms of pure melee compatibility. However, the Quetzalcoatl has a powerful spell-casting ability. Although it still cannot use the wizard's spells, it has a set of magical magic tables. Although the spells in it are not lethal enough, they have strong healing ability and functionality, and are very effective against evil. Existence is very repressive. If placed in D&D and World of Warcraft, Levin can completely transform from a net master to a priest by transforming. Because you transformed into a feathered serpent, you understand the powerful heart, CGBF, spirit template of the feathered serpent, and you have some understanding of the power of the soul. Your Psion level +1, you gain the ability, psychic immunity. After feeling the power of the feathered serpent, Levin felt very satisfied. The feathered serpent form completes the vacant priest position in Levin's skill tree and can heal and exorcise evil. And the feathered serpent's ability is indeed very capable of restraining the basilisk. Its super perceptive ability completely restrains the evil eye of the basilisk, and the evil suppression of its divine power is specifically targeted at the basilisk. It seems that we are safe against the basilisk this time. Levin, who transformed into a feathered serpent, basically didn't need to adapt to it, and he could master its movement methods skillfully. This depends on what he has already experienced when the Chimera transformed into the eagle and snake forms. I saw Levin waving his wings and flying happily in a circle above the tower. The girls and the unicorns looked at the sacred creatures flying overhead and inexplicably felt a kind of sacred solemnity, as well as the beauty and joy brought by beauty and kindness. As a divine creature, the feathered serpent has unknowingly affected surrounding creatures. Soon, Levin fell to the ground, and Hermione and Ciri rushed forward to stroke his beautiful feathers and glorious scales. Touching you like this is really like touching a god. Hermione expressed her feelings in a dazed tone. If this were my hometown, you could be a god and recruit followers. Ciri commented. Since the place name was not mentioned directly, Hermione was not surprised by Ciri's words. She always thought that Sheely's hometown was a remote village in Eastern Europe far away from civilization. Levin gently lowered his head, pulled out a few purple feathers from his body, blessed them, and gave one to each of them. This is the special ability of the feathered snake. This kind of blessed feather can bring peace of mind when worn on the body, and it also has the ability to drive away evil creatures. If you are a spellcaster, you can use this feather to cast Alien Covenant, to summon Levin in the form of a feathered serpent. Is this for me? Hermione pinned the feather to her purse buckle in surprise. Ciri tied it to the hilt of the arcane sword. After a little experience with the Quaddle's abilities, Levin returned to his original state. Next, let's go back to Hogwarts and set out to find the basilisk and its owner. Levin announced loudly. Give it to me. The two women responded one after another. Levin grabbed a few more roosters from the chicken coop in the tower and stuffed them into his bag. Then he canceled the mansion technique and took the two of them back to the castle. However, when they returned to the castle, they found that the entire northwest of Shangxi, no, the entire Hogwarts was in chaos. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed in the corridor, amplified many times by magic. All students returned to their respective college dormitories immediately. All teachers returned to the staff lounge. Please act immediately. The little wizards were in a mess, running around, and all kinds of rumors were endless. Some people say that another little wizard was killed, and this time it was not petrification, but real death. Some people also say that the monster in the secret room finally came out and is now fighting the professors. Their reactions varied. Some rushed to the lounge obediently, some shivered in a corner, some tried to leave the castle, and some even cried and called their mother. The prefects of the college and the president of the student union have no control at all. Seeing the little wizards behaving like this, Gawain couldn't stand it at all. He found an invisible corner, immediately transformed into a feathered serpent, immediately activated the Cloak of Courage, and then used the invisibility technique. Cloak of Courage, 3-ring protective magic, allowing all teammates in the area, including you, to gain resistance to fear. Immediately afterwards, he jumped into the air and flew around the entire castle. The sacred aura of the feathered serpent and the encouragement of the Cloak of Courage immediately calmed down the panicked little wizards. Then, Levin returned to his human form, but the Cloak of Courage that lasted did not disappear. He just walked to the auditorium where there were most young wizards, used phantom sound technique, and then his voice expanded. "Everyone, please calm down." Levin's voice, accompanied by the power of the mind and the Cloak of Courage, sounded like muffled thunder in the auditorium. The little wizard recognized the source of the voice as Levin Green. That boy was a Ravenclaw genius and had defeated a chimera. They had already been comforted by the feathered snake, and with Levin's voice, they immediately calmed down. Levin's accumulated prestige came into play at this time. "Everyone, please follow the professor's instructions and follow your superiors back to the lounge in an orderly manner. You must completely trust the professor and the school. Trust me. After this period of investigation, I have mastered the secrets about the secret room and roughly found out the identity of the heir. I will work with the professors. Let's solve this problem together. Believe me, the monster that attacked the wizard will not be rampant again." In order to quickly appease his classmates, Levin chose to put his own credibility on the line. This choice is actually very dangerous, almost like gambling. If Levin can't solve the problem, his reputation will take a big hit. But once he really solves the problem, then his prestige among the little wizards will be comparable to that of the wizards. This is the first step for Levin to officially begin to develop his own influence. Everyone, don't worry. Students, don't panic. Remember, you are wizards. Hold on to your wands. The threat will be over soon. Under Levin's comfort, the little wizards all chose to obey. They began to stop panicking and began to cooperate with the command. So, the prefects took the opportunity to organize a team and took the little wizards to the major lounges. The 3 Levins walked straight towards the staff lounge. Something happened again. In the staff lounge, Professor McGonagall said to the other silent teachers, 2 students were kidnapped by monsters and taken directly into the secret room. Professor Flitwick let out a scream, and Professor Sprout suddenly covered his mouth with both hands. Snape grabbed the back of a chair tightly and asked, "How can you be sure?" "The heirs of Slytherin," said Professor McGonagall, who looked very pale, left another line of words. Just below the last words, it said that their bones will remain in the secret chamber forever. Super. Who? Professor Flitwick asked. Professor McGonagall opened his mouth and said 2 names dryly. Ronald Weasley. And Harry Potter. Hearing a thud sound, Snape stood up suddenly and seemed to want to rush out of the classroom immediately, but was firmly held back by Professor McGonagall. "Don't be impulsive, Severus. We must act cautiously in this situation. The most important thing is not to let the situation worsen." 11. Snape glared at her fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her alive. But he honestly stopped. So Professor McGonagall started arranging. "Severus, I want you to activate the school's defensive magic. Phileas, please patrol the common rooms to ensure the safety of the students. I have to find a way to open the principal's office and contact Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall's voice was trembling, and she was trying her best to stay calm. In decades, the school has never been in such a crisis situation. Moreover, Spirit and Bulito are not here either. If not handled properly, Hogwarts may be closed down. Suddenly, the door to the staff lounge was slammed open again. Lockhart, dressed in fancy clothes and arriving belatedly, arrived, smiling and boasting as he walked. "Don't worry, dear friends, I already have a clue, but I can't tell you yet. It won't take long for me to find the secret room." Then he saw the professors looking at him with evil eyes. Lockhart immediately changed his tune. "Well, I mean it won't be long, but we haven't found it yet. Professor McGonagall hates the guy who comes to cause trouble at this critical moment." All the students have disappeared, and you are still trying to show off. That's just right. Professor Lockhart, our tasks here have been arranged. As for you, tonight is a perfect opportunity for you to show off your skills. We promise not to let anyone hinder you. You can be alone. Go deal with that monster. With that said, the professors left in a hurry. Lockhart was horrified by the professor's words. He knew his own family affairs and knew very well that he did not have the means to deal with monsters. What can we do? We can only run away. Lockhart was just about to go out when he happened to bump into Yuensanking pushing the door open. Sure enough, Professor Lockhart is here. Levin's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he immediately showed the expression of an admirer seeing his idol. In fact, he was not prepared to go to the professor to solve the problem at all. If he had to, he would only go to Lockhart. This annoying guy is actually the best human shield. He has endured the other party's harassment and attention for a semester, and now it is time to take revenge. Professor, good news, we have found the entrance to the secret room, and we just need you to lead the team so that we can rescue people. Oh, the entrance to the secret room? Yes, the secret room. Well, but I have my own plans, so I can't alert others yet. Lockhart hesitated, talking about him. Seeing that he didn't respond, Levin encouraged. Professor, you are the famous Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts teacher. You have written so many amazing books, and now is the time for you to save the world just like in the books. If you can succeed, rescue Harry and Ronald from the Chamber of Secrets, and you will become the greatest professor at Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic will award you a Lord Merlin Regimental First-Class Medal. No one noticed that his words already contained powerful spiritual power. After listening to Levin's words, Lockhart was indeed tempted for a moment, but he was too clear about his own strength. Even Dumbledore was inaccurate. He could only go far when he went there. Okay, Mr. Green, I won't hide you anymore. My books are deceiving. Lockhart complained loudly. I can't go to the damn secret room. I don't know that at all. Let us. The contents of those books are all I cheated, sneak attacks, replaced others' meal, put on my own name. Lockhart's complaints are getting bigger and bigger. I returned to school to be a professor. I originally thought that I could establish a teacher-student friendship with Harry Potter. You are a lucky little ghost. But why do you have to appear in my term? This should not be my handling of affairs. So, don't you plan to go to the secret room with us, right? Levin asked. I won't go, Green. Lockhart's hand touched his waist without trace. He has seen the strength of the three little wizards in front of the Duel Club. Levin Green can suppress the powerful Snape. Please give me flowers. Hermione is spiked any little witch on the same age. Here even needs to subdue a wizard with a wand. He didn't want to face them. Unfortunately, just now, he was excited for a while and burst out the biggest secret. He hasn't found out what is going on. So I have to do it. But it doesn't matter, he is very confident in his forgetting curse. As long as they suddenly attacked, forgetting the curse to make them forget everything they had happened today. To make up his mind, he pulled out the wand instantly. Forget all empty. He read the curse loudly, but the sudden stagnation of the magical power made him almost out. His forgotten mantra was countered. Don't wait for Lockhart to do something. Another curse hit his head. 0. Lockhart fainted on the spot. Tie him up. Levin ordered, then grab me. Let's take you into the secret room together. Hermione waved his activation rope, and then Lockhart's clothes tied him himself. Then she grabbed Lockhart's hair in one hand and put on Levin with one hand. Hilly also took out a long sword and grabbed Levin's hand. Levin applied high stealth for several people and then began to feel the location of Harry's body. Before he left Harry's amulet, he judged this result in advance. With Voldemort's personality, the host was directly looking for the door, and he had the probability that he would choose to counsel a wave, eliminate Ronald's memory, and lurk himself again and wait for the opportunity. But it may not be directly acting and the tomb. If it is the latter possibility, then Harry will be taken to the secret room. But Levin is not worried about his life. In his identity, he couldn't kill him because of his surrounds. And as long as he obeys Levin's suggestion well, As long as he enters the secret room, Levin's amulet will be brought in. And that amulet is a version made by Levin himself, with transmitting rune of Levin engraved on it. In addition, some special little magic were applied above, which gave it some additional functions. As long as the amulet enters the dense room, it means that he gets the coordinates of the secret room. In this way, he didn't need to hissing at the faucet at all, and he could also enter the secret room. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Yuan to show a smile. Find you under the back room. After a period of dizziness, Levin found himself in a strange room. The space here is huge and dimly lit. Under the illumination of a few dim flames on the wall, Levin can see stone pillars surrounded by serpent statues, towering up to support the ceiling in the darkness. Right in front is a statue dozens of meters high. The statue has an old, monkey-like face, a long sparse beard that almost reaches the hem of the wizard's robe carved in stone, and two large gray feet standing on the smooth floor of the room. That's a Slytherin statue. In front of the statue, a battle between magical creatures is going on. No, that was no longer a war, but a unilateral pursuit. It was a huge snake-like creature that was chasing a big red bird. Beside the snake, a translucent ghost-like figure was crossing his arms and watching the scene in front of him with interest. Levin recognized the bird at a glance as Dumbledore's Phoenix 07. The big snake is naturally the basilisk in the secret room. And the translucent man watching the battle was, of course, the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle back then. It seems that the phoenix is flexible and can fly, and has a huge advantage against the basilisk on the ground. As long as you are careful, the basilisk can only be attacked unilaterally. But that's not actually the case. Although the basilisk cannot fly, its body is huge, dozens of meters long. Even if it is hit by the phoenix a few times, it is not a serious injury. Although the phoenix is flexible, it is relatively small. If it is bitten, it will be seriously injured. Dumbledore's Phoenix is indeed brave. Even if he fights alone, he still bravely fights the basilisk. But at this time, it was scarred and could no longer hold on for long. So, what about Phoenix's teammates? Its unlucky teammate is lying at Levin's feet. Levin looked down and saw two corpses lying at his feet. It was the two missing little wizards, Harry Potter and his best friend, Ronald Weasley. In the Harry figure, it is a thick diary, stabbed by a silver sword. Not far away, the sorting hat lay softly. In fact, Levin could feel that they were still alive, but in a very bad state. Even though all body functions are present, he looks very weak and unconscious. It was as if he was in shock. By Harry's side. Seeing this sight, Hermione almost screamed. But she immediately covered her mouth. What is happening here? Why are they both lying here? Why are the diaries punctured? Seeing that the phoenix was in danger, Levin remained calm. He leaned down and found his own protective shield from Harry's body. The boy knew very well that no matter what kind of battle it was, the most important thing was intelligence. As his hand grasped the amulet, Levin's additional magic on the amulet activated. A recording passed from the amulet to Levin's mind. This is the magic left by Levin on the amulet, which can record what happens near the amulet. In the record, he saw Harry saying goodbye to himself and Hermione, heading to the lounge and questioning Ronald. Under Harry's questioning, Ronald suddenly realized and revealed the truth that he seemed to be controlled by a diary, and even mentioned that a senior named Tom Riddle in the diary had been secretly influencing him. But before he could explain everything clearly, a phantom appeared from Ronald, knocked Harry unconscious, and controlled Ronald to take Harry to the abandoned bathroom. Seeing the phantom hissing in snake language, he opened the mechanism and led the two of them into the secret room. After a long time, Harry woke up and found Ronald lying next to him. Ronald. Harry hurried to his side and knelt down. Ronald. What's wrong with you? Please don't die. Looking at his companions in front of him, Harry shouted sadly. By the way, artificial respiration. Harry recalled the first aid skills taught in Muggle classes in primary school. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, aimed his mouth at Ronald's, and spat into it. Before I could finish spitting out a mouthful of water, a strange voice sounded. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, Harry Potter. The voice was full of disgust and contempt. Your relationship is closer than I imagined. Harry was shocked, and when he raised his head, he realized that the man who knocked him out was here, looking through a diary. Who are you? Harry asked. My name is Tom Riddle, and I am also a student at Hogwarts. The boy closed the diary. Tom Riddle, you are the owner of Ronald's diary. Harry asked in surprise, what did you do to Ronald? Ronald is a good boy. He gave me too much vitality, but left not much for himself. Riddle said slowly. Listening to Riddle's words, Harry seemed to understand the other party's hidden meaning. He was a little unbelievable. You mean, Ronald is about to die? Not entirely. The translucent figure shook his head. Not exactly. What do you mean? Harry asked loudly. That means whether Ronald is dead or alive depends on your next actions. Harry struggled to understand. Action. What do you want me to do? I summoned you, and naturally you have your mission. Then why did you bring me and Ronald to the secret room? Harry took a step back and tightened the wand in his hand. If you want to hurt your classmates at Hogwarts, then you are dreaming. I won't cooperate with you, a murderer. The secret room, the murderer, it seems you know more than I thought. Tom looked very surprised. Your wisdom is beyond my imagination, Harry. It seems that you have investigated a lot of facts. But don't worry, Harry, if I tried to hurt you, you wouldn't wake up. The reason why I brought you here is because you are the only one I need. Harry was not honored. He felt nothing but hatred for this guy who manipulated Ronald, hurt his classmates, and put him on the receiving end of countless scapegoats. He said coldly, I'm sorry, you must have chosen the wrong person. I won't cooperate with you. You still don't understand, my silly Potter. Riddle shook his head and smiled broadly. I didn't choose you, but Ronald Weasley. It was him who made me choose you. I don't believe Ronald wouldn't harm me. Harry's voice was decisive. Stupid Potter is still defending his good friend. At this point, Tom's smile grew stronger. It's a pity that when your good friend told me almost everything about you, he told me everything. Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but feel a sting in his heart. You murderer, if you dare to hurt Ronald in any way. Hurt? Tom Riddle seemed amused. I did take some things from him, but like I said before, everything was given to me on his own initiative. Hearing this, Harry's voice couldn't help but trembled. So, what exactly did you take from Ronald? Oh, this is an interesting topic. Shueying's tone was very cheerful, as if he was talking about his proud achievements. It's a long story. Let's start from the beginning. In fact, Ronald was not the first person I traded with. In fact, my first partner was his sister, Ginny. That little girl was quite easy to understand. She completely opened her heart to me in just 1 month and provided me with her first life force. But there was only one thing that annoyed me. She was useless and was trying to complete me. I was actually discovered during the assigned task. Although I don't know who discovered her, I had not yet recovered my strength at that time, so I carefully chose to change my master. Why? I started to consider candidates from the people around her, and then I found that her brother, Ronald Weasley, was a good target, far more than little Ginny. So, I chose him. Tom Riddle talked to Harry as if he were talking about his greatest achievements. I left Ginny, erased her memory, and came to be with his brother. Then I discovered that little Ronald was easier to control than her. He had more troubles than she did, so he kept writing his innermost thoughts in his diary and told me everything he wanted to complain about. Poor family. 5 good brothers. Never need anything new. Bill's old robes. Charlie's old wand. Percy throw away the unwanted mice. There is also the annoying Malfoy, the enviable Levin Green, the domineering Granger, and his best friend, the great hero Harry Potter. Riddle revealed Ronald's innermost thoughts without any concealment. If Ronald woke up, he would probably dig a hole and bury himself. But Tom's complaint is not over yet, as there seems to be a lot of things that he doesn't want to complain about. This idiot. Why does he have so many worries and low self-esteem? He is indeed an idiot. He wants to be in the limelight, get good grades, and be as noticed as you. But he can't learn the magic I taught him, and he can't read the first book in a month. Book. counting his galleons all day long. But I patiently pretended to be a close brother, listened to a 12-year-old wizard talk about his childish worries, and even helped him with his homework. You know, when I was 12 years old, I had already gathered a group of friends, secretly learned the knowledge of the Forbidden Book area, and even began to think about how to conquer death. Riddle let out a cold, harsh laugh that didn't sound like it came from a 16-year-old child. This made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand up. I am not bragging, Harry. I have always been able to charm people at will. So, Ronald opened her whole soul to me, and his life and soul happened to be exactly what I needed. That's what I took from him. Of course, a good person like me never asks for anything unilaterally, Reader added, so I also helped Ronald do a lot of things. What did Ronald make you do? Harry asked, feeling his throat burning with dryness. Can't you guess, Harry Potter? Riddle said softly. Except for that stupid cat, all the people who were attacked did so out of his will. That's impossible. Harry retorted loudly. Ronald would never be such a person. No, it's possible. Riddle smiled more and more proudly. Ronald hates that mud-blood Colin. He takes pictures of you with a camera all day long and affects your daily life, so I attacked Colin. What about Justin? He has nothing to do with Ronald. Justin, that ungrateful fellow, you showed great mercy and used the power given by Slytherin to help him, but he in turn repaid you with kindness. How could I let him go? As for Malfoy, who is the thorn in your side? Why don't you even think about it? Not to mention that he is scolding you behind your back. For you, I have to personally remove the descendants of my followers. It is really selfless, isn't it? Hearing him talk about this, Harry immediately recalled the time when they drank Polyjuice potion to trick Malfoy, and had to curse himself in the end to agree with him. No, Marietta too. He must have nothing to do with me and Ronald. Harry defended weakly. Yes. Riddle smiled with satisfaction, but this lady is purely Lockhart's scapegoat. Ronald told me more than once that you hate that liar Lockhart. Having said this, Riddle showed a malicious smile. Look, in these 4 attacks, I was following Ronald's orders. This is the reward I gave him. And the reason why he did this is all for you, Harry. Even I am moved by his deep friendship for you. Ronald wouldn't attack them. Harry retorted angrily. Yeah, of course this idiot doesn't have the guts to do these things. He only dares to write on the pen. Riddle nodded in agreement. And I don't need him to know. He thought he was just venting his emotions in the diary, and I turned the verbal excitement in these pens into the attacks I wanted. Is this how you fulfill other people's wishes? This is exactly like the Black Holy Grail. But you didn't kill anyone, Harry said with some pride. You managed to kill a Myrtle in the last attack, but this time, you are alone. Not even a cat was killed. Soon the mandrake will mature, and those who were petrified will come back to life. But Riddle was not irritated. He just said softly, didn't I tell you just now? It doesn't matter whether they die or not. What matters is you. I said it from the beginning. I brought you here because of course I need you. I want you to help me take the final step away from the confines of this diary. I won't do anything for you. Harry looked at him fearlessly. Oh, that's really pitiful. Riddle shook his head. I mean little Ronald. Think about it. Ronald trusted his beloved Harry so much that he would rather bear 4 lives for you, but in the end, because of Harry's uncooperation. Riddle said nothing, but Harry knew what he wanted to say. You're so mean. Harry was furious, his fists still clenched tightly. Despicable. Riddle was stunned. He seemed to have heard something ridiculous. You actually called your enemy despicable? Isn't it natural to be despicable to your enemies? What did Dumbledore teach you? He wants to train you. Become a saint. Harry took a deep breath. Of course I can help you, but Ronald must be released first. Otherwise, I would rather die with you. Hearing this, Riddle looked at Harry with admiration. It seems that Ronald is indeed your best friend, right? You may have noticed that my current state is different from ordinary people. I am just a memory, a broken soul, which has to be attached to the diary. If I want to be completely resurrected, I need to sacrifice a sacrifice and transfer my soul release from the diary. So, are you willing to become this sacrifice instead of Ronald Weasley? Riddle's tone did not contain any threat. He just looked at him with an intriguing look. Think carefully. This is the most important decision in your life. Once you make a choice, you can't look back. So ask yourself honestly, would you give it all for Ronald Weasley? At this moment, Harry remembered a lot, how he met Ronald on the train and the adventures they had together in first grade. Thinking of Ronald driving a car and the magic weapon descending from the sky, rescuing him from the Dursleys, thinking of them riding in a car to Hogwarts together. They study together, play together, eat together, and live together. Ronald was indeed his best friend. I will. Harry squeezed 3 words from his throat. Each word seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. At that moment, he seemed to feel that he had established an inexplicable connection with the Ronald in front of him. They seemed closer. But before Harry could indulge in this beautiful fantasy, a proud smile appeared on the face of Tom Riddle in front of him. Just then, the sound of music came from somewhere. Riddle turned around suddenly and looked at the empty secret room. The music was getting louder and louder. The sound was ethereal and mysterious, and it was exciting to hear it. It made the hair on Harry's scalp stand up and caused his atria to swell to twice their original size. The music got louder and louder until Harry felt it was vibrating inside his chest. At this moment, flames suddenly burst out from the top of the nearest stone pillar. Suddenly a crimson bird, as big as a crane, descended from the sky and played its strange music on the vaulted ceiling. It has a shining golden tail, as long as a peacock's tail, and a pair of shining golden claws, holding a tattered package on its claws. A second later, the big bird flew straight towards Harry. It threw the tattered thing on its paw at Harry's feet, then rested heavily on Harry's shoulder, pressing warmly against Harry's cheek, looking at Riddle firmly. It's a phoenix. Riddle stared at it equally viciously. That thing. Riddle turned his attention to the tattered thing that Fox just threw down. It's the school's broken sorting hat. Riddle laughed wildly. That's what Dumbledore gave his protector. A singing bird and an old hat. Harry Potter, do you feel brave? Do you feel safe? Harry grabbed the hat and flicked it onto his head. Help me, dash, Harry thought, his eyes squeezed beneath his hat. Please help me. But the sorting hat didn't answer him. On the contrary, the hat became tighter and tighter, as if an invisible hand was desperately trying to tighten it. Boom! Something very hard and heavy fell on the top of Harry's head, almost knocking him unconscious. He grabbed the top of the hat and tried to take it off, but he felt a long, hard thing underneath the hat. A shining silver sword appeared in the hat, with a dazzling egg-sized ruby inlaid on the hilt. At this moment, Fox suddenly spread its wings and flew. It flapped its wings quickly and hovered above the 2 people's heads. Then, something fell on Harry's lap, the same thing that was there today. Without thinking or hesitating, Harry grabbed the Gryffindor sword and pointed it at the diary. Let Ronald go, he shouted loudly. I know that your identity is hidden in this diary. In this case, if I destroy this diary, you will die, right? So, if you don't want to disappear, just let Ronald go. Snap. After hearing what Harry said, Riddle applauded in the secret room. Yes, Harry, you're indeed a very good student. You have learned my methods so quickly, the despicable methods in your mouth. This may be the reason why you use Parseltongue. Look, Harry, you actually looks a lot like 317 to me, doesn't it? I have to say, you do fit in as a Slytherin. Riddle talked him around, but Harry never forgot business. Don't say those useless things, Riddle. Let Ronald go, otherwise you know the consequences. He stared closely into the other person's eyes, trying to see something, but there was only indifference in Riddle's eyes. Unfortunately, I want to remind you one thing. That is, not all methods can be imitated by you, the translucent wizard showed a sneer. Not everyone can be threatened by you. So, just destroy the diary. Harry, stick your sword in. Riddle's reply made Harry's eyes widen. Why is this guy so tough? He makes it seem like I am the villain. You have to think clearly. I have the diary in my hand. Harry threatened in a louder voice. But Gain. There was only louder laughter. Then stab it. If it goes in, I'll die. You won't dare, right? Or are you unwilling to murder a strange soul, even if it mutilates your best friend and attacks your classmates? Harry's eyes slowly raised to meet Riddle's smiling face. Do you think I will hesitate? No, you murderer of Ronald. Harry's voice was full of hatred. He raised Gryffindor's sword and stabbed it downwards. With a terrifying, prolonged, eardrum-piercing scream, streams of ink spurted out from the diary, dripping down Harry's hands and onto the ground. Riddle's body twisted and began to blur, but Harry noticed that before he disappeared, there was a look of pleasure on his face. With a snap, Harry's wand fell to the ground, and everything fell silent except for the sound of ink still dripping from the diary. Harry wanted to pick up the wand, but as soon as he took a step, he found that his body became inexplicably weak. Just this step has exhausted all my energy. At the same time, the spirit began to weaken. Harry could see only darkness. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. Thank you, Harry Potter, for freeing me from the diary once and for all. In front of him, where he couldn't see, Tom Riddle's figure reappeared. After Tom Riddle reappears and Harry loses consciousness, the only record left is the scene of Tom summoning the basilisk to fight the Phoenix. After reading this record, Levin roughly understood the changes in the plot. It all started when he discovered that Ginny had killed the chicken. Although Levin stopped Ginny with a sneak attack, not only did he not show his face, but Ginny may not even find out that she was attacked. But Tom Riddle was cautious enough. He noticed something was wrong and chose to avoid it. Then came the series of things that followed. The only thing Levin can't understand is Tom Riddle's final resurrection. Even though the diary was destroyed, he was able to be reborn. In other words, he was actually provoking Harry throughout the whole process, as if he wanted him to destroy the diary. There must be a reason for wearing leather trousers and cotton trousers. Levin also wanted to know what was going on. Now that we understand what happened before, it's time to face Tom Riddle and his basilisk. Considering the danger of the basilisk, Levin whispered to the two that it was time to cover their eyes. Don't worry, even if you are blindfolded, I can still make you see everything around you. After both of them put on the blindfold, Levin also closed his eyes, and with a thought, he cast his psychic power. Sensory link. Hermione and Siri suddenly discovered that they had another field of vision before them. Everything seen in this field of vision is slightly different from normal vision. In addition to normal scenes, you can also perceive the detailed outlines of surrounding objects, even in blind spots that cannot be seen with normal vision. This is... Levin, is it you? Hermione asked quietly. That's right, I just linked your senses with mine, and what you see now is my psychic detection vision. Relying on this, they can fight the basilisk without making eye contact with it. After preparations were completed, Levin waved his hand to cancel the concealment. Both sides of the battle suddenly discovered that there was someone else in the secret room. The badly beaten phoenix fox seemed to have seen a relative, fluttering its wings, and flew behind Levin. Looking at its scarred appearance, Levin had no doubt that if he had been a little later, Fox would have died on the spot. Tom Riddle also saw the three people who suddenly appeared. He looked at them intently for a while and suddenly smiled. The basilisk raised its head and wanted to kill the three of them, but he raised his hand to stop it. You are Levin Green and his followers Hermione Granger and Cyrilla Leanne, right? You are indeed here. It was said that there were three people, but the only one Riddle was looking at was Levin. I have always wondered why Harry Potter was the only one who discovered the truth. This is too inconsistent with the level that little Ronald said you have. Now it seems that Harry Potter is just the bait you put out to test, otherwise you would not have been able to jump over it. The agency suddenly appeared here. As expected of Tom Riddle, the mysterious man in the past tried to sow discord as soon as they met. But neither Hermione nor Siri said a word, leaving everything to the boy in front of them. They have considerable trust. Levin squinted his eyes and looked at the young man. Are you the real culprit who seduced Ronald to open the secret room? What are you? A magic prop? Or a ghost? No, ghosts cannot use magic and cannot control the basilisk. Who are you? He asked, pretending not to know. But Riddle ignored his question. Want to hear how I do this? Riddle played with the wand with both hands and said in an arrogant tone, I have spent so much effort and time to fulfill my long-cherished wish, But without the audience to appreciate it, I will feel very boring. You, Levin Green, according to Ronald's memory, you are the only one worthy of being my audience. What is this? 650 listen to my revenge plan? As expected of Voldemort, he goes against the wind and rides the waves, and when he feels that he has the upper hand, he starts to show off. But Levin also really wants to find out what new fun the child version of Voldemort in this world has given him. So he nodded cheerfully. Of course, I can't wait. As he spoke, he tapped the floor with his wand, used the transformation technique to conjure a sofa and coffee table out of thin air, and took the two women to sit directly on the sofa. But before that, you don't mind if I prepare some snacks? Levin, don't he forget to give Riddle a copy. Regardless of his state as a spiritual body, he was unable to drink tea or snacks. V3. The way the three of them prepared tea as if no one was around drove him crazy. Unfortunately, he had just promised to tell a story, and now he was unwilling to lift the table and slap himself in the face. I had no choice but to suppress my anger and watch the other party leisurely drink tea and listen to stories to show my grace. Little did he know that this suppressed emotion was completely felt by Levin. If you want to compete with us in showing off, you're still far behind. After taking the first sip of tea, Levin stretched out his hand. Come on, young man, tell your story. Damn it, just let you live a little longer. Tom Riddle held back his anger and recounted his most proud plan. He locked me away forever in a diary. Hermione message, showing a surprised expression. If you want to resurrect a soul fragment, it is difficult to say, easy to say, it only takes 2 steps. What special method? Hermione asked. Ronald. What's that method? Levin asked. Levin. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Levin. The relationship between these two people is indeed twisted. The magic of love? Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Levin. The relationship between these two people is indeed twisted. So, who puts this magic for you? Levin. From my understanding, this powerful magic needs real love. But forgive me, with your current state and personality, it is difficult for me to imagine who will really fall in love with you. You will not be where did I lie to a little girl? As if the boy was poked at the deepest weakness, Riddle's voice became sharp. The great Tom Riddle, you don't need this ridiculous feeling. Everything I want. That posture is clearly the incompetence of a little boy who lacks love and good face. Levin almost blurted out, you were in a hurry. He believed that if he came to such a word at this time, the Tom Riddle would rather give up the opportunity to pretend to be, and he would also turn his face with him. But in order to hear the follow-up, the boy still gave up the opportunity to do things. He asked honestly, if there is no other love, how do you do it? Ronald. 433. Ronald. Harry Potter. Potter, Weasley, Ronald. Harry, Ronald. Harry Potter. Harry. Levin. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Mr. Tom, A_dildo_lover. You know, since being made into a Horcrux, he has been embarrassed for 50 years. I finally thought of a way to resurrect, absorbing enough emotions and magic, and using Harry to block the knife from the restraint of the diary. After finally encountering the right candidate, you can pretend to be forced in front of them. But just when this is the mysterious identity, when people are in front of people, someone is overcast? He was scolding his mother. God TM fake Tintin lovers, your whole family is enthusiast. The atmosphere at the scene became funny from the original danger and killing. At least Hermione and Siri couldn't hold back their expressions and burst into laughter. Gilderoy Lockhart, who was forcibly knocked unconscious by Levin and brought to the secret room, and who had been shivering in the corner after Sue, woke up, couldn't help laughing. I'll make you laugh. Riddle waved his wand angrily. Retreat the enemy from Sanchichang. Bang! Lockhart, who had just woken up, was directly knocked 4 to 5 meters away by this heavy blow. Why hit me? Lockhart shouted as he flew out. Then the whole person hit the wall and fainted again. Why else? You are the best among the people present, and you are the one who laughs the loudest. The 3 Levins are all werewolves, and Riddle may not be able to defeat them with one move. Then if I want to vent my anger, I can only find a weakling like you. Then, Riddle looked at Levin in front of him. Being able to interfere with the spell he casts when he is not even close to it, thereby humiliating him. Of the three people on the opposite side, he is probably the only one who can do this. Levin Green, who gave you the courage to do such a little trick in front of me? Riddle stared at Levin fiercely and said sternly, or is it because you don't know my identity, so it's not enough to make you awe? Be loyal to me before I take action, and I will spare your life. Allegiance? To you. After understanding what the other party did, Levin had no reason to tolerate him anymore. Don't think that no one knows your identity. You're just Voldemort. Levin's voice was so soft, as if he was referring to the most insignificant piece of trash in the wastebasket. 16-year-old Voldemort. Tom, who do you think you are? You still want me to swear allegiance? Are you worthy? On your side, if you surrender now and hand over the basilisk, I can spare your life. Facing Tom Riddle in front of him, he was full of confidence. Tom Riddle has indeed been a genius since he was a child, otherwise he would not have become the second-generation Dark Lord. His talent was evident even before he entered school early. During his years at Hogwarts, he accomplished astonishing achievements again and again, and he attracted a group of Slytherin students early on. You may not know the concept of being able to learn a 7-year course in just one Coin year. We usually only use 2 words to describe this kind of person: learn to be weird. Unfortunately, what Tom Riddle, a weirdo, encountered was Levin, a bug. Learning monsters can still be understood with talent, but bugs are beyond the rules. But Tom Riddle didn't know this. His understanding of Hogwarts was entirely through Ronald's memory. But Ronald didn't know much about Levin. Even though he had described Levin's genius as best he could, it still sounded true to Tom Riddle's ears. To put it bluntly, how could he, Tom Riddle, the majestic heir of Slytherin, be afraid of a Muggle-born genius? Since you refuse to obey, there is nothing I can do. Riddle's tone was very regretful. He waved his hand, and the basilisk behind him crawled towards him obediently. Then Levin heard Riddle's hissing voice. Kill them. Heart cutting out the bones. Fire is raging. Thunderbolt explosion. Not only was his basilisk unable to support him, but he was brutally slaughtered by the opponent. Tom Riddle finally got anxious. He kept waving his wand and casting powerful black magic one after another, trying to complete the breakout and join the basilisk. The opponent transformed into a feathered serpent that completely restrained the basilisk, and then took out a rooster after weakening the basilisk. It was obvious that he had known about the existence of the basilisk and had prepared targeted measures in advance. In this case, the best way is naturally to exchange opponents. Leave the feathered serpent to him to deal with personally, and the basilisk will be able to crush the 2 girls. This is the best method Riddle has thought of so far. As long as I can get to that place. Hateful. However, no matter how indiscriminately he bombarded and sought a breakthrough, there was still a figure firmly standing in front of his 397. The girl holding the sword. Riddle didn't know how the sword in her hand was made, but the opponent's ability to cut away a magic spell with one sword made him amazed. There is such exquisite swordsmanship in the world. More importantly, there is such a heaven-defying sword in the world. His Cruciatus Curse, Explosion Curse, Crushing Curse, and even Killing Curse. Almost any spell cast was cut away by the opponent's sword. Only the Killing Curse made her block for a while. What kind of long sword can have such a heaven-defying effect? Riddle didn't know that the person he was facing was not only a genius wizard, a powerful druid, but also a top alchemist who could refine the Philosopher's Stone. The moment he came into contact with the Philosopher's Stone, Levin's alchemical talent was improved to a level comparable to that of any master alchemist. The experience of refining the Philosopher's Stone with his own hands made him understand the essence of alchemy. This led him to perform a series of unnatural operations when making magic items. After Ciri got this Arcane Sword 2.0, she knew exactly what kind of artifact the sword in her hand was. In Arcane Sword 2.0, Levin frantically enchanted the blade with a series of spells such as Iron Armor Charm, Counterspell, and Anti-Magic Field. These spells, with Iron Armor Curse as the core, shape Arcane Sword 2.0 into a powerful anti-magic weapon. Under normal circumstances, the Arcane Sword 2.0 is a magic warrior exclusive weapon with strong magical adaptability. But as long as she uses the appropriate method to input magic power into the blade, she can activate the anti-magic function. The stronger the magic input, the stronger the anti-magic ability. In this case, she can use the sword to fight the enemy with magic power. I'll cut off each one of your spells. I, Cyril Alianlun, am the inheritor of the ancient blood and a natural source of magic. When it comes to magic power, there are few people in this world who can beat us. The riddle in front of him just didn't know all this, so he suffered a big loss. Among his black magic, only the fierce fire he summoned could bring trouble to Cyrilla. But Hermione was keenly aware that the essence of the power of fire was the flame blessed by black magic. So under her arrangement, she and Shiri used protection from fire damage and anti-evil magic circle, respectively, to suppress it together. No matter how stubbornly Riddle resists, I can only watch helplessly as the basilisk approaches its end amidst the crowing of the rooster. Seeing that the battle over there was over, Riddle and Harry and Hermione lived in the same way. Looking at Levin's power of killing snake monsters, step by step, they understand that the snake monsters have died, so even if they know. Hilly and Hermione looked at each other, tacitly headed forward, standing on both sides of Levin. Facing the three people in front of you and the phoenix hovering in the sky. Tom Riddle, who was originally unable to live, was only orphans left, and it seemed weak and helpless. It's my underestimated you, mud species. Riddle, who entered the end, no longer cares about the demeanor. He originally upheld him with elegant airs, and now it is the original shape. The curse of swear words is unsatisfactory. I didn't expect you to guess the real body of the monster in advance, let alone, you actually have a magic of magic Animagus transformed. And you two followers, you are lucky. The two you find are much stronger than those of the wastes of me that year. Riddle's mouth. Levin heard him find a bunch of failed reasons. The appearance that can't afford to lose is really like a clown. The boy shook his head simply. In any case, victory is victory. It has nothing to do with the descent, and it has nothing to do with luck. My strength is stronger than you, and I defeat you is inevitable. Levin is right. Hermione also added, you only see that we are stronger than your men, but you don't know, I am actually a mud species in your mouth. I can have this power. Levin's careful cultivation. Hilly also waved the sword in his hand. This sword was given to me. Oops, it is indeed my little cotton jacket. One said that one of them was 16 years old, one was 13 years old, one was the Destiny Savior, and the other was the number one in the whole play. Being able to suppress Voldemort at the age of 16 not only rely on Levin's help, but also have their own talent and efforts. Now in front of Voldemort, I have abandoned my own credit and stands well for him. Don't love them for one game. Listening to the praise of the two women, looking at the jealous face in front of Lettle in front of her, Levin's surface was light, but her heart was full of joy. Tom Riddle, capture it with your hands. Levin stares at the boy Voldemort a faint way. If you don't have a backhand, just put down the wand obediently and raise your hand to surrender. No, I do have another reign. Having said that, Riddle suddenly turned into a black smoke and quickly came to Harry, who was lying on the corpse, pointed the wand at his head, and yelled at Levin, now, let the way out, otherwise me, just kill Potter. You don't want to watch him die, right? Seeing this scene, Levin just stunned for 2 seconds and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect your Tom Riddle would be forced to this step. He stared at the transparent black wizard in front of him and said with an extremely 0.0 serious tone, then you kill. As long as you kill him, I have to face the pain of killing my classmates and receive the condemnation of my conscience. Or, you are good at riddle? Unwilling to murder an innocent teenager, even if it killed your ontology and causes the dead to eat. Levin provoked Riddle. It seemed that he had to kill Harry. While saying this, his left hand grasped Hermione's hand tightly and held the wand, implying her calm. Levin's abnormal threat made Riddle a shock, and there was another feeling of knowing each other. I seem to have heard of this. The next moment he raised his wand and said with a fierce tone, "Do you think I would hesitate? No, your group of mud species. Avada Kedavra." A green light lit in the dense room. The moment she saw Riddle actually using the killing curse on Harry, Hermione almost screamed. She thought that Levin, who had always been countless, collapsed. She thought she was going to lose this friend. However, she found that after the dead curse shot by Riddle was hit on Harry's mind, it seemed to be shot on the mirror. The body. At the moment when he used the killing curse on Harry, Riddle was filled with murderous intent and hatred. After all, his body died in the hands of this boy. As a result, this powerful spell with murderous intentions in turn directly acts on himself. It was just an instant. Riddle was as thunderous, and the body's body was stiff in the air, and then it was covered with cracks like a broken glass. The next moment, its body turned into fragments, and then the smoke disappeared. Throughout the process, Riddle didn't even scream. This oolong-like scene looked at Hermione and, even more stupid. Only Levin laughed and couldn't lift his mouth. He hasn't been so happy for a long time. This Voldemort's show operation is about to laugh at 26. The second woman did not expect it at all. It was possible. Levin, you have known this, right? Hermione stunned for a while and repeatedly confirmed that Voldemort's soul was really dead and asked about writing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cumbersome just now, and a pair of stubs could not have Voldemort to kill Harry's expression. If she hadn't understood this boy by herself, she would think that the two of them had any hatred. Of course, it is better to say that Harry threatened me is the most ridiculous thing he had done. Seeing the two women puzzled, Levin said the secret truth. Actually, this scene has happened in the history of the wizard. If you think about, how does its body die? Its body, the Black Devil. The book says that the dark demon was rebounded to death when trying to kill Harry. Hermione recalled the information that he knew, so Harry would be called Savior. Boys who are not dead, do you say? Levin looked at her surprised face, nodded, and scored love magic. As we all know, Harry's mother, Lily Potter, used the magic of love to give Harry a guardian before dying. This guardian magic continued until adulthood. During this period, Voldemort could not kill Harry. The Voldemort of that year was because of ignoring this protection, which caused the dead curse to rebound and killed himself. Before Harry was used by Riddle, he also established the guardian of love with Ronald. But he did not die because of this guardian magic, the damage from Voldemort killing Harry. Today, Riddle, who is the same soul, has repeated the mistakes of the body. Fortunately, he also claimed to use the magic of love to surpass the love emphasized by Dumbledore. Turning his head, he died on this magic. It was killed twice by the same magic, and no one except Voldemort in the history of the wizard. After understanding all this, the two women felt that they couldn't cry and laughed. Falling into the same pit twice, how can there be such a stupid villain? Just bitter Harry. Now the light-like scars on his head are not one, but two. Levin is also known for the first time. Can this stuff still accumulate? If one day, will the 3 scars synthesize a 2-star scar? In short, the threat of snake monsters and Voldemort, the next job is after good. Levin handed her own packages to Harry, and she decomposed the snake's corpse to slice and stored it uniformly. For her trained, this job is very smooth. As for Levin, it is the same as Hermione to feed Harry and Ronald. In fact, after Voldemort died, his life force was returned to Ronald. After drinking the uplifting potion, he groaned and sat up. The same goes for Harry. He fainted simply because he took the damage on Riddle's behalf. Now that Riddle was reduced to ashes, he began to return to normal. After the two woke up, they first saw the 3 Levins, and then saw the body of the basilisk being skinned and cramped, and they couldn't help but be shocked. You actually killed the basilisk. Harry was shocked. How did you kill the basilisk? This is too exaggerated. It's a rooster. I've prepared a rooster. Levin pointed at the chickens trying to find insects and ants in the secret room for food. In fact, before Halloween, I caught Ginny trying to murder Hagrid's rooster, and I rescued the remaining rooster at that time. Ginny? What happened to her? Ronald, who was still crying and confessing, suddenly turned around when he heard his sister's name. So Levin explained that Ginny was the first diary host. Damn mysterious man. Have you been provoked by the Weasley family? Why are you always pointing the finger at our family? Ronald cursed upon hearing this. Levin chuckled. Ronald didn't know that the feud between the Sly family and Voldemort was worth more than 1 or 2 points. Counting back, their mother Molly had 2 brothers who died at the hands of Death Eaters. Looking back, in the original book, his brother Fred died in a battle with Death Eaters, and his eldest brother Bill was almost bitten into a werewolf. It can be said that the 2 sides have a life-or-death relationship. After a while, Siri finally finished dealing with the basilisk. Levin even put the bones of the basilisk in the bag, leaving no trace behind. Creatures like basilisks are really rare, so don't waste them if you don't want to waste them. In addition, you should also bring the sorting hat, diary, and Gryffindor sword. Levin picked up a few more of Fox's feathers that had been knocked off during the battle. By the way, there is also Lockhart, who was knocked unconscious twice and woke up leisurely. Seeing that there was nothing else to do in the secret room, Phoenix Fox began to hover above Levin's head again. It chirped to signal everyone to gather together so that it could send them out. As everyone put their hands on each other, the phoenix landed on Levin's shoulder. The familiar warm magic spreads throughout the body, and the phantom of the phoenix begins. In the process, Levin became increasingly dissatisfied with Dumbledore. Slytherin's secret chamber is indeed difficult to find, and it requires Parseltongue to open it. But since the phoenix can come in, it means that Dumbledore has also discovered this place. Whether he already knew about the Chamber of Secrets, or he just discovered the Chamber of Secrets after following Harry. The existence of the Phoenix means that he can completely let the Phoenix bring him in. If nothing else, bring Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, or Snape in. At their level, there is nothing they can do against the Basilisk. But apart from Foxburn, Dumbledore's only support for Harry was the sorting hat. It seemed that he wanted Harry, a child with no swordsmanship training, to pull out his sword and fight the basilisk hand-to-hand to solve the problem. What on earth was he thinking? Is it so that Harry can successfully draw the sword and prove that he is a true Gryffindor? Gryffindor's sword is not the Void Sword. The sorting hat is not a prayer either. This is a complete joke on Harry's life. All I can say is that I can't understand the White Wizard's brain circuit. Fox's apparition sent several people directly to the door of Professor McGonagall's office. Levin opened the door and found many people inside. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, and the sighing Mr. Weasley, and the crying Mrs. Weasley in front of the fire. When she saw a few people, Mrs. Weasley let out a scream. Ronald. She jumped up, followed by Mr. Arthur Weasley, who both stretched out their arms to cover their youngest son and his best friend. Professor Dumbledore stood in front of the mantelpiece with a smile on his face. Next to him was Professor McGonagall. She clutched her chest with her hands and gasped for air. Fox flew past Levin's head and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Levin and others took turns being hugged tightly by Mrs. Weasley. You saved them. You saved them. How did you do it? This is what we all want to know. Professor McGonagall breathed a huge sigh of relief. Mrs. Weasley let go of them. Harry hesitated for a moment, walked to the desk and returned the sorting hat and Gryffindor's sword. Levin also placed the remains of Riddle's diary on the table. Then, Harry began to tell them everything from his perspective. Very good. When Harry paused, Professor McGonagall encouraged him to continue. So you discovered that the monster's true form was a basilisk, and that the person being controlled was Ronald. After that, you and Ronald were kidnapped into the secret room, but how did you escape death? Professor McGonagall then turned to Levin, and Mr. Green, how did you get inside? According to Mr. Potter, it was you who killed that monster, right? I have to admit that you did something that even us professors would have a hard time doing. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, but in fact, after figuring out the identity of the monster, the process was simpler than imagined. Levin deliberately understated. In fact, I did not have to face the basilisk directly. After realizing that the monster was a basilisk, I brought some roosters into the secret room and killed it easily. Levin did not mention the transformation of the feathered serpent. Regarding the magical Animagus, he did not want to disclose it yet. Of all the people present at the time, Riddle was already dead, and Harry, Ronald, and Lockhart were in a coma throughout the process. Hermione and Siri would never reveal it without permission. After possessing the feather adapter, he was able to use his mind to someone else cast Psychic Barrier. As for Phoenix Fox, let alone whether it can figure out what a feathered serpent is. Even if he could, Dumbledore wouldn't be able to communicate with it in detail. There is currently no legitimacy for magical creatures. Then, Levin briefly explained the situation from his perspective. For example, how he discovered the raging monsters in the Forbidden Forest, how he got Ronald's identity information from the centaurs, how he followed Harry uneasily, witnessed them being taken into the secret room, and followed them all the way in. In the end, the basilisk was killed by a rooster, and Tom Riddle was shot to death by Harry. The three of us just provided some small help. Regarding the details of the entire process, the three of them had already reconciled their confessions before Harry and Ronald woke up. At least the importance of the Animagus transformation and Levin taking advantage of the loophole to apparate, teleport the badge, in the castle were concealed. When everyone is excited, it is obviously unwise to insist on going back to sleep. So, the sleepy Levin followed them to the auditorium. But just after he walked out of Ravenclaw's tower, before Levin could see the situation clearly, he felt his hand being grasped tightly, and then his whole body was held in his arms. The fragrance of the shampoo that hit his face and the softness on his chest made Levin realize that the person hugging him was a girl. Levin was hugged by a girl in public. For a moment, Levin felt a little embarrassed. The roommates beside him were already giving him teasing smiles. After taking a closer look, I realized that it was Zhang Qiu who was hugging him. "Why did you do such a dangerous thing last night?" The girl hugged her tighter. "You don't know, when I heard about this, I almost thought I was going to lose you." More people discovered the two hugging each other in public, and some little wizards began to point and point. Only then did Zhang Qiu realize what he had done impulsively. Levin then separated from her. "Thank you for your relationship, Zhang Qiu. Don't worry, I'm fine." He stretched out his hands and made a strong gesture. Then he casually cast a sound isolation field and stopped caring about the stares and discussions around him. "That's good." In front of everyone, Zhang Qiu also seemed a little shy. The existence of the sound isolation force field made her feel a lot more comfortable. 583, she kept saying, Can you not do it next time? Doing such dangerous things again, I'm a little scared." She is really scared. Zhang Qiu has always been the kind of character who has no ambitions and is satisfied with living an ordinary life. Although I fell in love with Levin because he was handsome, he was a popular figure in the college, and he was a fellow countryman. But she is still a little uncomfortable with Levin's wonderful life, where he often causes trouble. As for your request, I can only say that I will try my best. Levin smiled bitterly, and Zhang Qiu couldn't help but frown. Why? Zhang Qiu couldn't understand. Why do you always like to do those extraordinarily thrilling things? Are they really exciting? Why do you all like to risk your lives and go against this? Can't you just leave these things to Dumbledore? That's his responsibility. Because I have the ability to do it. Levin's answer was decisive. Because I think I can do it. I think I can defeat Quirrell. I think I can kill the Chimera. I think I can deal with the basilisk. I think I can be the person who changes everything, so I'm going to do it. That's who I am. Speaking of this, Levin looked seriously into Zhang Qiu's eyes. I'm very happy that you like me, Kpai, but I'm sorry that I can't agree to your request. That's it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu lowered his eyes in disappointment. Levin felt that the girl was probably giving up. Zhang Qiu in the original work is such a person. She has always been in daily life and is only accustomed to this rhythm. She couldn't understand Harry's war, couldn't understand Voldemort's threat. Harry needs a soulmate who will fight alongside him and share life and death. But Zhang Qiu is just a flower in the greenhouse, yearning for romantic campus love. Regarding Levin, he also felt that Zheng Qiu's love for him was just the love for the school idol and the worship of heroes. It is impossible for her to give up the daily life she is accustomed to and step into this somewhat dangerous world. But he underestimated the rebellion of girls of this age. After a while, Zheng Qiu raised his head and looked at him. From her eyes, Levin saw an inexplicable seriousness and persistence. "I understand what you mean," she said in a calm tone. "I think maybe I can accompany you to fight like senior sister Cyrilla and Granger, but I will try my best to keep up with you. No matter what, I will always be here waiting for you." With that said, she ignored the little wizards who were watching, gave Levin another hard hug, and then left on her own. Looking at the girls retreating back, Levin felt so unexpected for the first time in a relationship. Is Zheng Qiu's abnormal behavior due to his dissatisfaction with Siri and Hermione, or is it due to his unwillingness to himself? But no matter what, this girl's trajectory seems to have taken a different step from her previous life. After taking care of Zheng Qiu's matter, Levin continued to walk to the auditorium as if nothing was wrong. What the two of them did at the door of the lounge began to spread in a small area. But due to Levin's prestige and the fact that today's hottest topic is about secret rooms and monsters, therefore, he did not receive much harassment along the way. Only a few roommates dared to tease him. After entering the auditorium, Levin received an additional welcome. "Thank you for saving little Ronald." The twins stood guard at the door and stepped forward to hug him in turn when they saw him. Even Percy said a few serious words of thanks. In addition, many young wizards came to him to express their gratitude to him. Most of them are Muggle-born wizards, and many of them are friends of petrified victims. Levin looked up and saw that Siri and Gryffindor Hermione had also suffered the same treatment. "You guys stayed in the secret room all night last night, and you must not have eaten. I prepared this for Cyrilla, and you can have a share." The prefect, Pinello, placed several glasses of ice-cold pumpkin juice and a plate filled with delicious food in front of Levin. Then, she complained a little and said, "Why do you always use Shigia to do such dangerous things? Why, you also think this shouldn't be done?" Levin asked strangely, but in fact, Siri enjoys this kind of adventure. "Damn it, it seems like you know her better than my best friend." Pinello was a little frustrated. "No, either don't take her with you next time you take risks, or call me." At this time, Hagrid, who had been released by the Ministry of Magic, also appeared in the auditorium and once again made the little wizards cheer. Immediately, Dumbledore announced the extra points at the banquet. Levin, Siri, and Hermione were each awarded 100 points by Dumbledore for their ability to deal with the basilisk and the heir of Slytherin, and to rescue 2 classmates from the secret room. Although it is less than the 200 points bonus in the original work, it still seems fair. As a result, Ravenclaw, which was already leading other colleges by a large margin, further established its advantage in the College Cup. Dumbledore seems to be taking care of me too. Faced with this kind of treatment second only to Harry, Levin fell into thinking, it seems that Oldby is afraid of repeating the same mistakes, afraid that due to his own bias, he will push a wizard like me, who may become Voldemort's second, into the Force. No, should it be the dark side of the magic power? When Professor McGonagall stood up, the atmosphere of the scene reached the climax. In order to appease everyone's mood to appease, the school decided to cancel the exam this year. As for the exams of the Ministry of Magic organization of the Ministry of Magic of those who took the level and 7th grade students finished. The cheers of the little wizards are even more loud, which is mixed with the mourning of a few academic tyrants, especially Miss Master Tong. After the banquet, Levin went to the ward to visit Harry and Ronald. As a result, he was hitting Draco's father. Lucius Malfoy held the tattered diary and walked downstairs. Behind him, Harry and the whole semester were looking for the troublesome family raising elves, and they were sending Lucius to leave. It seemed just now that Harry pitted Lucius once through his diary, leaving the Malfoy family who lost a nourishment elf. Seeing this scene, Levin thought about it and used high stealth to himself and quietly followed. The picture shows Zheng Qiu. Lucius Malfoy seems to have come to Hogwarts through apparition. Therefore, if he wanted to leave, He had to go all the way outside the anti-apparition circle at Hogwarts. This made it easier for Levin to start. Just when he walked to an avenue outside Hogwarts and was about to use apparition, a white light flashed not far away. Then Lucius fell heavily to the ground. Just after he activated apparition, he seemed to have hit a wall, and his whole body was bounced away from the space. What's going on? The range of Hogwarts's anti-apparition array has expanded again? When did this happen? Lucius was confused. He didn't know that this was the effect of dimension error cast by Yuan. Next, when he tried to change places, apparition, a disarming curse, suddenly hit him dash. His wand whirled and flew out, and he was knocked into a tree. Levin appeared in front of him, picking up his wand and diary. "Hello, Mr. Lucius Malfoy." Levin greeted Lucius, who was lying on the ground. "You are. I recognize you, Levin Green. Why are you following me?" Lucius rubbed his chest that was hit by the wand, and stood up with support, assaulting an adult wizard. Do you know what you are doing?" Levin waved his hand. "Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. The reason why I did this is because I have something to tell you. It's the kind of topic you won't like." As he said that, he held up the chopped diary. He stood up and shook. When Lucius saw the diary in the opponent's hand, his expression suddenly changed. He has realized that the other party's trip is for this diary. That's bad. After all, this diary was what he had given to Ginny Weasley. In this accident, it turned out to be the key to opening the secret room. Now the secret room incident has become so big that even his only son was attacked and almost died. At the expense of the house elves, he finally managed to get this hot potato back into his hands. He was actually snatched away again. If the other party knows something. Thinking of this, Lucius felt something bad. He forced himself to calm down and pretended not to care. "Tell me, Mr. Green, what exactly do you want to do? For the sake of defeating the monster in the secret room and avenging Draco, I will try my best to satisfy your request." "That's not what it means." Levin shook his head. "That's not what I want to hear. Otherwise, why don't you think about it again?" He looked at Lucius with a sincere expression on his face. After hearing this, Lucius felt a thump in his heart. It seemed that this muggle knew more than he thought. But he still pretended to be honest. "Okay, indeed, this diary is very important to the Malfoy family, so how much do you need me to pay to redeem it?" That's not what he said. Levin continued to shake his head, looking disappointed. Lucius, what have I done to make you disrespect me so much? I am willing to come and talk to you in person, because I am giving you the opportunity, but not only do you not grasp the goodwill I have given you, instead, he repeatedly used perfunctory words to deal with me. As he spoke, he waved the diary again. "In fact, you are right, I did kill the monster in the secret room. But you did not mention one thing, that is, the heir to the secret room actually opened the secret room. The people were also defeated by me personally. Honestly, I learned some incredible details during this process." Levin's voice is neither soft nor strong. But after hearing this, Lucius felt as if he had been run over and hit by a wheel. His whole body shrank, and his already pale skin looked even more bloodless. The fact that the other party can say this proves that the other party does know very well about the diary. It was impossible for him to hide anything. "Okay, Mr. Green, I admit defeat. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you so perfunctorily. Please tell me your request." Finally, Lucius bowed his head. He was very aware of the current situation. Opposite him was a first-class medal obtained for killing the Chimera, and now he had killed the Basilisk. Although he was just a young wizard, his strength was extraordinary, and he felt that he could not compare with it. And now that both the diary and the wand are in the opponent's hands, he cannot use apparition, even if he wants to. All escape routes to self-consciousness are cut off. People are knives, I am fish and meat. With the wisdom of the Malfoys, they should give in decisively at this time. Being able to bend and stretch has always been the greatest virtue of the Malfoy family. Levin waved his hand. It seems that Mr. Malfoy has fully realized the reality. That's good. Now let's get down to business, but don't be too nervous. After all, I am also Draco's classmate. Hearing this, Lucius couldn't help but swallowed. He felt that he heard the other party's subtext. His son was on the same campus as the other party, and he was a hostage. The other party was telling him, "Be honest, or else be careful about your son." At this moment, Levin suddenly raised his hand and threw the diary to Lucius. Lucius subconsciously took the diary and looked at Levin suspiciously. Levin didn't care about his performance and asked directly, "Mr. Lucius, do you know the origin of this thing?" Lucius wanted to make up a reason, but when he looked directly into Levin's eyes, he found that those eyes exuded a terrifying majesty, as if he was looking directly at a giant dragon. The feeling of oppression was almost comparable to that of Voldemort. So he decisively said honestly, "This diary was given to me by the Lord. The Dark Lord." At that time, he just said that it was a powerful black magic tool. Dark magic props? Levin snorted coldly. "Is there nothing else?" No. Lucius shook his head repeatedly. "I swear on the honor of the Malfoy family." That's what he said at that time. Levin listened and nodded. According to the feedback from the psychic ability, detection of thoughts, the other party did indeed tell the truth. Sure enough, the ability of psychic powers is always beneficial when communicating with others. For example, just now, he just made the other person become obedient with just a little pressure. It seems that although Voldemort left the diary to the Malfoy family, he did not really trust them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to conceal the true function. This is something Levin can take advantage of. So Levin asked slowly, "So do you know that because of this diary, the Dark Lord was almost resurrected?" Boom! The diary slipped from Lucius's hand and fell to the ground. This news was really shocking to Lucius. But Levin has something even more shocking. "I personally defeated the existence in the diary, so I can tell you that this diary contains the young emotions, memories, and magic of a wizard named Tom Marvolo Riddle, with a very powerful and evil attached to it. Magic. After you gave it to Ginny, it began to absorb the life force of the little wizards, first Ginny and then Ronald. During this period, it opened the secret room and attacked many little wizards, and your son Draco was among them. 1. He also personally explained the origin of the Dark Lord's name." Levin waved his wand, and the pinion of Tom Riddle's name in midair changed to "I am Voldemort." He paused for a moment, giving the already trembling Lucius some time to digest the information. "In fact, Mr. Malfoy, I personally believe that this diary is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." "What did you say?" "That thing is." Lucius looked in disbelief. As a veteran pureblood family, Lucius still knows the secret knowledge of Horcruxes. After hearing about this, he immediately realized what the trouble was. "Voldemort is not dead, at least not completely dead, I think you must know. In fact, just last year, I saw him hiding on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. So I combined him with Harry sticking together. They were burned to death with Harry's guardian magic. Please give me flowers." Levin's narration was very calm, but after listening to it, Lucius only felt creepy. To let Quirrell die in such a horrific way, the little wizard in front of him seemed to be as cruel as the Dark Lord. How do you think Voldemort will treat the person who broke the fragment of his soul and his family? At this point, Levin chuckled. After hearing Levin's words, Lucius instantly shuddered. He thought of the most dire consequences. No one knows Voldemort's methods of punishing people better than him. He has seen it too many times. That would make people regret having been born. And he almost killed Draco. Levin reminded again. A person may act cowardly when his life is threatened. But when it is his family who is threatened, he becomes brave instead. What do you want from what you said? Lucius said in a hoarse voice. Levin waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, I don't intend to reveal this matter. In fact, it will not be good for me to let you be killed by the Dark Lord himself, at least not until you and I do it. Lucius looked at Levin, his tone already somewhat respectful. So, what can I do for you? 0. You do have something you can do for me. Levin said lightly, but it's not the time yet. The Dark Lord is destined to be resurrected. I know this, and Dumbledore also knows it, but he doesn't know the specific time. But I judge that that time will only be within 2 or 3 years at most. Before that, I don't need you to do anything. No, on the contrary, you should do nothing and continue to live as Lucius Malfoy and wait for his resurrection. At that time, you must respond to his call immediately and become his trusted subordinate. Lucius started to panic when he heard this, but he never trusts others. Even me. So what? Levin shook his head. He can't do everything, right? He always has to have a few trusted subordinates to arrange some cumbersome tasks, and why can't it be you? Anyway, you just need to remember that it was your mistake that cost him a Horcrux. You are destined to be his enemy. I know. When he said this, Lucius seemed to have aged a bit. He raised his head again and looked at the young boy in front of him. Last question, you and Dumbledore. Oh, I'm just a student at Dumbledore's school, that's all. Levin waved his hand indifferently. His Order of the Phoenix, his great cause, and his big adventure have nothing to do with me. I naturally have my ideals, my pursuit. I understand. Lucius bowed respectfully. Then, please allow the Malfoy family to contribute to your ideals. I appreciate your kindness. Levin smiled, but for the time being, it's not necessary. If the Malfoy family is really needed, I will take the initiative to have someone contact you. Please don't be surprised then. 17. After Levin finished speaking, he blinked and threw Lucius's wand away. Then the whole person disappeared in a flash. He can actually disapparate? Lucius took the wand and was surprised by Levin's disappearance. Did you learn apparition at such a young age? Wrong. Obviously, apparition was not allowed here just now. Could it be that? Lucius tried it and found that he had successfully returned home. In other words, the anti-apparition array he thought just now was completely improvised by the other party alone. At this time, the other party was only 13 years old. A 13-year-old child has such a mature mind and such a powerful level of magic. This Ravenclaw genius is even more terrifying than the original Dark Lord. Lucius Malfoy made a vague judgment 3. After solving the problem of the Chamber of Secrets, Levin not only needs to solve the problem of the Malfoy family. He had not forgotten Gilderoy Lockhart. This deceitful defense against the dark arts professor had been forced by Levin to participate in the trip to the secret room. Under Levin's provocation and spiritual inducement, he exposed his shortcomings. He told his biggest secret, the fact that those who experienced the autobiography were actually other people. He didn't know that among the young wizards who witnessed his self-destruction, Levin was good at some simple illusion magic. Silent Phantom. First-level illusion system. You can create a visual illusion of an object, creature, or force field based on your imagination. The image has no sound, smell, surface touch, and temperature. 1. As for the upgraded version of this spell, the second level, Weak Phantom, can add sound to the illusion, and the third level, Strong Phantom, will include smell, surface touch, and temperature. With this little spell, Levin can convey what he sees and hears to others without even going through a pensive. For example, a famous journalist, Rita Skeeter. This female reporter, who is controversial and infamous in the wizarding world, unexpectedly gave Levin a fair report at the last medal ceremony. Although this would not cause May 47 Levin to write down her favor, after all, fair reporting should be a basic requirement. But at least with Levin, Tusket was something to work with. So Levin fixed this small memory of Lockhart on a small badge and sent it to Miss Skeeter, along with a letter. The letter provided a lot of evidence for the other party, including Levin's memories from his previous life, as well as the general information of the victims who were cast by Lockhart in this life, as well as the other party's poor performance during his teaching at Hogwarts. Then he saw how Queen Skeeter could become the signature columnist of the Daily Prophet. Putting aside the fact that she used a legal animagus to collect materials, her sensitivity to news and her ability to do what she says is truly commendable. The day after Levin sent the letter, he received a reply from Miss Skeeter. The other party's attitude in the letter was so friendly that Levin once wondered if the other party was the rumor-mongering reporter in the original work. It seems that even she knows that she cannot offend everyone. In the letter, Ms. Skeeter sincerely thanked Levin for providing her with news material and promised to discredit Lockhart this time. In my opinion, this is actually to make yourself famous in one fell swoop by knocking a star off the altar. Levin naturally saw her true purpose. But that's exactly why he gave this revelation to Skeeter. Nothing can motivate this bottomless female reporter to work hard more than the benefits of becoming famous in one fell swoop. Then, Levin realized her second advantage, her terrifying speed of creation. It was clear that Levin sent the evidence on Tuesday. On Thursday night, Levin received a letter from Ms. Skeeter. Her long report about Lockhart will appear on the front page of the Daily Prophet tomorrow. The extent of the tentacle monsters would astonish even the author of Longwomolu. As for why the Daily Prophet agreed to report this kind of news, the reason is simple. According to Ms. Skeeter's letter, the purpose of the Daily Prophet's existence is to sell itself, and if you want to be snapped up, the most important thing is breaking news. As for whether this kind of news is true or will destroy someone, it doesn't matter. What's more, you, Lockhart, are essentially a star promoted by Wizard Weekly. Your 5 Most Charming Smile Awards were all won in Wizarding Weekly. You, Lockhart, are not from the Daily Prophet. If you can overturn your position, the Daily Prophet, will take the lead. Friday was the 3rd day since Lockhart left the school medical office. During the past 3 days, Lockhart had been extremely tormented. Every day he was worried, fearing that Levin would tell others about his self-destruction. But he was taking a chance. What if the other party had compassion and was unwilling to say it for the time being? What if the other party tells it and no one can believe it? After all, the so-called self-destruction was just a private conversation between the 4 of them. If he said it out loud, as long as he didn't admit it, there would be no proof. Now 5 days have passed since his self-destruction. So far, there have been no rumors about him committing fraud in Hogwarts. Could it be that I have passed this level? With this mood, Lockhart came to the auditorium for breakfast as usual. Breakfast time also happens to be the time when the owls focus on delivering letters. At this time every day, a large number of owls will deliver various letters, packages, and ordered newspapers and magazines to the hands of the little wizards. But unlike in the past, there are a lot of owls in the auditorium today. Like dark clouds, they flew into the auditorium one after another. While causing a commotion with feathers and guano, hundreds of copies of that day's Daily Prophet were delivered to everyone in the auditorium. After seeing the headlines on the front page of the Daily Prophet, the whole auditorium seemed to have been cast and released from a silent spell. Except for the sound of the owl flapping its wings, there was no sound. But almost immediately, it suddenly became noisy again. Whether it is the little wizards or the teaching staff, everyone looked at the newspapers in their hands, and then at Lockhart at the teacher's seat, with strange expressions on their faces. On the headline of the newspaper, there was a photo of Lockhart shivering in a secret room, with a line of large red letters printed on the photo. Warrior or liar? The real face of Gilderoy Lockhart. Special correspondent Rita Skeeter reports. The headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, has always dared to hire controversial teachers. Last summer, he hired a recognized master of anti-dark magic in the wizarding world, a popular star in the wizarding world, and a 3rd-level medalist of the Order of Merlin. Lockhart serves as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. As soon as Lockhart took office, he replaced the textbooks with his own expensive books, a set of 7, and countless poor families complained. According to the reliable evidence obtained by the author, the experiences in Lockhart's works do not belong to him. In the process of traveling around the world, he took all the experiences that he thought were wonderful as his own and imposed forgetfulness on others. Curse! In fact, apart from the forgetting charm, Lockhart doesn't know any magic at all, and his performance in the defense against the dark arts class was particularly poor. He is a complete liar. With so many copies of the Daily Prophet, Lockhart naturally got one. When he read the contents of the front page headlines with absent-minded eyes, his whole person was shaking with anger. Slander. Naked slander. Lockhart tore up the newspaper. That woman Skeeter. I want to send her a wizard's letter. Lockhart was shocked and angry. This report with detailed details and pictures was much scarier than the rumors he imagined. He never expected that those little wizards never revealed his self-destruction, not because they felt pity, but because they were preparing for it. Faced with the report in black and white, He didn't know how to deal with it. He could only go crazy and snatch the newspapers from the hands of the professors around him and try to tear them all into pieces. Okay, Lockhart, since you need the newspaper, I'll give it to you. Snape also handed the newspaper to Lockhart with a gloating smile in his eyes. He only needs political clippings. The little wizards immediately recalled the briefing board in Lockhart's office, filled with reports about him. The auditorium immediately burst into laughter. At this moment, the door of the auditorium opened with a bang. 2 wizards wearing official Ministry of Magic robes walked in, led by Dumbledore. The laughter in the auditorium suddenly decreased, and everyone stared at these uninvited guests. Gilderoy Lockhart, said a thin and capable wizard who came to Lockhart with a solemn expression. Lockhart's face was pale, and he had the illusion of being stripped naked and standing in the spotlight. We are employees of the Magical Law Enforcement Reconnaissance Team, a subsidiary of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic. According to reliable information, you have violated the Wizarding Offenses Act, the Wizard Torts Act, the Wizard Theft Act, and many other laws. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation. His voice was very loud, and everyone in the auditorium could hear him clearly. Those little witches who were quarreling with others over Lockhart couldn't believe their ears. Is Professor Lockhart really a liar? Is his experience false? Is it 1.3 appropriating other people's experiences as your own? Is he really useless except for the curse of forgetting? His fans, those little witches, don't want to believe all this. But the fact is right in front of them, and they have to believe it. Facing the people from the Ministry of Magic, Lockhart could only leave the teacher's chair obediently. His lips trembled and he murmured what he wanted to say, but in the end he couldn't say anything. In the end, he could only give Levin a trembling look, and then followed the 2 Ministry of Magic employees dejectedly and left the castle. It seems that we will choose a new defense against the dark arts professor next year. Professor Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and left the auditorium. What a joy! Levin heard Ronald shouting to Harry from the Gryffindor side. That woman Rita Skeeter did something good this time. I guess the person who reported Lockhart is one of our Hogwarts students, the prefect Pinello said, as if she was possessed by Conan. Except for the whistleblower, no one would have thought of ordering so many daily profits in advance. You are right. Come on, Shirley. Cyrilla did not answer, but looked at Levin across the long table. The 2 looked at each other and smiled without saying a word. Nowadays, there are no monsters in Hogwarts that can turn people to stone or even death, and there is no exam pressure on their heads. Even the assignments assigned by professors are no longer so cumbersome and complicated. All the little wizards can only look forward to the summer vacation. If anyone in the castle was unhappy, it was Draco Malfoy. He was surprised to find that everything changed after he recovered from petrification. The Malfoy family lost their house elf, and more importantly, his father Lucius was expelled from the school board. Draco no longer walked around the school arrogantly as if he owned the place. On the contrary, he now has a gloomy face all day long and seems to be full of resentment, not only because of the change in his family situation, but also because he, as a pure-blooded little wizard of Slytherin, was actually attacked by the heir of Slytherin. This was a great shame and humiliation for him, and it triggered a flurry of rumors among many pure-blooded classmates. On the other hand, Ronald gradually got over his self-blame, and his friendship with Harry became stronger. He already knew from Hermione that in order to protect him, Harry actually cast a protective shield of love on him. 26. This protective magic still exists today. Despite confirming their friendship, the 2 always felt a little awkward. A man protecting another man with love, does this always sound so strange? Another person who returned to normal was Ronald's sister, Ginny Weasley. After the truth was revealed, the girl realized that she had become Voldemort's accomplice. Now she has one more person to admire, and that is Levin. In the chicken coop, it was Levin who stopped her and scared away the mysterious man, allowing her to avoid more trouble. It was Levin, Siri, and Hermione who appeared in the secret room in time, killed the basilisk and the mysterious man in the diary, and saved Harry and Ronald. Levin's status in her heart skyrocketed. reaching the same level as Harry's. Of course, if she were asked to choose now, she would probably still choose Harry, because there are not so many competitors. Some people are happy that the coming school year will be easy, but some people are troubled by this. The disappearance of Lockhart, the annoying guy, is indeed a good thing for the little wizards at Hogwarts. But after that, they had to face a problem. There was no one to teach them defense against the dark arts classes. When Lockhart was evicted, it was at the end of February, 4 months before the deadline. Even if exams are cancelled this semester, it means that in the last part of the semester, their defense against the dark arts class can only become a self-study class. 1 class and 2 classes for self-study are fine, but the entire 4 months of defense against the dark arts classes were self-study, which many young masters who still have some pursuits cannot tolerate. Last semester, even though Professor Quirrell was not very good, he still taught something. This semester's Lockhart is a pure parallel import. For most of the semester, everyone only watched the small theater. Wouldn't rounding up mean that a semester has been wasted? How can this be done? Finally, after the defense against the dark arts class in the 3rd week, Levin was stopped by his roommate Steve. "What's the matter, Steve?" Levin found that his usually cheerful roommate looked a little serious today. "Levin," Steve said in a serious tone, "actually, I came to you this time to convey a request. This request is a bit rude and will waste your precious time, but I still want to ask you. Think about it." "Oh." His words aroused Levin's interest. "You can say that." "It's like this. I always feel that we haven't learned much in the defense against the dark arts class for 2 consecutive semesters. But in the magical world, we will always encounter some dangers, such as the attack of the basilisk this semester, everyone. I am completely at a loss, so I think it is necessary for each of us to learn something in the defense against the dark arts course so that we can protect ourselves. Of course, I don't expect everyone to be able to defeat the basilisk like you, but at least we can deal with little troubles like elves, foxes, and little devils. The first class of school, I'm still deeply impressed by the scene. Everyone's behavior was so embarrassing." Steve looked at Levin eagerly, his eyes pleading. "So I think it is necessary for us to have someone to teach us in this area. And you, Levin, you defeated the Chimera during the vacation and defeated the basilisk this semester. You are better than many professors in this aspect. In fact, you are the best teacher. Levin, can you take advantage of the defense against the dark arts self-study time to teach us?" After listening to Steve's request, Levin thought for a while, but did not reply. Instead, he asked, "You are not the only one who thinks these words." His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. "Tell me, who else thinks the same way?" As he said this, he looked at the door of the defense against dark arts classroom with a vague look. Get out of class was over at this time, and most of the little wizards in the classroom were gone. But after hearing what he said, 7 more little wizards emerged from inside. Kevin, Anthony, Michael, Morag, Terry, and the Patil sisters. "Do you all mean this too?" Levin looked at District 6 in front of him. "Steve is right, that's what we mean." Anthony Goldstein was the first to say. That's right, echoed Michael Corner. "Levin, you are the leader of our Ravenclaw. You are the only one." Terry but looked excited. "Levin, teach us," sisters Padma Patil and Parvati Patil begged. Others chimed in. Looking around at the little wizards with fiery eyes, Levin nodded and shook his head. "Actually, if you ask me, your and Steve's opinions do make sense. It's always beneficial to learn more to protect yourself. But teaching you in a self-study class is not that simple. If it's just after class, the worst we can do is find an empty classroom, set up a study club ourselves, and take any class privately. But if it takes up class time, you have to consider other people's opinions." Levin thought for a moment and then ordered, "How about this? Before the weekend, you go collect the opinions of everyone in the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor second years, including those who support teaching 580, those who don't care but are allowed to teach, and those who are opposed, and then put them together. If most people think that this is a good thing, then I will take some time to share some of my experience with you." Very good. Although Levin did not agree directly, several people were still very happy. In fact, the few people who can be present in front of Levin at this time are considered to be the core of a small circle of influential figures in the same grade, and their opinions can almost represent the opinions of the entire Ravenclaw. The key is Gryffindor. After all, the Eaglets and the Lion Cubs share the defense against the dark arts classroom this semester. Seeing several people leaving happily, Levin also fell into thinking. As Ravenclaw's recognized genius, Levin is so good that other villains can't even compare to him. He gained the admiration of his classmates, but admiration meant alienation. Tom Riddle also said before that at this age, he had already begun to attract classmates to form a small circle. For Levin, Hermione, Siri, and possibly Zhang Qiu and Penelope. They may be able to form an inner circle around them. But apart from that, it would also be a good thing to have a group of people who are relatively less core, but respect him. Levin Green is going to teach the defense against the dark arts class himself. The news quickly spread among the young wizards of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. For this reason, many little wizards came here to inquire about the news. Even Cho Chang and Hermione. Only the second graders can attend the class, not the third graders. Zhang Qiu looked disappointed after listening. You are too biased. Although you are a second grader, everyone in the third grade still recognizes you. Level. I would like to give a lecture to the third grade, but I don't have time, Levin explained with a wry smile. You didn't take the defense against the dark arts class with us. Hermione excitedly expressed that she would be Levin's assistant. Of course this position must be given to me, who has been trained by you for a long time. The girl looked eager to try. I also want to try what it's like to be a teacher. Okay, of course, the position of assistant teacher belongs to you. Levin gently stroked the girl's head, but unfortunately the pair of cat ears were removed at her strong request. But even though she is no longer a cat girl, Miss Wonger still has to fulfill her identity as Little McGonagall this time. After receiving Levin's affirmative reply, Hermione happily returned to Gryffindor to persuade her classmates to go. Another special visitor was Penelope Cravat. The female prefect said to him arrogantly, for Cyrilla's sake, as a prefect, I will help you to ask the little wizard they initiated the call. Thank you so much. Although Levin was confident that with his prestige, he did not need the senior sister's endorsement, he still expressed his gratitude. Finally, when the weekend came, the statistics from the second-year wizards from the two colleges were summarized and given to the assistant teacher Hermione. In the courtyard near the Transfiguration classroom, a girl held a piece of parchment and announced loudly, among the Ravenclaw second-year students, 95% want to participate in Levin's course, 3% said it doesn't matter, and only 10 want to study on their own. Among the second-year Gryffindor students, 80% of the little wizards want to participate in the course, 13% think it doesn't matter, and only 3 want to study by themselves. After speaking, she looked at Levin. Judging from this data, everyone is very interested in me sharing my experience in defense against the dark arts. Levin said with some emotion, in this case, I would rather be respectful than obey. In the next class on the defense against the dark arts, I would like to introduce you to some of my personal experiences, and I hope you will support me a lot. Levin's words triggered enthusiastic cheers from the little wizards. Those who came all the way to attend this conference on the weekend were the most enthusiastic groups in Levin's courses in the two colleges. For a moment, the entire courtyard seemed to be overturned by their cheers. Levin pressed his hands, and the cheers slowly stopped. Since it is said to be a class, there is naturally a preview part before class. In the next class, I am going to teach you about the disarming curse. You don't need to bring any books, just bring your wand and notebook. Let's inform each other when we go back. As a result, this defense against dark arts course, organized by the young wizard and taught by Levin, was officially launched. In the first defense against the dark arts class next week, when Levin walked into the classroom, he saw most of the students from both colleges sitting upright in the classroom. Some people even took the initiative to say hello to him. That state is much more positive than the self-study class. It seems that they really want to learn something about defense against the dark arts, not only to protect themselves, but also cool. It's like every Muggle boy doesn't like toy guns when he was a child. As for the little witches, in addition to learning how to protect themselves, the biggest reason they take the course is to support Levin himself. Maybe there were too many people supporting it and the scene became a little too big. Levin even found that Professor Flitwick of the college was sitting at the back of the classroom, smiling and listening. So, Levin gave them their first defense against the dark arts lesson under the spotlight. In order to give everyone a relatively shocking start, Levin nodded and waved his magic wand. Swish, brush, brush. As if falling from the sky, 8 humanoid puppets the size of adult wizards falled from the sky and appeared in the classroom, causing a burst of exclamations. These 8 puppets are wooden golems made by Levin himself based on the golem-making methods given by 4 ancient magic guardians. Because of this, they can be conveniently summoned in this way. These wooden golems combine ancient manufacturing methods with golem-making methods in arcane magic. Not only is it easy to summon, it also has the most basic magic immunity. In addition to fire magic and plant manipulation magic, most low-level magic will be immune. Just perfect as a practice target. Since this is a defense against the dark arts class, it naturally pays more attention to practical combat. Levin looked around at the young wizards in front of him and talked eloquently, but before formal practice, we still need to have a basic understanding of the disarming curse. Who can introduce the disarming spell? He looked down at the students in the audience and found some of the feeling of speaking in public. As a teaching assistant, Hermione was the first to raise her hand, and Levin naturally gave her the first answer. Disarming curse, the spell is Expelliarmus. This is a spell that can make the opponent's wand escape from the palm of the hand. The power varies depending on the level of the caster's magical ability. Wizards often use this spell in duels to make the opponent lose the wand. Since this spell has the characteristics of fast casting speed and short flight time, in addition to its disarming effect, you can use it to gain the upper hand or interrupt the enemy's casting. That's very well said. Thank you, Hermione, Gryffindor Plus. Levin closed his mouth at the right time and smiled slightly. It's a pity that I don't have the power to give you points. The little wizards burst into laughter. Next, Levin personally used the disarming spell on the wooden golem and broke down the key to the spell. Then he asked the little wizards to work in groups of 8 or 9. Each group chose a wooden golem as a target and took turns to practice disarming. And he and Hermione, the good ones, were among the little wizards, checking for their omissions and correcting their mistakes. After everyone was able to use the disarming spell, Levin made the wooden golems move and arranged for everyone to shoot moving targets. By the end of the whole class, basically everyone can use this spell. With the flexible wooden golem as a target, even the training became interesting, and the little wizards enjoyed playing it. Until get out of class time comes. This defense against the dark arts class is really great. If Levin were the teacher, I would never miss this class. I hope the next class will come soon. The wizards were in high spirits and were looking forward to the next class. Even Professor Flitwick praised Levin greatly and believed that Levin could stay in school directly as a defense against the dark arts professor after graduation. I think it's better to forget it, Professor Flitwick. Levin could only smile bitterly upon hearing this. I think I still want to live for a few more years. After the first wonderful lecture, the news of Levin's temporary appointment as defense against the dark arts spread throughout Hogwarts. After hearing that Levin directly taught the actual combat of magic spells and even prepared moving targets for practice, it aroused the envy of all the young wizards who had suffered at the hands of useless defense against the dark arts professors in the past 2 years. It's like Muggle college students envy those military trainings where they can touch real guns and live ammunition. Especially Hufflepuff and Slytherin's second-year wizards. They can't wait to take classes with Ravenclaw and participate in the courses. They also want to learn the disarming curse, and they also want to play target shooting. Therefore, during Levin's second defense against the dark arts class, someone came to observe the class. With his sharp eyes, he spotted Zhang Qiu among the little wizards who were listening. Then the group of little wizards who were listening discovered that Levin played new tricks in his second class. Levin did not arrange the second period as a practical lesson, but chose to introduce how to deal with some dangerous magical creatures. In this lesson, Levin introduces how to deal with bowtruckles and acromantulas. For the sake of the little wizards at Hogwarts, he chose creatures that he might encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Then, the little wizards saw Levin pushing out a bonsai, and there was really a bowtruckle living on the bonsai. 620 can come into contact with real magical creatures, and the little wizards immediately became interested. So with Levin's help, they first learned to use the confusion spell to confuse the bowtruckle, and then fed the bowtruckle one by one to make friends with it. Next is the acromantula. This huge and dangerous creature is naturally impossible to bring into the classroom. But Levin still has a way. He used powerful phantom directly in the classroom, creating an acromantula that could crawl and move, and its voice, digits, temperature, and even touch were exactly the same as the real one, scaring the little wizards to death. Some people even subconsciously used the disarming curse they just learned on the acromantula phantom. But when they realized that this was just a phantom that they thought could not harm them, phantom becomes the best teaching aid. The little wizards were able to observe this dangerous creature from all directions and personally experience their deadly hunting techniques. Coupled with the spider silk simulated by Levin using spider web technique, all the little wizards enjoyed the experience of being preyed upon by an acromantula in the woods. In short, this novel defense against the dark arts class experience once again made this student-organized class popular. Therefore, in the last 3 months of the semester, Levin's temporary defense against the dark arts course became a course praised by everyone at Hogwarts. No matter which house or grade wizards, as long as there was no class at that time, they would find an opportunity to take it. 1 period. Obviously, Hogwarts has no tradition of skipping classes. But every time Levin takes a class, he has to face 1.5 times the number of students, which forces him to prepare additional teaching aids every time. Levin's level of magic and talent also became popular throughout Hogwarts with this class after class. Little wizards all know that there is a student at Hogwarts who is only in the 2nd grade, but his actual level is comparable to that of the professors. At least the teachers at Hogwarts can't find such interesting golems as teaching aids. Nor will they use illusion spells to show them the actual objects described in the book. As the last interesting defense against the dark arts lesson came to an end, the entire semester has come to an end. The holidays are coming. At the end of term dinner, Headmaster Dumbledore talked about a lot more than announcing yet another victory for Ravenclaw House in the House Cup. He made some self-criticism, thinking that as the principal, he failed to provide shelter for the students, allowing the little wizards to be threatened by the monsters in the secret room, which made him feel very incompetent. To apologize, he also announced that in the next few years, he plans to gradually retire from his fancy titles and no longer hold any positions. These words, which seemed like a retirement declaration, made the young wizards and professors a little scared. Levin is very clear that what he did is an apology for everything that happened in the school this semester. Levin, CJBT, also believes that his dereliction of duty deserves this apology. But on the other hand, only Levin can realize that. That is, through Riddle's diary, Dumbledore completely confirmed the existence of Horcruxes and truly realized that Voldemort's resurrection would not take long. He was laying the groundwork for the future confrontation with Voldemort. This old man is ready to sacrifice for this. From this perspective alone, he is quite respectable. After the dinner, in a blink of an eye, they were about to take the Hogwarts Express home. Levin, Hermione, and Cyrilla occupied a private room, while Zheng Qiu and Marietta chose to sit next door after discovering that there were no more vacancies. On the other hand, the female prefect, Penelo, gave up the preferential treatment in the prefect's box and chose to sit with them. During the entire journey back, Levin noticed that Gryffindor's male prefect, Percy Weasley, passed by the door of their box many times while patrolling, and each time he glanced at their box with fiery eyes. Obviously, he did it on purpose. So Levin looked at Penelo, who was sitting next to Siri. "It seems that the Gryffindor Percy Weasley is pursuing you?" Penelo said angrily, "Yes, That's why I don't stay in the prefect's box. That person talks about the Ministry of Magic and his future career plans all day long. It's really boring. After that, she looked at Levin and Hermione opposite with a smile. Speaking of which, it's more interesting here, especially when I can see the intrigue between you, a man and two women. Oops, you kicked me what? Penelo glared fiercely at Cyrilla beside him. The female witcher stared straight out of the window, as if what just happened had nothing to do with her. The Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Your parents will definitely be proud of you after knowing what you have done this year. Penelo blinked and whispered to Hermione, unlike my parents, who always wanted me to take me back to my hometown in the United States. As a result, I stayed in the Een Kingdom and became a wizard. After that, she looked at Cyrilla again. Remember to write to me during the holidays. During this process, Penelo did not look at Levin the whole time, as if on purpose. Then he jumped off the train without any delay and disappeared into the crowded crowd. After bidding farewell to Zhongqiu, the three Levins also got off the train. Hermione was picked up by her parents. She heard that her family was going to travel to Gaul this summer, and there wouldn't be many opportunities to see each other during this holiday. Levin seriously suspected that this was done intentionally by Hermione's parents, who did not want their little cotton-padded jacket to be completely abducted. You are really stingy. Your little cotton-padded jackets are so good. What's wrong with wearing eyebrows? Anyway, Levin and Ciri returned to their home in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Summer vacation has begun, and the summer sun begins to show its power, making the earth hot. Levin and Cyrilla were sitting at a small table under the shade of an oak tree, enjoying soda while discussing how to spend this summer vacation. Why don't we go hunting dragons? Ciri winked at Levin and suggested, anyway, I see that you have collected dragon hearts one after another recently, and you think the collection is not enough. Why don't we go there in person? How about hunting down the missing dragon? That's a good suggestion. Levin nodded, but why did you suddenly make such a suggestion? He raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him. This doesn't look like you at all. It's not you. Every time we fight, you have to block the most dangerous guy by yourself. Sheely couldn't help complaining. Whether it's a chimera or a basilisk, these big guys are at your disposal every time. I also want to occasionally try what it's like to fight against this dangerous magical creature. I think you just want to try your sword. Levin hit the nail on the head. Wasn't riddle enough for you to cut before. Ciri shook her head. The feelings of fighting wizards and fighting magical creatures are different. Looking at the expectant look in her eyes, Levin couldn't help but shake his head. After the arcane sword was upgraded to 2.0, you seem to be more and more addicted to killing people. Isn't it because you designed the sword to be so easy to use? Sheely rolled her eyes at him charmingly. But she was indeed telling the truth. Levin's Arcane Sword 2.0, combined with the Magic Warrior skills, is almost 100% compatible with Ciri, a violent wizard who is good at close combat and has a lot of magic power, but doesn't like fine control. What is that? Suddenly, she saw a black shadow across the sky and couldn't help but ask. Levin raised his head and saw an ugly owl flying over with a letter in its mouth. It looked like it was injured, but it actually hit the tall trunk of an oak tree and then fell like a rag. This owl is far worse than Helmer. Cyrilla couldn't help complaining. Hearing the words, Hema nearby raised his chest in cooperation. Because it's too old. Levin saw the truth at a glance. He bent down to pick up the owl and prepared some water and food for him. When he opened the envelope, he discovered that it was a letter written to him by his neighbor Arthur Weasley. The content inside is probably that I want to thank them again for saving Ronald and Ginny. At the same time, as neighbors, he invited Levin and Sheely to his house for dinner. However, the date on this letter was 2 days ago. If they prepared the banquet on time, Levin probably ate for a little while. Whose letter is it? Ciri asked casually while teasing the two owls on the table. The Weasley family, because of the secret room, they want to treat us to a meal. Levin handed her the letter. So, the two of them set off immediately. Just a few minutes later, they arrived outside the Weasleys' yard. The Weasley twins were tending the garden there with Ginny, and they immediately waved to them when they saw them. Levin noticed that Ginny's face was a little blushing when she looked at him. But compared with last year, the girl was able to talk to him openly. The Weasley twins smiled and said, "Dad said he sent out an invitation just like you the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect you to come today. That's because your owl is too old and may have strayed off the road." Levin put the Weasley family's old owl in Ginny's hand and kindly reminded, "My personal suggestion is that you'd better retire it as soon as possible so that Ty can still live in your home for old age. Otherwise, I seriously doubt that it will die on the way to deliver letters in the future." "Of course, Mr. Levin, I will take good care of Errol," the little girl said playfully. The three of them walked towards the burrow together. This house seemed to have been a large pigsty made of stone before. Later, some rooms were added here and there, and it was built to the height of several stories. It was crooked and crooked. Only magic could build such a house without considering the balance of forces. Every time he sees the Weasley family, Gwen feels outrageous. "Oh, Levin and Cyrilla, welcome to my house. I thought you would come yesterday." Mrs. Weasley was feeding the chickens. When she saw the two of them, she immediately stepped forward and gave them each a hug. Then he said to the three children, "Your father will be back soon. Before that, please help me greet them." So Ginny took Siri to visit her room, and George and Fred took Levin to their place. It's not a spacious room, at least for two people. There are two identical beds in the room. "Come on, Levin, and show you the secret we've been preparing." After Levin came in, the twins deliberately closed the door. Immediately afterwards, Fred took out a box from under the bed, which contained a lot of messy gadgets. A strong smell of medicine could be smelled from a long distance away. After he turned on the identification technique, he could see that most of them were semi-finished magic potions and damaged alchemy products, including swelling potions, deformation potions, scabies potions, etc. The smell is too strong. I would have thought you were doing something in the room. Levin opened the window and cast a cyclone curse to disperse the smell in the entire area. Only then did the thick glue-like smell leave his nose. Then, he looked at the Weasley twins. "I think you want to add these potions to desserts, but are you sure anyone is willing to eat something with this flavor?" No one would want to eat candy." "I'm sorry, with our current potion level, we can only do this." George spread his hands and said helplessly, "That's why we thought of inviting you here." However, Fred took out a few bundles of fireworks-like gadgets from the box, with a few words crookedly written on them. "Dr. Filibuster automatically ignites the fire and blooms magical fireworks when the water meets the water. This is one of our more successful products, but it is modeled after the struggle to pull fireworks from the jumping magic joke shop," Fred introduced. "I see." Levin looked around and nodded. This is the project run by the Weasley twins in the original book, Magic Joke Props. *T. Although they are just some gadgets, they do require a certain level of alchemy to make. The current capabilities of the twins are not enough for them to produce such products independently. Not to mention completing your own creativity. Even if they have good inspiration, they still can't realize it. We have thought about it. We are going to open a joke store in the future, and we need your help, George said to Levin. "Does what you said last time still work?" "We have discussed it. If you are willing to provide us with technical support, we will willing to take out an additional share of the shares as remuneration." "This is very simple for you, isn't it?" Fred also advised, "As long as you share a little bit of your countless wisdom, you can help us realize our dreams." Levin just hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Of course, I have seen your efforts, and it has indeed made me see the potential. Therefore, I am happy to provide you with some small help. However, please give me some time to study it, and I will have a preliminary conclusion before dinner." ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* head of the Weasley family, Arthur Weasley, returned home from the Ministry of Magic and announced good news to his family. He had won the Daily Prophet Grand Prize with a total of 700 gold coins. Now, dinner time is even more joyful. The food for dinner was very sumptuous, and the taste was far above the average of Dean family cuisine. From this point of view, Molly Weasley was a bit off. Throughout the dinner, the Weasleys were also very enthusiastic towards the two of them. Mrs. Weasley almost never stopped picking up food for Levin and Shirley. Arthur enthusiastically talked about Muggle electronic products with Levin. Ginny kept paying attention to him at the dinner table. Even Percy was stiffly looking for topics to chat with him. I have to admit that although the home is a bit simple, it is indeed very warm. But among them, the most enthusiastic were the Weasley twins. In just one afternoon, Levin provided them with a product improvement suggestion and a series of technical points. This brings them one step closer to their dream. After the dinner, Mr. Weasley announced that he would spend some of the 700 galleons on a trip to Egypt for the whole family, and invited Levin and Siri to go together. Of course, Levin refused. The Weasley family is too poor, and he, the owner of the Philosopher's Stone, has no way of looking for their family's money. After the two left the Weasley house, Siri sighed quietly. This holiday, Hermione's family is going to travel, and the Weasley family is also going to travel. Is it surprising that holiday travel is so popular these days? As she said that, she looked at Levin. If you don't want to slay the dragon, where can we try to travel? She still hasn't forgotten the dragon-slaying plan. Just then, another elf flew over and dropped a letter to Levin. Levin opened the letter, read it, and handed it to Siri. Your luck has come. Good things are coming to your door now. You can travel and slay dragons. The most important thing is that you can lose money for free during the whole journey. This letter comes from Jaina, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This letter is actually a formal invitation from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, inviting Levin and Cyrilla to participate in a commission task from the Ministry of Magic. The mission is probably to go overseas and deal with a black dragon that has escaped from the Grey Dean. The general content of the invitation letter is as follows. In view of the extraordinary black dragon creatures that we will face in this mission, upon the proposal of Jaina Proudmoore, Director of the Department of Legal Enforcement, the Ministry of Magic hereby invites Mr. Levin Green, the recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, to as well as the recipient of the Order of Merlin Level 2, Miss Cyrilla Raylon, as a professional consultant to participate in the mission. I also sincerely hope that Mr. Green and Miss Raylon can participate in it and contribute to the protection of wizards. The Ministry of Magic various rewards will be provided. As for the mission departure time, it will be 3 days later. What, do you think we should participate? Cyrilla was a little surprised. Didn't you always look down on the Ministry of Magic of the Kingdom of Een before? You're right, I do feel that this Ministry of Magic is not very good. Levin nodded in agreement. It would be fine if it were an invitation letter sent by someone else, but this one is different. It is actually Jaina who invites us this time. Ms. Proud 563 Demore is that Ministry of Magic official who corresponds with you every few days? Siri was deeply impressed by this name. Who else could it be besides her? Levin sneered. The people at the Ministry of Magic are so obsessed with face that they wouldn't ask us two minors to take action on this kind of accommodation. Miss Proudmoore turns out to be so eclectic, no wonder she agreed. Cyrilla's impression of Jaina immediately improved. Of course it's not just this reason. Speaking of this, Levin said in a mysterious tone, actually, Gianna is essentially the same type of person as us. A kind of person, you mean? Hearing this, Sheely took a while to react. She is also a visitor from Ding World. Yes, Jaina comes from a world called Azeroth. The level of civilization development in that world is similar to that of your hometown. But the difference is that Azeroth is more advanced than your hometown in terms of magical civilization. Levin introduced. All in all, in terms of position, Jaina is naturally our ally. Therefore, since she has sent out this invitation, I will accept it no matter what. I understand. Sheely expressed understanding. Then, I decided to travel to South America this holiday. 3 days later, in the tower. Cyrilla, are you ready? In front of the fireplace, Gwazin looked helplessly. Not long after he spoke, Cyrilla's figure came out of the room. Different from the student attire when she just returned from Hogwarts, Cyrilla, like Levin, is now wearing a smart witcher attire. It was Levin's idea. Among them, Levin is wearing a white undershirt with a leather vest on the outside. Leather wristbands, waistcoat, and belt are tied together with straps. The outermost part is a cloak woven from acromantula spider silk and unicorn hair. Cyrilla also wore a white underwear, but she did not wear a waistcoat. Instead, she chose a pair of long leather gloves and a high-waisted leather corset to outline a wonderful arc around her waist. The lower body is in black leather pants, paired with sturdy boots, which perfectly shows off her long and graceful legs. The whole outfit does not have much matching jewelry, but it reflects Cyrilla's heroic appearance as a female witcher. By the way, the leather utensils here are all made from basilisk skin and made by Levin himself. Watching the female witcher slowly walking down the stone stairs, Chuan couldn't help but sigh. My design is pretty good, right? This suit does look like Mr. Gerald, doesn't it? Cyrilla looked at Levin's attire in front of her, then recalled what she had just seen in front of the mirror and nodded. Indeed, your craftsmanship is great. You have completely grasped the key elements of The Witcher. Isn't this natural? After all, this set of Levin is based on the equipment in the previous life of The Witcher 3. Especially Cyrilla's outfit basically restores the appearance of adult Cyrilla in the game. If you wear this set at a comic exhibition, it can be used as a cosplay. At this time, Cyrilla asked again, when I put on this corset, I was wondering why it felt like it fit my waist and hips perfectly. How did you do it? Tell me when you secretly. When she said this, Cyrilla herself blushed. When Levin heard this question, he said, "Aren't you looking down on people?" "I don't need to do that." He retorted proudly, "I already fully understood all the data on your body the first time I saw you. There is no need to touch it again." With his incredible understanding, his judgment on spatial distance is not inaccurate. What kind of rogue ability is this? Cyrilla obviously misunderstood the nature of the ability and complained loudly. Do you think this is something to be proud of? After the two finished dressing, they put their arcane swords on their backs, took out a handful of flow powder, and walked into the fireplace. Bang! With a burst of green flames igniting from the fireplace, the two figures disappeared into the flames. And when they were down to earth again, they were already in a strange room. This room is not large, and the various furniture decorations in it are full of strong classical style. They are not very expensive, but each is exquisite, forming a quite medieval-style house. But what surprised Levin was that the place was filled with Muggle appliances such as televisions, just like his home. This is rare in ordinary wizarding families. But after thinking about the identity of the owner here, Levin is not surprised. Wizards in the world of Harry Potter are ancient, but that doesn't mean Jaina from Azeroth is the same. There are also various gnome technology and goblin engineering products in Azeroth. Levin is not surprised that Jaina can accept Muggle technology. "Oh, Brother Levin and Ms. Leon Lewin, welcome." Levin heard the sound and looked over, only to see Gianna in a blue dress looking at them with a smile. Although this was the second time they met, Cyrilla still saluted seriously. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Proudmoore." Levin, on the other hand, was much more casual and introduced the two of them directly. "I have kept you waiting, Sister Gianna. Although we have already met once, this is the time when you officially know each other, right? Well, this is the Princess of Sintra from the world I call the Demon Hunter, the successor of the ancient blood, Cyrilla Onlewin. This is Jaina Proudmoore, the Princess of Kultiras from the world of Azeroth and the disciple of the Chancellor of Dalaran." As he spoke, Levin opened his hands and sighed. "You two, plus myself, are all the other world visitors I've found in this world. If we want to answer our hometown, we all need to work together. From this point of view, we are all comrades with a common goal, so no matter what, please get along well with each other." After listening to his words, Jaina and Cyrilla looked at each other with soft eyes. Two ladies, one young and one young, whispered to each other about their experiences after arriving in Otherworld. In this regard, the two still have a common language. Suddenly, their discussion turned to Levin again. Gianna said to Levin with some gossip, "I didn't expect that you have been living together for more than a year. What is your relationship? Gay? Close friends? Boy and girl?" "I can do it all," Levin said in an indifferent tone. "Anyway, I'm less than 14 years old now, I'm still a child." What does "I can do it" mean? Isn't this just a scumbag statement? However, Cirilla was very fond of this trick. When she was in the world of Witchers, she never received any education about heterosexual relationships. After traveling to the world of Harry Potter, you're alone in a foreign land without any acquaintances around you. I have been worrying about survival and have no chance to think about this. Levin's appearance was almost a ray of hope in her confused life. For more than a year, she has accepted Levin's situation of wandering among multiple opposite sexes, coupled with the influence he received from his adoptive father, the White Wolf Geralt, in the past. This girl's concept of men and women has been severely distorted. I think Levin's behavior is normal. Even after hearing the title Boyfriend and Boyfriend, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but grin. This attitude surprised even 3.9 Jaina. However, she didn't comment too much. She just gave Levin a city-savvy look. Seeing how you play, I always feel that I am old and can't keep up with the times. Sister Gianna doesn't look old at all. Levin praised, "We stand together, and in the eyes of others, Sister Gianna is indeed our older sister. So, Zhou Anfu can definitely participate in our gameplay." Taking advantage of his young age and good looks, Levin indulged in unscrupulous talk. Hearing these flirtatious words, Jaina didn't seem angry. She just gave him a fierce look. Then he said seriously, "Actually, inviting you here this time is not just as simple as asking for help from the Ministry of Magic. If it was just an ordinary black dragon, I wouldn't bother you at all." Just now Levin said, "The three of us are all the visitors from Otherworld found in this world." In fact, now it seems that this number may need to be increased by one more. Because I seriously doubt that this black dragon actually comes from Otherworld. Pictured is Cirilla. Next, Jaina briefly explained the mission to the two of them. To put it simply, just last month, a black dragon suddenly broke into Liverpool in the underworld, causing damage to more than a dozen houses, more than 20 people died, more than 80 people were injured, and several streets were destroyed. It is said that the Muggle Prime Minister was so furious that he almost called in the troops. The Ministry of Magic has also dispatched more than half of the Aurors, Strikers, and other employees to deal with the aftermath, specifically blocking communications, emergency rescue, large-scale memory clearing, and repairing damaged buildings. But after all, people die. Unable to resurrect, the incident was ultimately attributed to a natural gas explosion. Things are pretty easy to solve here with Muggles. But this is just a temporary solution, not the root cause. Ultimately, it's the crazy dragon that needs to be dealt with. According to the information revealed by Jaina, the response from the Ministry of Magic was somewhat slow. By the time the Aurors arrived at the scene, the local police had already begun to attack the black dragon. However, their guns were not powerful enough and could not penetrate the black dragon's scales at all. What finally scared away the black dragon was the magic cast by the Auror Gate. Muggles have never seen a creature like a dragon, so it is normal for them to not know how to deal with the sudden appearance of a black dragon. But even the Aurors were shocked when they saw the black dragon. When the Ministry of Magic first heard the news, they thought that 29 was a black dragon that escaped from the Hebridean Islands, or a Hungarian horntail dragon that had been smuggled here. But even the largest Hebridean Islands black dragon was far bigger. It cannot be compared with this black dragon. The black dragon is more than 20 meters long, with a wingspan of more than 15 meters. According to the information of the McFasty family, who have taken care of the black dragons of the Hebridean Islands for generations, this size is larger than the largest Hebridean dragon recorded. The black dragon of the Dilly Islands is much larger, and the most important thing is that the forelimbs of the loyal black dragon are separated from the wings. Jaina described the appearance of the black dragon for them. That is to say, Levin glanced at Jaina. That's not a fire dragon, but a giant dragon. And there has never been a dragon in this world. No wonder Sister Jaina said it came from Otherworld. Ciri finally understood what was going on. Since it comes from Otherworld, it is natural for us to handle and contact it. If it comes from one of us hometown, or if there is any discovery about traveling through the world, we will be able to grasp it as soon as possible. Jaina took it for granted. He said, "That's why I came to you. Sister Jaina's position is really convenient. Otherwise, even if we knew the news, if we wanted to contact the Black Dragon, we would have to hide from the Ministry of Magic. For the first time, Levin felt the benefit of having someone in the court. Of course, Jaina smiled slightly, so you should perform well on this mission. If you complete the mission well, it will be good for you if I can take further steps in the future. Of course. Levin nodded and suddenly said, speaking of going further, I do have a relationship here, which may be of some help to Sister Gianna. Oh, tell me. Jaina looked at Levin, feeling a little surprised. This boy is obviously less than 14 years old. In her world, at her age in Dalaran, she was just a mage apprentice. But the other party's current achievements are far beyond the scope of her age, and she is nowhere higher than she was back then. Levin said he had a surprise, and Gianna completely believed it. It's the Malfoy family. Levin mentioned what happened before. I have information about their family. Once exposed, the Malfoy family will become Voldemort's #1 target. Maybe this can be helpful to you. That would be very helpful. Jaina's eyes lit up when she heard this. This old pureblood family occupies a core position among pureblood wizards. Although they were rejected by the mainstream because they once followed the Dark Lord, their influence still, if I can get their support, it will really help me a lot in my work in the Ministry of Magic. As she said that, she looked at Levin with admiration in her eyes. I didn't expect that you could do this without saying a word. You are more capable than I thought. Levin waved his hand modestly. No, I just grasped the main tone of the wizarding world in the Een Kingdom in the past few years. What's the main tone? Jaina asked curiously. That is the return of the Dark Lord. Levin explained for her, I dare to predict that within 2 years, the Dark Lord will be resurrected and once again affect the hearts of the entire great evil. Dumbledore also believes this. At that time, the main problem facing the entire Great Een will become how to deal with the Dark Lord. Whoever can solve this problem for them, or enable them to solve this problem, can gain the support of the majority of people. The Dark Lord. When Jaina heard this, a flash of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. Although I couldn't see it with my own eyes, when I first came to this world, I made my fortune by clearing out the Death Eaters under his command. At that time, people were afraid of Death Eaters, and the fact that I was promoted as an exception, I still fresh in my memory. I just killed a few Death Eaters, and I went from being a newcomer to becoming a general in the ministry. This established my position today. After all, if someone can sign for that mysterious person, Een Yin's master, they will probably push him directly to the position of Minister of Magic. That's the truth. Levin clapped his hands and nodded in agreement. Fortunately, you told me this, Gianna exclaimed. I thought about transferring out of the legal enforcement department and going to other departments to take a step further. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have done it at all in the past few years. Leave the legal enforcement department. After all, this department is in charge of Aurors and will become the front line against the Dark Lord in the future. Naturally, it will also be the front line for promotion and meritorious service. Next, the two had a full discussion on how to make full use of Malfoy's leverage and how to take advantage of the return of the Dark Lord, causing Siri to shout dirty. Looking at the last 3 parts of the original work, whether it is the fall of Cornelius Fudge, the succession of Rufus Scrimgeour 883, and the appointment of Kingsley Shacklebolt after the death of Voldemort, or even the further ones. Hermione Granger serves as Minister of Magic. These people either succeeded in order to fight against the Dark Lord, or they succeeded because they participated in the fight against the Dark Lord. In short, the influence of the Dark Lord is unique in the Great Een. Fighting against the Dark Lord is political correctness. Jaina undoubtedly understood this. Thinking of this, Levin couldn't help but think of what Littlefinger said in A Song of Ice and Fire, chaos is the latter. When Dumbledore was worried about Voldemort's return, he would never have thought that there were people in Hogwarts who were looking forward to that day. It's not that they support what Voldemort did. Instead, he was looking forward to how he could rise to the top while lying low on the ground. If Voldemort heard about such a thing, he would definitely be furious. I don't know how long time passed, but Jaina suddenly slapped her head, as if she remembered something. Oh my god, I had so much fun chatting with you that I forgot about that incident. Jaina said angrily, actually, you are not the only one who will be participating in the hunt for the Black Dragon this time. The people who are going with you are old acquaintances of yours. After Jaina led the two of them out of the study, she saw Nymphadora Tonks sitting bored on the sofa in the living room, as if mushrooms were growing from waiting. Suddenly seeing the two of them, he immediately waved to them excitedly. Levin, Cyrilla, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Hello, Sister Tonks. The two came forward and hugged each other. Tonks then praised, I have to say, the clothes you two are wearing look very handsome. I haven't seen them before. Where did they get them custom made? Of course I made it myself, Levin replied. The style is based on Shirley's hometown, and the materials are all from the spoils of the previous semester. 1. Is that the basilisk? What a luxury. After Tonks sighed, she looked at the leather armor of the two of them, and then complained, actually, your clothes are quite suitable for Aurors, but those old antiques from the Ministry of Magic will never agree to us adding more equipment. They pretend not to know. Auror is a profession that requires fighting various dangerous creatures and dark wizards. Hearing this, Ciri couldn't help but look at Jaina. As the deputy director of the Legal Enforcement Department, Gianna can be considered one of the big shots. Who do you mean by this? But Jaina obviously didn't care about a word or two of complaints, and even said, I think so too. The funding granted to the Auror office by the Ministry of Magic is too small. If I had that authority, I would never be stingy about giving each person a set of leather armor. Voldemort is coming back anyway, so there is nothing wrong with preparing the army for war. Don't think it's too much money. What's the use of keeping so much money? Leave it to Voldemort as compensation? Unlike Levin, Cyrilla didn't care about power or anything like that, so she turned to Tonks and asked, Sister Tonks, where should we go to find the Black Dragon on this trip? According to the intelligence provided by the Ministry of Magic, our target should be the Amazon rainforest. Amazon? Cyrilla was surprised when she heard this. Did that Black Dragon actually fly so far away after escaping from the Yin Kingdom? Although she has only traveled for 6 years, she still understands some conditions in this world. This is what we find strange. According to our statistics, it flew at least more than 9,000 kilometers on this trip. The average fire dragon has no ability to complete the flight across the ocean, let alone fly such a distance. Tonks also said confused. However, Shili himself nodded after hearing this and said to himself, it is indeed a giant dragon from Otherworld. Its flying ability is not comparable to that of a local fire dragon. Okay, everyone, no matter how far this dragon flies, after all, it is a problem for our Yin Kingdom to fly out, so we, the Ministry of Magic of the Yin Kingdom, need to solve it ourselves. Jaina glanced at the magic clock hanging on the door frame and then picked up a tea horse from the side. We're getting ready to go. In the rainforest in the southern part of the Amazon rainforest, an agouti was carefully crawling out of a bush and coming to the riverside. For this small animal, which is at the middle and lower levels of the food chain, drinking water is the most dangerous time. We must always be wary of predators coming from blind areas, woods, and even underwater. Fortunately, there are no wild beasts nearby, so after testing it for a while, the agouti lay down at the water's edge with peace of mind, taking a sip. However, before it could breathe a sigh of relief, a space-distorted ripple suddenly appeared in the air not far from it. This sudden scene startled the agouti. It hurriedly got back into the bushes, only half of its head showing and looking at it curiously. Under its gaze, the twisted ripples expanded rapidly and finally spit out 4 people. This door-opening technique is too poor. Levin, who fell out first, managed to regain his balance before landing. He supported the 3 people who landed next and started to curse. Cyrilla, Tonks, and Jaina, none of them are mediocre when it comes to magic. But at this time, each of them looked pale. Levin, I can't help anymore. I feel so uncomfortable, vomit. Looking at Cyrilla in his arms who was covering her mouth and about to vomit, Levin took another bottle of uplifting potion from his belt, gave her a small sip first, drank a sip himself, and then gave the potion to Tonks and Gianna. Only then did he feel better. But despite this, the expression on his face was still very ugly. Because the journey just now was too uncomfortable. The teapot that Jaina just took out was actually a door key. This kind of magical item, enchanted with the teleportation spell, is usually made from those inconspicuous containers in the Muggle world. For example, the previous teapot, or wooden barrel, boots, etc. Its function is to teleport anyone who touches it to a designated location. Compared with flue fans, the advantage of portkeys is that they can teleport multiple people at one time. Although they can only go to the same destination, the destination does not need to have a fireplace. At the same time, using a portkey does not require special training like traveling through apparition, so it can also be used by minor wizards. In addition, the door key is also more concealed and can be used during the day. In view of the above advantages, portkeys have been widely used by wizards. But it doesn't come without a cost. For Levin, the biggest problem with door keys is the poor delivery experience. There is no need to compare it with teleportation and teleportation gate in arcane magic. Even flip powder and apparition are much more comfortable than portkeys. Before Hogwarts adopted trains to transport young wizards, the school hospital was always overcrowded in the first few days of school, full of students who were sick and hysterical because of the door keys. Even Cyrilla, who possesses ancient blood and was born with space talent, was disgusted, which shows how bad the experience of the portkey is. In addition, it is difficult to make door keys. Once a mistake is made, it will cause serious problems such as inaccurate transmission points. For the purpose of supervising the safe production of portkeys and integrating the magical transportation network, the Ministry of Magic has established a portkey registry. The door key Levin and his team used this time was specially provided by the Ministry of Magic. No wonder Tonks started yelling at those Ministry of Magic employees as soon as she landed. In the end, it was Jaina who gave the full explanation. Actually, the people at the portkey registration office have tried their best. For portkeys, the farther the transmission distance is, the worse the experience will be. For intercontinental transmissions like ours that span 9,000 kilometers, can there be this experience is already pretty good. It sounds like the Princess of Coltiras is deeply touched. Sister Tonks, where are we going next? Cyrilla finally regained her composure and asked. While talking, she was still looking around. When she was in the Demon Hunter world, Cyrilla had been living in the northern countries, and all she knew was the customs of the north. She had never seen the endless rainforest around her, as well as the various strange-shaped trees in the tropical climate. This made her look a little excited. After hearing this, Tonks looked at Jaina, who was continuously releasing ice spells to cool herself down. Soon, a blue ice began to rotate around Jaina. This is one of the unique combat skills of World of Warcraft mages. By condensing elemental spheres to reduce the casting time of corresponding elemental magic, Jaina's ice ball can also double as a portable air conditioner. The one who is most proficient in this technique is actually the High Elf Prince Kaeldats. He can summon 3 fire orbs at the same time. Don't worry, the Ministry of Magic has already given me the coordinates before I came here and asked me to look for it. Wang Qian's. Anna quickly took out a similar magic compass, found it. We will go upstream next. Going up to the west, this time the destination is in the center of the rainforest. As soon as this statement came out, Levin was immediately disappointed. In fact, in addition to slaying dragons, Levin also wanted to travel in the Amazon during this trip. So the views and experiences along the way are also important. Unlike Cyrilla and Jaina, the 2 visitors from Otherworld, Levin's hometown is Blue Star Valley, just like the Harry Potter world. He has done some research on the Amazon rainforest. He knew very well that although the world's largest rainforest was rich in products and had a variety of novel species, but for ordinary tourists, apart from the rainforests and rivers that can be seen everywhere, only the densely populated areas near the main road of the Amazon River are more densely populated and the scenery is more colorful. But for now, let's put the mission first. I saw Jaina take out a small ship model from her pocket, gently place it in the river, and it instantly turned into a big ship. After the 4 people got on the boat, Jaina clicked with her magic wand, and the magic boat sailed upstream without power and headed deep into the jungle. Comments. The climate in the Amazon jungle is very hot and humid. If most people stay there, it won't take long for them to feel like they were fished out of the water. Because of this, the local indigenous people are mostly half-naked. But Levin and Ciri don't need to worry about this kind of thing. The leather armor designed by Levin will all come with temperature control and drying technology, allowing the wearer to maintain constant temperature and dryness for a long time. Therefore, the two of them were not affected by the climate here. Tonks, on the other hand, was not well prepared for the situation here, so she had no choice but to huddle close to the leader to enjoy the air conditioning of the ice ball. Thanks to her carelessness and thick skin, she had no stomach for her. Since it was the first time to see the rainforest scenery, Cyrilla and Levin chatted and laughed about the vine-shaped trees on both sides of the river. The two also competed to identify the small animals hidden in the canopy and bushes. Had a great time. Levin even brought out snacks prepared in advance, and the four of them enjoyed them together. But as Levin has studied before, apart from the novel animals and plants, there is nothing interesting to see in the Amazon rainforest. Ever since, after watching the rainforest scenery for nearly 5 or 6 hours, even Cyrilla was no longer surprised. Everywhere here feels the same except for the trees. Tonks put her hands behind her head, holding a toothpick in her mouth, and said boredly. Even her hair turned a wilting gray. Levin advised while observing the 387 beetle he had just caught. The Amazon rainforest alone is indeed nothing to see. But after things here are over, we can also go to Peru, where not only there are various rainforest scenery, but also indigenous tribes, the ancient city of Inca, Uyuni Salt Lake, and Machu Picchu. Do you know? The vast salt lake there is like a mirror reflecting the sky. Sister Gianna, after we complete the mission, we are lucky enough to go on a trip. How about it? Of course, you can arrange it. Jaina was fine with this. Since coming to this world, she seems to have never relaxed well with her friends. But the main reason is because, as a guest of Otherworld, I am always separated by a layer of distance, and I have never made any friends with whom I can truly be completely heart to heart. Thinking of this, her eyes looked at Levin a little gentler. Beside her, Tonks listened to Levin's description and was already looking forward to the future trip. Cyrilla naturally leaned lightly on Levin's shoulder. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was imagining those wonderful scenery. But just when they were getting excited, Levin's words suddenly stopped. The boy stood up and looked far into the distance. After a long while, he sighed. Gianna, where did your pointer lead you, Chka? We seem to have come to a different place. Looking at the strange scene that suddenly appeared in front of him, Levin murmured. Just now, their ship had sailed into a narrower tributary guided by the pointer. Different from the dense rainforest with dense trees before, the vegetation on both sides of the river in front of us began to become sparse, and even open plains were gradually visible. Since Levin was blessed with psychic perception, he could see that on the plain deep in the rainforest, there stood a rather huge cone-shaped stone building. How can there be a pyramid in a place like this? Pyramid is the general name for pyramidal buildings. Since there is no need to consider mechanics when building, the cost is relatively low as a spectacle. Many kingdoms in ancient times built pyramids as symbolic structures. This was true in ancient Egypt, and so was the Inca Empire in South America. However, unlike the Egyptian pyramids which were used as the tombs of pharaohs, most of the pyramids in the Inca Empire were used for religious sacrificial activities. Those in power believe that tall pyramids can facilitate their communication with heaven. The most amazing thing about the pyramid is that it is made of stones weighing thousands of tons, and there is no adhesive between the stones. It is only built by the overlapping and interlocking of the stones. Muggles thought this was very incredible in ancient times, so there were different opinions on the construction of the pyramid. Some people believe that the construction of the pyramids represents the blood and tears of the ancient Inca people. Some people think it was left by aliens. How the pyramids were built is not a secret to the division. Ancient wizards were very resourceful and had great ideas. They served those in power and built pyramids. At the same time, they also mixed many private goods into the pyramids, so as to use the power of the whole country to complete their own magic. At least the Egyptian and Mayan pyramids were built this way. The four people marveled and came to the pyramid. Levin observed the pyramid, searching for traces of magic. Jaina held the pointer and pointed at the target. Finally, she found a skinny old man in the nearby rainforest who was peeping his head. The old man was naked from the waist up, wearing a cloak made of hundreds of different feathers, and holding a coiled wooden staff, looking like an Amazon native. When she saw Gianna, she actually held hands and greeted them. The four people went up to meet them and heard the old man say, "Hello, everyone. Are you wizards from the Een Kingdom?" He speaks fluent English and can talk about the Een Kingdom. No matter how you look at it, he is a fake butcher. The four of them looked at each other, and finally Gianna stepped forward. "Hello, old gentleman. We are indeed wizards sent by the Ministry of Magic of the Kingdom of Een. Are you the contact person here, Hornbill?" Yes, I am Hornbill, but you can also call me by my real name, Manco Capac." The old man said cheerfully, "Welcome all you outside wizards to my territory. Now, please tell me how to go to my tribe." As he said that, the old man turned around and walked deeper into the rainforest. Several people looked at each other and could only follow behind. After walking around a big tree, the group soon saw an indigenous tribe. The people here live in houses made of wood and hay. There are many people around the tribe who are cutting wood, washing, and working. Everyone here bowed down and saluted respectfully when they saw the old man. Levin was a little surprised by their attitude. In the entire tribe, it seems that only the old man has magic power fluctuations in his body. This means that everyone else is Muggle. How is this going? Levin grabbed an ordinary tribesman and asked him this question using proficient language. Under the influence of Levin's psychic powers, the tribesman responded obediently. "Lord Capac is our shaman, and his family has been guarding this place for generations." "Shaman?" Levin frowned and said, "Are you saying that Shako Capac is the second in command below the leader here?" "No. The tribe is managed by the leader, but every leader obeys Capac Shaman. Capac is a great and good shaman. Their family can communicate with the power of God so that we can have good weather and the seeds we plant can grow smoothly. Diseases and resentful spirits will not threaten us." The tribesman spoke emotionally. He even trembled and rolled his eyes when he got excited. His attitude was no different from that of the most ardent believer. Levin looked around, and other Pelluo citizens seemed to agree with him. It seems that Capac went to these primitive tribes as a shaman, as a wizard. Is it difficult for him to care about the International Statute of Secrecy? Normally, a net master cannot disclose the existence of magic to Muggles without authorization. With this question in mind, Levin caught up with his companions. Regarding this question, Levin asked the old man Capac directly. Then I got an answer like this. "My family has been like this for generations." Later, it was Jaina who explained to him. It turns out that the scope of application of the International Statute of Secrecy is limited to those Muggle countries that have joined the international community and does not include such small and remote tribes that have no contact with the outside world. Think about it. These small tribes have been isolated from the world for so long, and their shamanic traditions have been maintained for hundreds or thousands of years. They have relied on the magic of shamans to live a nourishing life for so many years. If we take the shamans away by force, if the International Statute of Secrecy is implemented, who should be blamed if this tribe cannot survive after losing its shaman? Gianna's analysis is well-founded and convincing. Levin didn't even know that there was such a special case in the wizarding world. After hearing that both Levin and Cirilla were Ravenclaw students, Capac told them happily, "My son also studied at Hogwarts 5 years ago. He is also a Ravenclaw Academy and now works at Gringotts. By the way, I heard that Miss Tonks is a Hufflepuff. Coincidentally, I was also a Hufflepuff when I was studying at Hogwarts." Next, everyone listened to the old man recalling the prosperous years he had spent at Hogwarts. It turns out that the Capac family, as the shamans here, have not been isolated from the world for a long time like ordinary people. Since European wizards came to America with the Spanish, they have had exchanges with their European counterparts. For example, their family has sent their children to Hogwarts for generations to learn about the outside world. After graduating, young wizards usually find a job in the wizarding world of the Yin Kingdom, marry the wizards there, and leave heirs. When you get older, out of the responsibility of protecting their homeland, they will give up the colorful, compared to the tribe, wizarding society and modern, compared to the tribe, living conditions in the outside world, and return to the primitive and monotonous rainforest tribe to learn from their elders. Inheriting the position of the previous generation of shamans, practicing traditions and protecting several nearby tribes. After listening to this, Levin felt a little dumbfounded. What is Wakanda, South America? But this also made him understand why Old Man Capac became the liaison of the Ministry of Magic. He also had some experience in the wizarding world of the Yin Kingdom. There may be many people in the Ministry of Magic who were his old classmates. In the tribe, the 4 Levins received a warm welcome. Cyrilla and the others could not speak the indigenous language and had no idea what these tribesmen were talking about. But Levin discovered through language comprehension that the 4 of them were actually visiting shamans and messengers of Quetzalcoatl, as introduced by Old Man Capac. Yes, as descendants of the Inca Empire, they believe in Quetzalcoatl. This god is called Kukulkan in Mayan mythology and Viracocha in Inca mythology. Shamans like Levin also have the ability to communicate with Quetzalcoatl. Listening to his description, Levin also thought it was quite vivid. There are only tens of thousands of wizards in the Yin Kingdom, so they are essentially just a large tribe. From this perspective, it is not wrong to say that people like Jaina who are employed by the Ministry of Magic are to protect the tribe. At the reception banquet, the 4 of them enjoyed a lot of local, delicious food. It seems that because the shamans were exposed to the outside world, the local cuisine here adopts many cooking techniques from the outside world. This results in most of the dishes being normal, such as desserts made from palm tree hearts, various barbecued meats, fried bananas, tapioca wine, etc. The capybara meat was just too fishy, and Levin tried it 2 or 3 times but couldn't eat it. Of course, there are also many weird dishes that outsiders can't stand. Jaina accidentally ate a portion of roasted leafcutter ants and almost vomited the entire dinner. On the first night of the trip, Levin did not use the mansion technique, but spent the night with the Amazon sky. The next day, Jaina asked Capac to find the black dragon. Don't worry, my tribesmen did see the demon flying by with their own eyes, otherwise I wouldn't have provided you with clues. The old man said seriously, I will personally take you to find the demon together with the tribesmen later. Just a demon. There are no dragons living in the Amazon rainforest. Demons are their collective name for those powerful and cruel magical creatures. An hour later, the 4 of them, led by Capac and a young tribesman, walked towards the clearing in the rainforest. Isn't that the direction we came from? Levin asked curiously. I seem to have seen that pyramid too, Tonks also said. The young man chirped and said something to Capac. Then Capac turned around and said with a smile, my tribesmen said that the demon flew in that direction at that time, but it was no longer visible after a short distance. It probably fell into that direction. In the jungle. That's it. Several people nodded and accepted his judgment. In fact, I have to accept it. After all, they are all outsiders, and the news about the dragon is in the hands of local snakes like them. Of course, whatever they say is what it is. Only Levin frowned. No, what the tribesman just said was not the direction of the black dragon at all, but he was asking Capac where he wanted to lead the way. He pointed out the direction for us only after being signaled by Capac. This shows that Capac is purely lying when he said that he was an eyewitness at the time. The so-called black dragon is hidden in this jungle is purely Capac's own opinion. He actually deceived us because we didn't understand the native language. Fortunately, he didn't know that I knew the magic of language comprehension. Please give me flowers. But why did Capac do this? What's his conspiracy? Levin thought hard for a while, but because there were too few clues, he still had no clue, so he decided not to expose his lies for the time being and to take a long-term view to catch the big fish. But from this point of view, I was right to cast detector on every dish last night. For people like this who tell lies, even if they didn't poison last night, it doesn't mean they won't poison them in the future. You have to be more careful. With a vigilant mind, Levin followed the others to the plain clearing, passed through the pyramid, and entered the opposite jungle to start a search. This jungle seems to be very big. Even if we limit the area here, we won't be able to search it all in a short while. Looking at the vast rainforest in front of her, Tonks fell into confusion. In this case, why don't we search separately? Capac suggested we can work in pairs, with the sole purpose of searching. How about sending a signal as soon as we see the dragon, and waiting for everyone to gather before fighting? Jaina nodded. This is indeed a sound plan. Seeing that the other party accepted the proposal, Capac struck while the iron was hot. Director Gianna, your magic is the most powerful among us. The tribesmen who are not as good as mine will be left to your care. Are you planning to drive away the strongest person? After knowing that the old man had a problem, Levin easily saw through his plan and couldn't help but frown. However, the other party's proposal is also reasonable. If you want to search in groups, the most important thing is to keep the strength of each group equal. No one group is too weak, giving potential dragons an opportunity. This is a conspiracy, and he won't stop it. Next, Capac looked at the other three people. Seeing the scene, Cyrilla came to Levin and whispered in her ear, "Why don't we work as a team?" Levin glanced at her. The girl's face was flushed and she blinked at him ambiguously. He immediately understood the other party's plan. So he took the initiative and said, "Mr. Capac, why don't you and I join a team? To be honest, I'm quite interested in the jungle and I hope I can teach you more." I already hinted like this, but you actually want to find that old man? Is it possible that the old man is more attractive than me? She quietly tugged on Levin's left hand, but Inging ignored her and still looked at Capac with warlike eyes. Old Capac blinked at Levin's initiative, seemingly a little surprised, but immediately agreed. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to know about the current Hogwarts, so I'll go with you. In this case, the two of us will be a team. Tonks was also a little surprised that she and Cyrilla were assigned to the same team, but she immediately accepted it without hesitation. So the 6 people were divided into 3 groups and started searching the jungle. How difficult is it to find something in the rainforest? There are tall trees everywhere with lush crowns, and the competition between plants is extremely intense. All plants are trying to make themselves taller, and stretch their branches and leaves as much as possible to block the sunlight of their competitors. Under this terrible species competition, the rainforest is almost divided into 2 worlds above and below the tree canopy. The upper part is bathed in sunlight, while the lower part can only enjoy the faint light left through the numerous leaves. This makes it impossible for Levin to quickly view large areas by climbing high and looking far away. Below the canopy, generally larger individuals cannot fly. Twisted tree trunks, dense branches, and countless drooping vines make the low altitude of the rainforest dense with obstacles. If you're not careful, you'll bump into something. If you want to search for something here, you can only use your legs to cross the 423 tree roots, large and small shrubs and ferns, and search on the ground. This greatly increases the difficulty of searching. In this regard, wizards have an advantage over muggles. At least wizards' manifestation spells are not as easily interfered with as muggles' search and rescue equipment. Levin, who took the initiative to deal with Old Man Capac, walked forward in the dense forest with him. Levin took the initiative to walk in front, leaving his back completely to Capac, looking carefree and undefended, chatting while walking forward. In fact, Levin's psychic abilities were always on alert. At the same time, the druid's ability is also particularly active in the rainforest, and the surrounding plants all become Levin's eyes. This appearance of being loose on the outside and tight on the inside is to tempt Old Man Capac to take action, if he really has malicious intentions. However, until most of the day passed, Capac still maintained the appearance of a good old man, showing no flaws. Even Levin almost doubted, "Is it difficult for me to guess wrong before?" But in the end, he firmed up his idea. "There is something wrong with this old man. Otherwise, he would not have made up a lie about the whereabouts of the black dragon for no reason and led them to search in the forest for nothing. But where does the problem occur? Levin still didn't understand this until he returned. After a whole day of searching, naturally nothing was found. After all, the information about the whereabouts of the black dragon was originally made up by Old Man Capac. As agreed, the 6 people gathered under the pyramid and walked towards the tribe. Needless to say, I felt disappointed along the way. Old Man Capac took the initiative to comfort him. According to the observations of the tribesmen, there has never been a black dragon or similar creature taking off from this rainforest in the past few days, which means that the dragon either stays where it is or leaves on foot. It can go there or not too many places. We will search for another day tomorrow and we can always find it. Capac's words cheered up a few people a little, but Levin was the only one who remained unconvinced. On the way back, the boy quietly approached Jaina and asked, "How did you get the information that the black dragon was here?" This question was asked abruptly. Jaina glanced at Levin, then at Capac, who was walking in front, and said keenly, "Do you think there is something wrong with this Capac?" Without waiting for Levin to answer, she explained directly, "In fact, we didn't know that the black dragon was here at the beginning. We only barely found that the black dragon was heading to South America through magic tracking. After that, the Ministry of Magic of the Een Kingdom only acted like the magic governments of various countries in South America, and the friendly forces issued a statement that dangerous magical creatures have been observed heading to South America and requested that they inform the Ministry of Magic of the Underworld in a timely manner if they have relevant discoveries. As for the specific dangerous magical creature and where it comes from, the Ministry of Magic has not disclosed it. Fudge thinks this is for the prestige of the Ministry of Magic." As I guessed, Fudge is this kind of person. Levin nodded. Through his past life understanding and current life experience, he knew the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, very well. He was a weak politician and a standard power animal. He has no political ideals or actions, and everything he does is just to maintain his power. People like him want to cover up things as soon as they happen, and will not take the initiative to announce their mistakes to the outside world. No wonder the Ministry of Magic is willing to believe that the Black Dragon is here. After all, when the Ministry of Magic did not disclose complete information, Capac took the initiative to discover the Black Dragon. Being able to learn about the Black Dragon itself proves the authenticity of the information. Then the question is, if the witnesses are false and the so-called Black Dragon information was forged by Capac, then how did Capac know about the Black Dragon? Thinking of this, Penguin was shocked. This shows that although the Black Dragon was in the rainforest is false, Capac saw the Black Dragon is probably true. So where is the Black Dragon really? It's terrifying to think about this matter. Considering the size of the Black Dragon, it is impossible to hide its traces near the tribe. But whether in D&D or WoW, adult dragons have the ability to transform into mortal races. Of course, if this giant dragon came from other worlds such as the Lord of the Rings, that would be another matter. Anyway, when you take this into account, the whole thing becomes more complicated. When Levin was lost in thought, Jaina's concern rang in his ears. Looking at the troubled look on your face, did you discover something? Levin thought for a while and revealed his current information and questions to Jaina. Among the 3 female companions, only Jaina understands the dragon, and only Jaina can discuss this aspect with him. Is there such a convenient spell as language understanding? After hearing this, Jaina was surprised at first, and then fell into silence. After a long time, she said, "Your handling method is correct. Although Capac is very problematic, we can only stay put until we learn more information, so as not to alert the enemy. As for the fact that dragons can transform into mortal races, I have also heard this rumor in Dalaran. Some people have always said that the former Archmage Krasis, one of the 6 members of the Kirin Tor Council, it's actually a red dragon, and I've always regarded it as a joke. From what you say, it's probably true. It's hard to change that teacher Antonidas laughs every time he hears this rumor." Speaking of this, 4.4 Jaina couldn't help but think of her days in Azeroth again, and she couldn't help but look nostalgic. Levin did not disturb the Dalaran mage, but quietly listened to her recount the past. After a while, she said, "Sorry, I was a little off topic." "It's okay, Sister Jaina. I've known Azeroth for a long time, but I've never met it. It's interesting to hear your stories about it." "Thank you, Levin." Jaina sighed. "Back to the topic. Since the dragon has the possibility of turning into a mortal, then we have to guard against it. When we return to the tribe tonight, we have to find an opportunity to explore around, see if there is anyone suspicious here. But the dragon that transforms into a mortal is still a dragon, so be careful not to alarm the other party." Now that the two of them had made up their mind, they separated again, pretended that nothing happened, and followed Old Man Capac back to the tribe. After returning to the tribe, a grand bonfire party was held as usual in the evening. Apart from anything else, the Old Man Capac was unambiguous in his hospitality to these guests. Various rainforest delicacies, tribal indigenous music and dance, etc., they brought out everything they could. The main thing is to use the material resources of a star tribe to make the guests happy. It would be better if he didn't have such little thoughts behind it. But then again, if Capac didn't have those intentions behind his back, he might not have paralyzed them with such a grand reception. During the bonfire party, Levin was still the same as yesterday, eating and drinking with the unsuspecting Cirilla and Tonks. But the focus is entirely on observing the details of the tribe. Whether it is the tribal leader who is respectful to them, the indigenous waiters running around, the musicians playing indigenous instruments, the indigenous men and women having fun in front of the campfire, or the marginalized elderly indigenous people. Levin carefully observed everyone he saw, trying to find any clues about them. No, 29. They all looked like the most ordinary tribesmen, and none of them had the characteristics of a dragon. Maybe I guessed wrong? Or is it that Schrodinger's black dragon incarnation did not participate in the dinner, but was hiding in a corner of the village? Thinking of this, Levin used druid methods to control a small bat less than 20 centimeters long through animal control and connected his senses to it. The wizards in this world have no understanding of druids, and there is no way they would have expected Levin to have such a method. It can be said that it is impossible to prevent it. Sure enough, no matter how the little bat flew around in the tribe, it would not attract anyone's attention. Anyway, there are a lot of bats in this place at night, and it's normal for one to break into the tribe occasionally. As a result, Levin was able to control it unscrupulously to explore every corner of the tribe, trying to find the secrets hidden by Capac. However, after flying around, Levin could not find the hidden black dragon incarnation he imagined. I'm confused that the black dragon is really not here. Is my guess wrong? Just when Levin began to doubt himself, the little bat's ultrasonic wave suddenly responded, and there were humanoid creatures in the nearby rainforest. Levin controlled the little bat and looked over, and sure enough he saw a human-like shadow in the shadowy forest. But at the same time, the figure's red eyes also looked at the bat. Discovered? Levin couldn't help but be surprised. So he gave up tracking with the bat and instead used the excuse of going to the toilet and went to a remote corner to catch up in person. Such suspicious clues must not be let go. After simply casting the buff for himself, Levin strode towards the direction where he found the figure. At the same time, his psychic power detection was fully activated, searching for suspicious things in the forest. Soon, he locked onto that figure. Got you. The smiling man in front of Levin ran away quickly, walking vigorously through the trees, and came to the front in a blink of an eye. Then he saw the true face of that figure. It was obviously a woman, but her body was like a big cat, her limbs and fingers were abnormally long, and it looked like she had been stretched. Her hair was tied into long, black braids, and she had along the face has a high nose bridge. The clothes on his body are all made of animal skins, and the whole person looks like a humanoid beast. Seeing Levin's arrival, the strange woman was obviously very surprised and said in a hoarse and deep voice, "You are an outsider." Does the other party seem able to communicate? It's just that the other person stumbled when he spoke, and his accent was vague and weird. It was obvious that he rarely used language. Levin pointed his wand at the other party. "Tell me, who are you and why are you snooping here?" But at this time, he had actually let down most of his vigilance. According to the feedback from Identification Technique, this woman does have a powerful dark magic power in her body, but in terms of size, it is even inferior to the fire dragon in the Harry Potter world, let alone a giant dragon. So she can never be a dragon. The avatars are mostly local dark humanoid races. The woman did not answer Levin's question, but said in a hoarse voice, "Foreign, wizards, you shouldn't. Stay in the tribe, otherwise the only thing waiting for you is prison." "Can I consider this a threat from you?" Levin asked in a deep voice. The woman tilted her head, seemingly surprised by Levin's reaction. She seemed to feel that the other party did not understand what she meant, so she emphasized, "Leave the village, otherwise you will die." Just then, Levin noticed. Behind the woman, two more women who looked similar to him and had the same body shape appeared, rushing towards him. Behind him, his companions were also approaching quickly. "What happened here, Brother Levin? Who is she?" Jaina was the first to come to Levin. "I don't know him. He's probably a local dark race." Levin stared straight ahead and answered casually. "Shavarina," the woman said suddenly. "What?" Jaina was confused. "Shavarina, my name is," the woman added. "I see." Seeing that the other party was interested in communicating, Jaina smiled and stepped forward, trying to negotiate with the other party. "Hello, Lina. My name is Gianna, and this is Levin. Nice to meet you." But her friendliness did not receive the same response. Instead, Shavarina took a step back reflexively. She stared closely behind the two of them, as if she had discovered something she didn't want to see, and said to herself, "Jaina, Levin, leave the village, otherwise there is only death waiting for you." With that said, he turned around and left quickly. At the same time, Capac also arrived. Levin was about to chase, but was stopped by Capac. "There is no need to chase them," the old man said. "As long as you don't listen to their nonsense, they will not pose a threat to us." "Do you recognize them?" Levin asked curiously. The three sisters, Kajili, Senna, and Chaflina, are a local vampire group. Capac explained, "They feed on the blood of the indigenous people in the rainforest and are dark creatures that cannot see the light. If they were not too fast, I have told them to wipe them out a long time ago. Apart from their speed and a few tricks, they are not threatening at all. As long as we are careful not to fall into their trap, they will not threaten us." When introducing them, Capac's tone was full of disdain, just like a standard proud wizard. But Levin's psychic ability detected a hint of envy hidden in his tone. "Now that they have left, let's go back to the tribal area and continue playing music and dancing." Led by Capac, several people returned to the tribe and really knew how to continue. No one noticed that after they left, a small bat flapped its wings and flew in the direction the vampire left. The happy time eventually comes to an end. In a blink of an eye, the tribe's dinner party is over and the whole village falls into sleep. As distinguished guests of the village, the four Levins still stayed in the shaman's house with the best conditions. In the guest room. It was clearly late at night, but Levin, who should have been asleep, was always awake, pretending to be lying on the bed as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the wall of the wooden house broke open, and a spear suddenly shot in, shooting uncontrollably towards his bed. At the critical moment, a translucent light shield emerged, blocking Levin from the spear attack. "Sure enough, it's here." Levin quickly stood up and lifted the quilt. At this time, you can see that he is still fully armed. Although he is resting, in fact, he has not even taken off his armor. He had long felt that there was something wrong with Capac, but now the other party finally couldn't help but take action. Levin smiled ferociously, then used his shield to block the spears fired from outside the house one after another, and walked towards the door. The most urgent task now is to confirm the situation of Cyrilla and the others. Although wizards' magic is very destructive, their bodies are only stronger than ordinary people. This means that if they are attacked in their sleep, they are still extremely vulnerable. Even if Levin had warned them before going to bed and provided necessary protection, now that the enemy was launching a surprise attack, he still had to confirm their safety. Boom, boom, boom. Enemy attacks continued one after another. After the spear was thrown, the fire struck. Fire came down from all directions, turning the entire house into a sea of flames. The scope of the sea of fire is extremely huge. Through the detection of psychic powers, Levin was surprised to find that not only his room, but now all areas in the entire shaman's house were engulfed in flames. Able to ignite such a fire in one breath, Levin realized that there was only one possibility for the source of the fire: dragon breath. And it has to be the dragon breath that the black dragon tries its best to do. Under the influence of this dragon's breath, the endless high temperature is spreading to various rooms at an alarming speed, and everything it touches is reduced to ashes. Moreover, the flames of this dragon's breath are far more lethal than ordinary fire, and Levin's shield is being consumed at a rate far exceeding ordinary burning damage. It's really a big deal. Levin gritted his teeth inside. At the same time, an invisible force was triggered and wrapped around his whole body, firmly blocking out the fire. This is the spell, triggering fire resistance, that he had prepared long ago. This spell has the function of trigger. When the subject suffers fire damage, the spell will be activated because Levin provides fire resistance. Since it is speculated that the black dragon may be with Capac, Levin will naturally be on guard against its dragon breath. Including the previous triggered shield and triggered fire resistance, these are all countermeasures that Levin has prepared for everyone in advance. Under its flame resistance, those raging fires were instantly isolated from the protection. After all, this is just a flame ignited by the dragon's breath, not a direct encounter with the dragon's breath. Although this fire is stronger than ordinary flames, it is still within the range of flame resistance. Levin just walked through the sea of fire and went straight to Cyrilla's room next door. At this time, Cyrilla was still lying on the bed sleeping peacefully. The fire that lit the house had already spread to her body, but she didn't know anything about it, and she seemed to be sleeping more soundly. Levin stepped forward and patted Cyrilla on the shoulder. "Shili, wake up quickly." "DS." Cyrilla slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw that the person coming was Levin, she turned around and said coldly, "It's so late, why are you looking for me? Go find your old man." Levin was speechless for a while after hearing this. "Why do you still remember what happened in the morning?" "We weren't afraid that the old man had a conspiracy at that time, so we risked our lives." However, he was able to confirm that Cyrilla was indeed awake, but had been pretending to sleep. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have said such a thing." Then again, at this time, Cyrilla was just like Levin before. She was lying on the bed with her clothes on, so it was impossible to really sleep soundly. "But now is the time to lose your temper." Levin forcibly pulled Cyrilla up. "Haven't you figured it out yet? If this place is burned like this, doesn't it mean that Capac really has a problem? Since he has a problem, then I chose to join him in the morning. It's really to protect you. The logic is this logic." But it was rare for Cyrilla to take the initiative, but was rejected, and the blow she suffered was not even a little bit painful. She also knew that now was not the time to be willful, so she followed Levin out of the room obediently. Then the two went to Jaina and Tonk's rooms and met them. Among them, Tonk's was in the best condition. His room was relatively untouched by the flames, but was only attacked by spears. But things were not so good for Jaina. Ghosh received special care because, in Parker's eyes, she was the strongest among the four. The entire guest room she was staying in was about to be burned down in the dragon breath. Fortunately, the Jaina people were fine and escaped easily under the protection of flame resistance. Of course, things don't end here yet. The four of them searched the sea of fire, and sure enough, the room where Capac originally lived was empty, and there were no burned corpses. Apparently, the old man wasn't here before the attack started. This further proves that the attack is related to him. What to do next? In the sea of fire, Jaina looked at Levin and asked for his opinion. After just one battle, she had fully seen the boy's ability and recognized his dominant position. Capac's problem was discovered entirely by him, and he also arranged the subsequent series of countermeasures in an orderly manner. In tonight's attack, all the defensive measures Levin had arranged in advance by Li Zhao were in effect. With such an excellent companion, she is naturally happy to consult the other person's opinions. And Levin just smiled coldly. They actually attacked us so late at night. If we don't respond properly, doesn't it mean that we are afraid? The top priority, of course, is to kill them and give the murderers some color. At this moment, Levin threw away all calculations and cautions and actually waved his magic wand. A powerful shock wave suddenly burst out, shattering the wooden wall that was almost burned to collapse. The aftermath of Thunder Wave spread outside the house, and several figures who tried to get close to the house were blown away several meters away. Through the smoke and sparks, under the light of the fire, Levin and others saw dense crowds of natives holding spears and surrounding the hut. But what attracted their attention the most was the huge figure 3 or 4 meters high behind the natives. That black dragon. The area where the shaman's house is located is the most important area for the entire tribe. Normally, out of awe, the natives of the tribe would not come near this place except for those who serve them every day. After all, the shaman is the spokesperson of the gods, and approaching him rashly will be regarded as an offense to the great Quetzalcoatl god Viracocha. Even the house itself has the nature of a shrine. But now, countless indigenous people have gathered here under the cover of darkness. Under the dark night, they all painted sacred oil paint costumes, put on wooden armors and leather armors that were only used in battle, brought their treasured knives, held throwing spears, and carried dragon beasts given by the gods. Facing this in the past, the Holy Land was at war with each other. Kul. A tall and old figure walked out of the crowd. He is the nominal first person in the tribe, and his status is second only to the chief shaman. Like other tribesmen, he also wore a feather crown tonight and put on his most orthodox and solemn costume as a chief. Looking at the wooden house that was swallowed up by the fire, the old man's expression was very solemn. As the leader of the secular forces of the tribe, generally speaking, people like him are the most suspicious and repulsive of shamans. Perhaps before today he was also such a chief. But now he has prided himself on being a loyal servant of the shaman and the most ardent believer in the gods. Because he could see clearly that the messenger of Quetzalcoatl, the black dragon snake, had really arrived. If God's messenger exists, doesn't that prove that God exists? Tonight, Quetzalcoatl asked Capac to convey the oracle to him, saying that Quetzalcoatl's former shaman had betrayed the god, and the god sent an envoy to defeat the traitor, and they, the warriors of the 813 god, were responsible for assisting. The old chief believed deeply in the oracle of Quetzalcoatl, so he and his tribe appeared here, shouting and killing at the former shrine. God loves the world, and the world naturally loves God. Quetzalcoatl gave their tribe everything. So in return, they will naturally sacrifice their lives for God in times of crisis to prove their faith. Puff, puff. A series of muffled sounds were coming from the burning wooden house. The scout he had sent to gather information before was knocked away as soon as he met him. He was worthy of being a shaman who had betrayed the gods. He was indeed a shaman. Then, several figures walked out of the sea of fire and stood in front of them. It was the foreign shaman they had warmly entertained these past 2 days. It's obvious that everyone is getting along very happily. Why can't we continue like this? Since you choose to betray my god, then please die. The chief murmured to himself, then raised his scepter and roared. Che_Trashnakunada_wa, Uchi. Quechua, kill those traitors. After saying this, the surrounding indigenous warriors, dragon beasts, and young dragons roared and rushed towards the man and 3 women in front of them. At the same time, the divine messenger behind them raised his head and let out a breathtaking roar. Under this roaring summons, the indigenous warriors found that there seemed to be fire burning in their hearts, and then scales began to grow on their bodies, thorns began to grow on their backs, and they began to transform into dragons. The old chief smiled. As the people of Quetzalcoatl, they were not only given young dragons and dragon beasts by the angel before the war, But they also drank the divine wine of Quetzalcoatl. Now the divine wine has given them bodies that are more powerful and closer to the gods. This is the reason why they choose to participate in the siege. Although this ability is certainly not enough to defeat the traitor, who is feared by both the divine envoy and Capac shaman, it can at least cause them some trouble. In this case, Lord God Envoy and Lord Capac shaman should be able to defeat them in one fell swoop, right? Thinking like this, an emotion called happiness rippled in the heart of the old chief. As a believer, being able to help Quetzalcoatl and the envoys is his greatest wish. However, the happy expression on the old chief's face only lasted for a moment and then disappeared, replaced by endless shock. Because facing the massive siege of hundreds of people around them, the villain shamans did not show any panic. In fact, the half-grown boy who was leading the group and the blonde woman whom the Capac shaman was most afraid of even raised their short sticks in their hands with a grin. Powerful, extended blizzard. Spell strengthening, metamagic skill, at the cost of spell level +2, increases all spell effects by 50%. Spell expansion, metamagic skills, at the cost of spell level +3, all range values of the spell are doubled, the area is 4 times. It is clear that the wooden house in front is caught in the sea of fire, and behind is the angel with a burning breath in his breath. The old chief felt an inexplicable chill. Then he discovered that blizzards fell from the sky out of thin air, falling on the heads of the soldiers. No, that's not just any blizzard. With the joint casting of the two wizards and the blessing of a variety of super magical skills, the snowflakes turned into ice arrows and fell from the sky, directly hitting all the warriors with bloody heads. But the physical damage alone is not that terrible. As long as the soldiers hold on, they will be able to break through the blizzard sooner or later. The worst thing is that these ice arrows, have a cold and freezing effect. All the warriors who were hit fell into a cold and stiff state, their forward movements were slowed down, and many of them were directly frozen. In addition, the ice arrows also produced abnormal effects when they fell to the ground. The original ground directly turned into a smooth ice surface under the influence of ice elements. Tribal warriors who have lived in the rainforest for a long time have never seen this. Except for a few individuals with particularly strong balance, all of them slipped to the ground. There was freezing rain above, ice below, and the freezing effect. Many tribal warriors were trapped in the blizzard, unable to move forward for a long time, and were finally sieved by a steady stream of ice arrows. Seeing such a desperate scene, the indigenous warriors in the rear were all filled with jealousy, but they did not dare to step forward to rescue them. The dragon beasts and young dragons could not last longer than the warriors. Occasionally, a lucky fish would slip through the net, break through the scope of the blizzard, and rush in front of the wizards with the hope of the whole village. The other 2 witches and wizards who had not taken action stood up. One of the witches was holding a wand, and her hair turned an angry red in her fighting spirit. She waved the wand repeatedly, explosion curse, split curse, and used powerful spells one after another. Fell on the soldiers. Although the dragon-turned skin of the warriors slightly increased their resistance, it was still not enough to completely withstand magic damage, and each of them was beaten to pieces. But even more terrifying is the gray-haired witch. She did not hold a wand like her companions, but rather unmagically raised a silver sword. But the old chief could tell that the silver sword was much more magical than the ordinary sword, because every time the gray-haired witch raised it, terrible energy would appear on the blade, either frost, or is it lightning or an invisible force field. Her swordsmanship is extremely superb, surpassing that of any warrior in the tribe. Each of her sword strikes is incredibly destructive, enough to break through any defense. No warrior can resist her move. No matter whether you are resisting or parrying, you will be forcibly broken through by her sword blade. Even a dragon beast with rough skin and thick flesh will only be split in 2 by the terrifying sword edge. In the end, none of the lucky ones who survived the blizzard could successfully approach the target and interrupt this terrible spell. With just one move, Blizzard, the vanguard of hundreds of besiegers, was almost wiped out. This miserable scene is really chilling. The remaining indigenous warriors at the back looked at the tragic situation in front of them. How could they dare to come forward and die again? Even if there are divine envoys, shamans and chiefs holding the formation from behind, they only dare to stay at the edge of the blizzard range and launch some long-range attacks with blow darts, spear throwing, and other methods. However, this is even less worth mentioning to the four wizards. This weak normal attack couldn't even penetrate their magic shields, and they all just bounced off and fell to the ground. The difference between ordinary people and wizards is vividly reflected here. Seeing this desperate scene, the old chief fell to his knees with trembling hands, and Capac Shaman frowned. What a useless waste. He looked at the trembling tribesmen in front of him and the chief who was slumped on the ground and yelled angrily, "The tribes are all waste." Then he turned to the young dragons and dragon beasts. "You are also useless. It is a waste of time for the divine envoy to give you the power of God." After saying that, he looked at the black dragon beside him, bowed down and said, "Dear divine envoy, at this point, it is impossible to rely on these mobs to defeat the traitors. I beg you, the divine envoy, to personally take action and use the power of thunder to wipe out the evil in front of you. Live up to God's gift." The dragon seemed to understand his plea. He stepped forward and roared. Roar. Dragon beasts, young dragons, dragon-turned human beings. The series of enemies that appeared before really amazed Levin. He didn't expect that in addition to its own strength, this black dragon also had such a series of means of producing cannon fodder. Don't look at these cannon fodder being wiped out in front of the blizzard, created by Levin and Jaina. But that was just their bad luck, meeting a strong man like Levin. If they were facing ordinary wizards or Muggle military police, with these guys' superhuman physique and defense, they can definitely cause them a lot of trouble. After just a few days of escaping here, this black dragon caused such a scene. If she is really allowed to settle down here, Levin has no doubt that it will simply bring out an entire army. The black dragon with such means. If the opponent's physical strength was not up to par, Levin would have suspected that it was the unlucky guy with his head hanging at the gate of Stormwind City. The daughter of Deathwing, the black dragon princess Onyxia, who single-handedly brought trouble to the entire Stormwind City. The black dragon in front of me is indeed terrifying, but it is not worth mentioning compared to the real black dragon princess. If the opponent was really Onyxia, Levin would definitely turn around and run away without stopping. However, even if the opponent is not Onyxia, her black dragon form is still astonishingly destructive. See it roar. Both Levin and the other three people were ready to prepare. They knew that the other party was going to take action. I saw the black dragon kicking its forelimbs, and its entire body stood upright. At the same time, its wings spread and flapped. How terrifying is it to flap wings with a wingspan of 16 meters? A strong wind of level 10 blew directly from the ground, blowing sand and rocks everywhere. Levin and others covered their faces. Immediately afterwards, the black dragon soared into the sky, circled in a circle and swooped directly towards the four Levins. This is the typical tactic used by giant dragons against mortal races, to crush them forcefully with their powerful bodies. Get out of the way! Levin warned loudly and dodged to one side in a few steps. Jaina, Cyrilla, and Tonks also dodged. Tonks and Jaina even used the technique of tracking step. With just one move, the four people were scattered. Capac on the other side was not idle either. He picked an opponent at random, waved his wand and faced him. The black dragon failed to hit a single blow, but was not discouraged. It relied on its powerful body to rush forward and continuously attacked any enemy that appeared in its sight. Its existence is the biggest trouble on the battlefield. The black dragon is huge, and its movements can cause huge damage to four mortals, and every blow will cover a huge area. Faced with its bites and claws, Levin had to run at least 5 or 6 meters away to avoid it. This greatly increases the difficulty of dodging. Levin and Cyrilla were fine, their skills were strong enough, and it was not impossible for them to dodge with all their strength every time. But Tonks and Jaina were in dire straits. With their agility, they couldn't avoid the black dragon's attack. Therefore, every time they were targeted, they were forced to use trailing step. Once or twice is fine, but once more, the magic power consumption will be too high, and sooner or later you will be dragged to death. What about them? The black dragon's natural magic resistance allows it to ignore the influence of most magic. And when Levin used magic with physical effects, he had to face the resistance of strong dragon scales. The black dragon is naturally immune to most fire magic. Other spells will also face the effect of being unable to break through the defense when faced with dragon scales. You have to use high-level spells to cause damage to it. At least Tonks couldn't do anything about it. As for Cyrilla, the arcane sword can indeed break through the black dragon's defense, but the damage is nothing to the thick-skinned dragon. On the contrary, Cyrilla herself could easily face huge threats by getting too close to the black dragon. In addition, Capac is also a powerful wizard, and its attacks cannot be ignored by the four of them. The remaining indigenous warriors also found an opportunity this time. They found that their attacks were ineffective against the black dragon scales. So they began to unscrupulously launch long-range attacks on the four Levins. It didn't matter even if they accidentally injured the black dragon, just to consume their shields. After fighting like this, the four Levins had the upper hand and were suppressed throughout the fight. The four of them were able to remain unscathed under such a siege, all thanks to Levin's psychic ability to monitor the entire field and share it with his teammates through psychic links. This allowed them to see and hear in all directions. But being beaten passively all the time is not a problem. We can't continue like this. Someone must hold the black dragon back. Seeing that this black dragon was not satisfied with physical combat, it seemed to start breathing. Levin finally stopped holding back. His whole figure suddenly twisted and expanded, and he instantly transformed into a 6-meter-long feathered snake. The radiant feathered snake with its golden belly scales and bright fur immediately attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared on the battlefield. The black dragon noticed this conspicuous bag on the battlefield at a glance and immediately pointed its mouth at him. The attitude of Capac and the indigenous warriors became strange. Seeing Levin transform into a feathered serpent, Old Man Capac immediately changed his expression. He immediately realized that Levin's transformation would have a devastating blow to his reputation in the village. Sure enough, when he looked at the surrounding tribesmen, he found that these people immediately felt confused. In ancient times, feathered serpents appeared on the land of South America and the United States for a long time. And this kind of divine creature is born to make people unable to help but worship it. They are also willing to use this characteristic of themselves to attract people to do good. Therefore, whether they are the Mayans, Aztecs, or Incas, their original beliefs eventually transformed into belief in Quetzalcoatl, and in their eyes, the Quetzalcoatl is the true envoy of Quetzalcoatl. He was able to force these tribesmen to believe that the black dragon was the messenger of God, all because the feathered serpent was suspected of being extinct. The tribesmen had not seen the feathered serpent with their own eyes for hundreds of years. Coupled with his own prestige, this contributed to everything tonight. Otherwise, looking at the black dragon, which is completely black and looks very ferocious, it doesn't look like an envoy of a good god. And now, the real envoy of God has appeared. What will this make them think? Therefore, Capac could only break the jar and forcefully defend it. Don't be deceived by the enemy. The enemy is a traitor among the Quetzalcoatl shamans. It can transform into a feathered serpent. Full proof. But now that they have betrayed, even if they can become Quetzalcoatl, they cannot represent Quetzalcoatl. However, Levin, who transformed into a feathered serpent, anticipated this and directly used Glory Crown. The crown shining with golden light stands on the top of the head, like the halo behind the gods and Buddhas. Against the backdrop of the beautiful feathered snake, it looks extremely holy. Then they heard a gentle voice sounding from the bottom of their hearts. People of Quetzalcoatl Viracocha, please don't be deceived by demon believers and take the wrong path. You should distinguish between the power of demons and Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is sacred and great, its power is holy and healing, and the power of demons is absolutely untouchable. Zero, please give me flowers. The power of demons flows with brimstone and fire. They can only cause destruction, fire, and famine. They are the enemies of God. They fight against God, but they cannot get close to God and become gods. People of Viracocha, keep your eyes open and return to the right path. Only in this way can your dead souls join the ancestors in reaffirming the joy of Viracocha. In the feathered serpent state, Levin's psychic abilities increased significantly, so he easily bewitched these native fanatical believers. At the same time, the feathered serpent's wings flapped slightly, and a healing force swept across the battlefield. Many fell in the blizzard. The soldiers who were not dead suddenly felt that their whole bodies felt extremely comfortable, and their wounds began to slowly recover. As soon as group treatment of minor injuries came out, it immediately showed the kindness and healing of the Quetzalcoatl. At this time, the balance in the minds of these indigenous warriors began to flip. Yes, one is a feathered snake with conspicuous feathers, shining scales, and a holy aura in every move. It is completely in line with the indigenous aesthetics. On one side is a black dragon covered in black, with a ferocious appearance, horns on its head and thorns on its back. It has many characteristics that overlap with those of the legendary devil. It is clear at a glance who is good and who is evil. Besides, the Quetzalcoatl that we have worshipped for generations looks exactly like the Quetzalcoatl in front of us, and it is both holy light and healing, just like the legendary Quetzalcoatl's blessing. On the contrary, this black dragon, although it can turn people into powerful half-dragons, looks like half-dragons covered in scales like monsters. The black dragon has the ability to spray fire. The legendary Quetzalcoatl does not have the priesthood of fire. Quetzalcoatl does have the priesthood of the sun, but the sun's flames are all golden, and they don't match this dark red fire. In other words, what they followed before were false gods and demons. At this moment, the old chief, who was originally paralyzed on the ground, stood up tremblingly. He stared at the dazzling feathered serpent, his face full of enthusiasm, and shouted, "The true messenger of God has arrived to guide us on the right path. It sends healing blessings and forgives our offenses. As a believer of Quetzalcoatl, if you miss it once, you can't miss it the second time. If we want to please Quetzalcoatl, we must kill the real traitors and kill the demon believers who led us astray. Then kill the demon incarnation so that we can live up to Quetzalcoatl's favor." Ho ho! Hearing this, the remaining tribal warriors raised their weapons and responded one after another. So, who is the real traitor? Their eyes turned to Old Man Capac. You avenge yourself." The old man pointed at the chief and yelled, but he could not change the fact that he became the target of public criticism. Gadu. Seeing the half-dragon indigenous warriors staring fiercely at him, Capac swallowed hard. Levin and Jaina can easily deal with this half-dragon army, but that doesn't mean he can too. The next moment, countless indigenous warriors came to kill him. The power of the indigenous warriors and Capac can no longer interfere with their battle for the time being. Levin turned his attention back to the black dragon in front of him. Native warriors and Capacs were never the key to victory. Only by defeating the black dragon in front of you can it be considered a real victory. Thinking of this, Wei Wen let out a ching-ming-king that resounded in all directions. Seeing his cannon fodder being bullied away by the Quetzalcoatl, the black dragon was furious. The flames breathed out from his mouth and swept 20 to 30 meters. The feathered serpent just flapped its wings and avoided the range of its breath as if flying in the air. He dodged all the way, and the black dragon chased him all the way, but was crushed by Levin's agility and was unable to hit him. The other three were summoned by Levin's psychic link, except Tonks, who was responsible for keeping an eye on Capac. Jaina and Cirilla took advantage of him to hold back the black dragon and began to prepare means to fight against the black dragon. Jaina was the first to attack. I saw her waving her staff, and powerful water element energy gathered in front of her. A huge water element that was 2 stories high appeared in front of her. Immediately afterwards, 2 more smaller water elements appeared. As soon as the water elements appeared on the scene, they launched an attack on the black dragon. The water elements condensed into ice spears and fired towards the black dragon. In conjunction with Jaina's own ice arrow 487, the black dragon was attacked by quite powerful firepower. Cirilla here is not idle either. She has the talent of time travel, although she no longer travels at will after coming to the world of Harry Potter. But the talent is still there after all. After learning Wandering Step from Levin, this spell became the most commonly practiced spell besides spell-striking skills. If she also has a system panel, then she will definitely have the specialty of spell specialization, lost tracking step. Now, with the assistance of Levin's three-dimensional perspective of psychic perception, Cyrilla has developed this skill to the extreme. That is, instantaneous, accurate, no vision required, and no backswing teleportation. I saw a flash of silver light all over her body, and the next moment she appeared in the sky above the black dragon. Then he waved the arcane sword enchanted with ice arrow and directly launched a falling attack on the black dragon. With the sharpness of the sword itself and the blessing of gravity, the blade sank deeply into the black dragon's back, causing it to let out a miserable howl. Then, the female witcher who had been blessed with spider movement stood firmly on the back of the black dragon as if she had roots under her feet. She pulled out her sword and stabbed it randomly, leaving streaks of blood on the dragon's back. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the black dragon flapped its wings and resorted to difficult flying maneuvers such as volleying and tumbling in an attempt to drive the illegal passenger off the plane. But before it was halfway through its movement, Cyrilla appeared on the ground in a flash of silver light. The only effect of this difficult role is to disrupt the black dragon's attack rhythm and make it sick. The black dragon, which was still dominating the battlefield, was stunned by the wave of output from these three people. Who am I? Where am I? What am I fighting? Obviously, it was me who suppressed all enemies in the world just now. Why did he become a sandbag in the blink of an eye? Although these two attacks alone were just an itch for the black dragon. But if there are too many people scratching the itch, it will only break the skin. However, before Black Dragon could make further moves, figures flashed in the jungle, and three slender and strange women burst into the battlefield. It was the three wild vampires we met before, Chaflina, who had a relationship with Levin, and her sisters Kajili and Senna. Three vampires entered the battlefield and looked around blankly, seeming to be looking for something, until Levin's voice sounded in their hearts. "Stop looking, ladies. Have you seen the feathered snake in the sky? I was the one who summoned you just now." "Levin, sir, so your true form is a feathered serpent." Shavarina replied from the bottom of her heart, somewhat respectful of his attitude. "They have lived here for hundreds of years. Even if they live in isolation, they still have to get along with the indigenous people. They have also listened to the myth of Quetzalcoatl for hundreds of years. You might even have seen the Quetzalcoats with your own eyes before they disappeared." This mistake made Levin dumbfounded. "No, this is not my real body. This is my transformation, the wizard's Animagus. You should have heard of it." Animagus. "I've heard that. Today's wizards are amazing." "Well, this has slipped down to the point where today's wizards are like dragons." Levin did not clear up the misunderstanding, but continued, "According to our previous agreement, you have to cooperate with us to fight together. Only by working together can we drive away this black dragon." Jungle. "Of course, we won't break our promise. Look at our. We will work hard." The three vampires replied in their hearts. "In that case, Ciri, give the daggers to them." Levin gave another instruction to the Witcher. "Clear." After returning to the ground from the dragon's back, Cyrilla did not rush to launch the next round of attack. Instead, she came to the three vampires and issued a dagger to each of them. The dagger was completely white, with a 15 centimeters long blade and tiny barbs on it. It didn't feel like metal, but a bone product. This is exactly what Levin used to kill the basilisk Fang. Only the weapon lent to you temporarily can hurt the black dragon. But be careful, this dagger is poisonous. Don't get scratched by it. Ciri warned them after distributing the daggers to them. Then he dodged again and returned to the battlefield. 0. What a terrible hunter. Looking at the position where Shili left, the vampire eldest sister Kajili sighed, and then looked at the two younger sisters. "Let's go too, don't lose to her." As he said that, he kicked his legs suddenly and ran towards the black dragon that was fighting with the water element. His whole body was almost an afterimage. The other two followed closely behind. Unlike many vampires in Otherworld, vampires in this world do not have the ability to master dark magic or blood spells, nor can they turn into bats, smoke, or use night creatures such as bats and rats. Most of their power is reflected in superhuman strength, speed, and durability. Even sunlight cannot kill them, it will only make them uncomfortable. Coupled with their long lifespan, in addition to possessing the debuff of bloodthirsty impulse, this race seems to be somewhat similar to perfect superhumans. But in the eyes of wizards, vampires are just inferior creatures. Because they can't use magic. Even a wizard who becomes a vampire will have his magical abilities greatly degraded. At this point, they are completely inferior to their distant relatives from Otherworld who are afraid of the sun, and even inferior to their old enemies, the werewolves. At least werewolf wizards are real. Instead, individual vampires occasionally awaken simple superpowers, such as mind-reading, legilimency, shielding, iron armor curse, telepathy, psychic torture, cruciatus curse. Therefore, some scholars believe that these vampires with superpowers are fully qualified to become wizards if they turn back into humans. The so-called superpower is just a simple manifestation of the magic power of the 4.2 division being suppressed by the vampire's physique. And one of these three vampires has mastered superpowers. The second sister, Shavarina, has the ability to cast hallucinations on people. This ability is of course useful to ordinary people, but for wizards with magical powers, the effect is much worse. And facing the Black Dragon, it can only reach the point where it will be in a trance for a while. But in a battle situation, sometimes a moment of trance is enough. I saw 3 afterimages passing by. There were 3 shallow wounds left on one of the Black Dragon's hind legs. But it was these 3 wounds that made the Black Dragon scream in pain. The basilisk's poison began to spread to the entire leg along with the blood. The Black Dragon could feel that his hind legs were starting to become numb. There are only 4 updates today. I have to deal with moving tomorrow, so there are no more updates in the past 2 days. I'm sorry. Under siege by 3 wizards and 3 vampires. Black Dragon found that he was really in a hard fight. Originally, it only faced the siege of 3 wizards, but it was a little overwhelmed. The greatest threat to it is undoubtedly the feathered serpent transformed by the wizard. This creature is filled with divine power. Although the spells mastered are used for assistance and treatment, each of its attacks can be accompanied by divine power, causing damage to it through the tough dragon scales, which can compete with the holy light of the paladin. At the same time, his skills are extremely agile. He flies in the air like a fish swimming in the water. He is much more agile than his bulky self. Attacks against him will almost always fail. Of course, if it's a duel, this sensitivity is nothing. As long as the Black Dragon keeps chasing, it will always hit. The durability of the two is very different. If it hits a few more times, the feathered snake will lose its combat effectiveness. Helpless, this is not a duel, but a war, and the feathered snake also has teammates. One is the witch wielding the sword. He is obviously a wizard, but he fights like the bravest warrior and the most invisible thief. Her uninterrupted teleportation overwhelmed the Black Dragon. No matter how she flew, the opponent could accurately appear on her body, leaving several wounds on herself, and then disappear before she could fight back. Of course, if it is a one-on-one duel, as long as the Black Dragon keeps pressing, there will be a time when this teleportation cannot be sustained. Unfortunately, this is not a duel, but a war. The blonde female mage who kept summoning water people also made the Black Dragon extremely annoying. Super large and large watermen have reached the point where they can hurt the Black Dragon. The steady stream of ice element attacks makes the Black Dragon overwhelmed. As a Black Dragon, she has the strongest resistance to fire and earth elements, while attacks from water and air elements can cause complete damage. In other words, the water element just hits its weak point. This is why Levin and Jaina initially chose Blizzard to deal with half-dragons and dragon beasts. Regarding this situation, Black Dragon always felt that the tactics seemed familiar. It seemed that some mages in Dalaran liked this trick very much. If the real dragon beast army under his command were here, he would not be harassed by mere water elements. But the blonde mage is obviously a master. No matter how he clears away the difficult water elements and destroys them again and again, the opponent can always summon new ones. As for the 3 vampires who appeared at the end, in fact, Black Dragon had seen them before and had conflicts, but he easily repelled them. In the eyes of the Black Dragon, these 3 vampires are just 3 little mosquitoes worth mentioning. Relying on being fast enough and having a strong enough physique, one can fight with oneself for a while and survive a few blows from oneself. You know, this kind of thing can't even affect the human beings in this world. That is, armored vehicles can't do it. But that's the end of it. With their power, hitting it is just pure scraping. But now I don't know who sent them 3 disgusting daggers. Nowadays, small mosquitoes not only have fangs, but they can also temporarily paralyze the wounds caused by the fangs, making them extremely painful. In addition, during the battle, the Black Dragon would be in a trance from time to time and then receive more damage. No matter how thick-skinned the Black Dragon is, he can't help but beat him like this. Feeling his body getting weaker and weaker due to constant blood loss, the Black Dragon did not dare to continue fighting like this. The last resort must be used. I saw it suddenly fluttering its wings, temporarily pushing away these mortal insects, and rose into the air dozens of meters above. Then he took a deep breath despite the attacks from the water people. Seeing the Black Dragon's inhalation movement far beyond the normal breathing movement, Levin's eyelids jumped wildly as he thought of some bad memories. This time, I'm afraid I'm not recreating the stunt of a certain Black Dragon princess. Suddenly, his voice sounded in everyone's hearts. Silly children, run quickly. If it weren't for the fact that the current psychic ability has not reached that level. Levin even wanted to use psychic projection to highlight the areas that may be affected by the breath in the senses of his teammates. Not to mention, with Levin's computing power and advanced psychic abilities, it can really be done in the future. If this can be realized, the battles led by Levin will directly become RTS in the future, and for the teammates, the battle will become the guild-pushing boss in World of Warcraft. Not only will there be command and shouting, but also a big foot, play more with the box, and other highlighted reminders. But even now, Levin's psychic abilities are effectively helping these teammates. After receiving Levin's reminder, everyone immediately crossed the sea like 8 immortals, showing their magical powers and using various methods to resist the breath. The 3 vampires naturally used all their speed to run as far as they could, directly into the woods. Cyrilla continuously jumped in space, and the whole person appeared 100 meters away. Levin even flew high, using height to open up space. Only Gianna, who had relatively short legs, stayed where she was. The next moment, the dragon's breath of destruction fell from the sky. The blazing flames were more powerful than any of its previous breaths. The entire open space turned into a sea of fire, spreading 60 or 70 meters. The battlefield became a scorched hell. The vast ice surface caused by the previous blizzard breathed out this time. All melted away. The corpses of half-dragons and dragon beasts that fell on the ice were all turned into charcoal at once. However, in this scorching hell, there are still beings supporting it. In the Red Sea of Fire, a piece of blue ice firmly resisted the erosion of the flames. No matter how it burned, there was no trace of melting. This is the famous life-saving trump card of the Azeroth Mage, Ice Barrier. Also called Refrigerator. This level 3 spell can summon ice to freeze oneself. At the cost of temporarily losing mobility, one can gain near-invincible defense. It is most suitable for dealing with those big moves that one cannot resist or dodge. At least if you want to break through the Ice Barrier level defense, the damage required must exceed that of the mage by several levels. The Black Dragon's breath lasted for nearly 10 seconds, completely turning the area into scorched earth. Perhaps in the next few decades, the fire element may be born here, and normal people will not be able to live here for hundreds of years. However, even with such a terrifying blow, nothing was achieved after it was used. Especially Jaina, who was protected by the refrigerator, looked at the Black Dragon and made her angry. He already had bad memories of fighting mages in Azeroth. The ultimate attack failed, and the black dragon had to fall to the ground and fell into a short period of recovery, unable to move for a while. Levin had already spotted this opportunity and immediately sounded the clarion call for counterattack. Cyrilla cast a spell to condense the electric ball, attached it to the blade, and then flashed in front of the black dragon, hitting the chest with a sword. The three vampires climbed directly onto the black dragon's shoulders and were about to stab the Fong dagger into the weakly protected but nerve-dense neck. The black dragon wanted to forcefully dodge and move. Unexpectedly, his consciousness suddenly fell into a trance. When it came back to its senses, it discovered that it could not control its body for the time being and could only watch as it stayed where it was and was killed by its neck. Shavarina's illusion ability plus Jaina's 9th level, monster control, created a perfect combination. Jaina was sweating profusely and stretched her hands towards the black dragon in front of her. She struggled against the black dragon's will to maintain the spell and controlled the black dragon to make it motionless. She has discovered that the black dragon in front of her is much more resistant to this spell than she imagined. That terrifying will is not possessed by a black dragon of this level at all. Fortunately, Levin took action at this time. He released the Feathered Serpent's transformation, stood next to Jaina, and began to cast spells on the black dragon. Level 6, Malicious Transformation 997. The magical light reaches from the tip of the wand to the body of the black dragon. But the black dragon remained unchanged. Even the Malicious Transformation Technique of Xinghuan has no effect on the black dragon in front of him. There is no way. The black dragon's body is too powerful, and the exaggerated physique alone is beyond the reach of Levin's transformation technique. However, Levin is no ordinary spellcaster. Seeing that the malicious transformation technique was still unable to take effect, he took out a red crystal with his other hand. The highest product of alchemy and the ultimate expression of transmutation magic, the Philosopher's Stone. Alchemy is essentially a technique for changing one substance into another substance. It is essentially the same as the magic of the school of transmutation. Therefore, famous alchemists are usually powerful shapeshifters. The Philosopher's Stone, in addition to turning lead into gold and creating rejuvenation elixir, also has the ability to bless transformation spells. For example, consuming a Philosopher's Stone can make a temporary change spell permanent. For another example, consuming the Philosopher's Stone can force change spells that cannot produce effects to take effect across classes. Of course, there are limits to this class crossing. If the person lying opposite is Deathwing, even consuming a dozen Philosopher's Stones by Levin may not be of any use. But this black dragon, which had suffered repeated blows and had been weakened more than once, obviously could not exceed its limit. Finally, after the Philosopher's Stone had output most of its power, the black dragon could no longer resist. Its entire body quickly shrunk, turning from a huge black dragon into a tiny black cat in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the black cat hurriedly tried to escape, but Levin immediately lifted it up and wiped it in his hand. After just one battle, Levin's Philosopher's Stone also dimmed, losing its original luster and its original ability. Now it can only be used as the black dragon's deformation limiter. As long as Levin controls this limiter, the black dragon will always be a black cat. Seeing that Levin successfully controlled the black dragon and turned it into a black cat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jaina even fell to the ground. I'm so exhausted. A creature like a giant dragon is really not something that ordinary people can deal with. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a dragon-slaying warrior without overestimating my abilities. Who would have thought that if I just fought an adult black dragon or besieged it with you, my magic power would be drained? In fact, in the entire battle, it was Jaina who consumed the most magic power. Throughout the battle, she used too many high-level spells, including the Super Magic Blizzard, cast with Levin, which is equivalent to an 8-level spell, a 9-level Dominate Monster, 2 8-level Summon Water Elemental, 6 5-level Summoning Water Element, and countless low-level spells. According to Levin standards, Jaina's professional level is LV 13 Mage / LV 4 Kirin Tor Archmage. She is a level 17 spellcaster in total. Being able to cast so many high-level spells in one breath is already considered a gift for her. On the contrary, Levin, who played a key role, only transformed into a feathered serpent in the whole process and used malicious transformation once. The former consumed natural power and physical strength, while the latter's main output was the Philosopher's Stone, so he was in good condition. Thank you, Sister Gianna. Please don't sit on the ground at this time. Levin used his transformation technique to turn a wooden pile broken by the black dragon's tail into a sofa, then gently lifted Jaina up from the ground and onto the sofa, letting her lean on his shoulder. In the name of taking care of each other, the two of them stayed together so closely. You little villain, you are trying every possible way to take advantage of me. Jaina rolled her eyes, and since she really couldn't muster the strength, and she wasn't too disgusted, she just let it go. However, the black cat in his arms couldn't stand his behavior and meowed like a wolf. Then he was immediately suppressed by Levin. The little guy is very arrogant. He is obviously a prisoner, but he still has such a temper. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Levin said, rubbing the cat's face vigorously until its scalp was numb. Physics. At the same time, Tonks also carried the tightly tied old man Capac, followed by the natives, and walked towards Levin. Among them, Capac had been knocked unconscious, but the natives were respectful, kneeling 3 times at a time, for fear of offending these real shamans of Quetzalcoatl, the murderers who captured the devil. Especially when they saw that the previously majestic and huge black dragon was now turned into a black cat and was being flattened and rounded in the boy's hands, they couldn't help but respect him even more. Brother Levin, it ended too quickly for you. The female aura approached and said with some surprise, we were planning to help you before. TSK. Although it's quite troublesome, I can still manage it. Holding the black cat's neck, Levin said without raising his head. But you came just in time. We still have many questions that we haven't figured out yet. Then, Levin turned his attention to Capac, who was in a coma. To find out everything, you first have to get a confession from him. Soundproofing technique. Levin first pointed his wand at the black cat, forcibly cutting off its hearing. The point of interrogating multiple people is to make it impossible for the accomplices being interrogated to communicate with each other. Then, he pointed at Capac. Recover quickly. With a ball of white light falling on his body, Capac finally woke up. He suddenly sat up from the ground, looked around, and his pupils suddenly shrank. What he saw at this time was that the black dragon that had ignited the scorching hell with his breath had long since disappeared, and he was surrounded by his opponents and enemies. The natives not far away looked at him with hatred in their eyes. It seemed as if he would be poisoned at the next moment. Damn it, where is the black dragon? Where did I lose? Capac couldn't help but think so, with a look of despair on his face. At this moment, a young voice came into his ears. Okay, let's talk about it. What's going on with that black dragon? After hearing this, Capac looked up in a daze and saw the black-haired boy named Levin with his legs crossed, holding the blonde beauty in his arms, stroking the black cat on his hand, sitting on a sofa and looking at him with a smile. Director Gianna, whom he was most afraid of, was actually leaning against the boy like a bird at this moment. The female Auror Tonks who knocked him unconscious, and the wizard killer Cyrilla stood on either side of the boy with unkind expressions. The 3 vampire sisters even lined up in a row, standing behind the boy. She is both a beauty and a thug and bodyguard. Where did this dandy and evil young man from the wizarding world escape from? Huh. This made Capac couldn't help but laugh angrily. Successful king or defeated bandit, I have nothing to say. Just kill me. When Lord Black Dragon comes back, he will take revenge on me. Kill you. As if he heard something funny, Levin laughed. That's too cheap for you. The trouble you have caused us cannot be made up for by mere death. As for Lord Black Dragon. As he spoke, the young man lifted the black cat in his hand by the back of his neck. Have you seen this cat? Your greatest support, the Black Dragon, is here. Now that the Black Dragon has become my prisoner, what else do you have to hold on to? Or do you want to be treated the same way? Just to be clear, I don't want to pet a wrinkled old cat, so I'm going to turn you into a hornbill, as your nickname goes, and send you to a muggle animal tube. I think they should be very happy to have such a rare animal for breeding." Levin casually said this series of vicious treatment methods, which made everyone tremble with fear. Capac originally thought that the other party was exaggerating, but when he saw the helpless look in the black cat's eyes, he was exactly the same as the black dragon. Seeing the golden snake eyes in its eyes and smelling the sulfur smell coming from its body, Capac couldn't believe that the black cat in front of him was transformed from a giant dragon. So he immediately collapsed. Having lost the only pillar of support in his heart, Capac, who was still so aggressive just now, instantly became much older. The energetic old man who was originally a capable man suddenly looked like an old man in his twilight years. Under Levin's questioning, he told everything in detail. Let's talk about calculating professional level here. My settings are not entirely based on D&D. Levin's LV11 Wizard / LV7 Scion / LV7 Druid. Since the three are parallel and independent professions, the levels cannot be added directly, and the total does not add up to LV25. But Jaina's LV13 Mage / LV4 Kirantor Archmage. Kirantor Archmage is the advanced profession of the mage. The mage level can only be advanced after reaching a certain level. The profession itself is based on the mage, so the levels can be added directly. Want to hear me tell a story? Capac, who looked like an octogenarian, said slowly. A story about a wizard who exceeds his capabilities in pursuit of immortality. Actually, the origin of everything started in the wizard's boyhood. At that time, he was the only son of a tribal shaman. At that time, the shaman's family had a neighbor, 3 vampires. The vampires relied on sucking human blood to feed, which seriously threatened the tribe. Because of the safety of the vampires, they did not dare to be presumptuous due to the presence of a powerful shaman, so they chose to stop at it every time and never cause any harm to anyone. The shaman was also afraid of the vampire's power and did not take action to arrest him. The two parties had established a tacit understanding, and occasionally there will be some contact. After he said a few words, the old chief stopped and stood up and asked loudly, "Wait. You said that vampires never cause harm to people? But in the past 10 years, which year have vampires not caused more trouble in nearby tribes? How can you put in a good word for them if they lose their lives?" His question elicited a rebuttal from the vampire. In anger, Shavarina's sentences became much more fluent. "Taking an appropriate amount of blood has always been our creed, and we have never caused any loss of life." Then what happened to our dead people? The two sides were about to continue their quarrel when Levin coughed. Enough. After being scolded by the angel, the old chief immediately shut up and prostrated on the ground without saying a word. Shavarina still wanted to defend herself, but after taking a look at the black cat in Levin's arms, the vampire obediently remained silent. Then Levin looked at Capac. Capac understood what the other party meant and said slowly, "When I talk about it later, this matter will naturally be explained." Then he continued. So, the young wizard accidentally met the vampire who made a deal with the shaman. However, at that time, the strange-looking vampire only aroused his enthusiasm for 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, everything was forgotten. But sometimes childhood memories do hold an important key to life. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the wizard has reached middle age and is living in the distant Een kingdom. But after receiving the news that his father is critically ill, he returns to the tribe across the ocean and takes over the burden of Shaman 443 from his father, shoulder the mission of protecting the tribe. After taking over the responsibilities of the tribe, the task of dealing with vampires naturally fell into the hands of the wizard, so he followed his father's example of negotiating with vampires, and then he met the vampire sisters. Their appearance was the same as the boy he had seen before. Seeing the vampire who is still young and vigorous, and then thinking about his body that has begun to age, the middle-aged wizard can't help but feel deeply envious. As the wizard gets older, his body becomes weaker, and his magic power becomes weaker. This kind of envy is like ants gnawing at the wizard's heart. Eventually, the envy turns into jealousy and fanaticism. Wizards began to pursue the ability to live forever like crazy. The wizard doesn't want to become a vampire. Vampires can't use magic power, which is a price that's not worth it for him. But among the creatures he disarmed, only vampires can live forever, so the wizard wants to study vampires and try to understand the meaning of immortality from them. The true meaning of the three neighbor vampires are too strong, so the wizard can't attack them. So he can only occasionally return to the Great Inn, looking for opportunities to catch one or two lone vampires for study. But the wizard's research level is not very good. It took him a long time to come to a preliminary conclusion. The immortality of vampires is due to their ability to extract the vitality from the blood of living people. But how can one extract life force like a vampire? The wizard first experimented with animals, but the experiments didn't produce results for a long time, so he turned his attention to living people. But where did the living people come from? The outside world has been under the protection of the International Statute of Secrecy for a long time. It is easy to be discovered if you attack muggles rashly. In addition, the tribe is located in a remote area and it is too difficult to go out frequently. The obsessed wizards will pay attention to it. On my own tribesmen. After all, as a shaman, he has too many good opportunities to take action, and those three vampires are the best ones to take the blame. I am going to kill you. The vampires and natives were furious again and wanted to beat Capac. Then he slowly retreated under Levin's gaze. Levin looked at ABC Parker and motioned for him to continue. Capac nodded and continued. Unfortunately, the wizard's scientific research ability is not very good, and the efficiency of extracting life force from the human body is very low. The life force that each person can extract is less than 1%, and it often takes dozens of people to collect enough for a year. Vitality. So he had to kill dozens of people a year to keep himself from declining. But that's not the worst thing. What makes him most desperate is that after using the essence of life for a few years, he found that the effect of this essence on him was getting smaller and smaller. According to estimates, in less than 10 years, he will be completely unable to use this method to delay aging. When he thinks of this, the old wizard becomes more and more desperate. He is frantically looking for new plans to prevent this tragic future, but there has been no progress. Until Lord Black Dragon comes. As he said that, Capac glanced at the black cat, and his expression seemed to become more alert. When he saw the huge black dragon coming in front of him, the old wizard was extremely desperate, feeling that his precious life was about to pass away that day. But when the black dragon spoke, the old wizard's heart rekindled hope, because the black dragon promised to give him power. Especially after seeing the black dragon using blood to turn ordinary animals into dragon beasts and ordinary people into half-dragons, and after hearing about the long lifespan of dragons, the old wizard immediately vowed to work for the black dragon as long as the other party granted him eternal life. The black dragon told him that it needed the old wizard to provide a venue and supplies for recuperation. It needed the old wizard to grab a few tongues from the country that drove it away to understand its enemies and cut off the other party's tracking. It happened that the old wizard got after receiving a notice from that country. The old wizard had an idea and sent information and invitations to that country. You all know the identity of this wizard, that is me. What happened next is what you have experienced these past few days, and this is the story of it all. After Capac finished speaking, he lowered his head and knelt silently in front of Levin. Except for the reason why you obeyed the black dragon, the whole thing is very different from what I guessed. Levin nodded and asked, "So, where did you hide it during this time?" "I hid her in the pyramid." Capac said honestly, "The black dragon can transform into a black-haired and white-skinned lady, so she can be hidden easily. However, her appearance is too different from that of the tribesmen. She said that she could only transform into that shape, so I kept her hidden in the pyramid." "So, didn't they pass by the black dragon 3 times without noticing it? So this is a female dragon?" Levin nodded. But Capac was not happy. "How can you call Lord Black Dragon like this? Are you surprised that you can't realize the greatness of this matter? This is why I am willing to obey her. If she has remained in human form, isn't she just a human? For humans with dragon lifespans? This further leads me to believe that her promise can be fulfilled." As he said that, he looked at Levin with enthusiasm. The Great Black Dragon is a clan of giant dragons that once slept in the volcano. It has powerful power and endless lifespan. If you choose to let Lord Black Dragon go now, and tell him if it kowtows and confesses, maybe it will grant you a long life. He was fully tempted by the thought of eternal life, and even if these people in front of him would not defect on the spot, they would at least be moved. Unexpectedly, what he saw was the indifference of several people. Are you stumped and don't want to pursue a longer lifespan? Capac asked puzzledly. Longer life, I have already gained it. Levin said, taking out the dim red crystal and catching it again. Seeing this thing, the black cat immediately realized that this was the key to being trapped in this small body. Like a cat fluttering at a butterfly, it stared at the crystal, eager to try. Then he was immediately pressed down by Levin. The Philosopher's Stone. Levin said, it's the Philosopher's Stone. I made it myself. It's similar to Nico Flammel's. It can be used to prepare a rejuvenation elixir that prolongs life. So, what is the Black Dragon's gift to me? It's not tempting. When Capac heard this, his whole body was shocked. As if it wasn't shocking enough, Levin added, by the way, turning this guy into a cat was through the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Now it has lost its original ability and has completely become a shackles to restrain the little guy. After hearing this, Capac almost went crazy. He yelled in a tone of hatred, how could you do this? How could you do this? That's the Philosopher's Stone. It's the Philosopher's Stone. You actually want to defeat an enemy. Just waste it. Shameful. Despicable. Hateful. Hateful. Cursing and cursing, Capac even shed tears of sadness. Obviously his defense was broken. It's no wonder. Anyone can see that the treasures they are so eager for are indeed dispensable in the hands of others. This absolute sense of contrast will break through anyone who comes. But as if his provocation wasn't enough, Levin glanced at the old man and said in a strange tone, isn't it just a Philosopher's Stone? Why are you seeking death and survival? It's not a precious thing. Just use it up. Anyway, if I want to use it, I can just do it later. Go back, do it again, one piece. His lifelong pursuit, what he failed to obtain even after spending so much money and bearing countless lives, turned out to be in the hands of the other party, and it was nothing more than a mass product. Realizing this, Capac suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment. It seems that my life has lost its meaning. Seeing the other party being ruined by him, Levin suddenly felt bored. But the depression of being deceived and plotted over the past few days was finally vented. So he waved his hand and said, drag this man down and let the chief take revenge and complain. The natives understood what Levin meant and immediately stepped forward excitedly, holding Capac up and dragging him down. Suddenly, the disillusioned Capac struggled crazily and shouted, a question, please answer me a question. Return. The aroused Levin stopped the native and then said to the old man, tell me what your last question is. Capac raised his head and asked in a hoarse voice, can you tell me how you discovered my plan so that I can understand it? How did you find out? Levin thought for a while and replied, it's very simple. I can understand the dialect of your tribe. I can tell that the person today is by no means a real guide. The so-called black dragon hiding in the woods is entirely your fault. Just made it up. Can you understand our language? You actually understand our language? Why can you understand our language? Capac had no idea that he would lose on such a ridiculous detail, even though he was proud of leading him the wrong way in front of him. If I had known earlier, he muttered to himself unwillingly, completely unable to accept that he lost here. But Levin gave him a further blow. Yes, it is entirely possible for you to know this information earlier. Because when I first entered the tribe, I privately asked a tribesman about your information in your native language. This was also the biggest mistake of my trip. 17. If you treat your tribe as sincerely as your fathers, you will be able to obtain this information easily. After all, in the mouth of the tribesman, you are so great. Great sage, he worships you so much that he will never refuse to reveal everything to you. Of course, if you had been sincere towards your tribe, you wouldn't have ended up like this. With that said, Levin waved his hand and allowed Wang Tu to take him away. Levin's last words were like a sharp sword piercing Capac's heart. He had to face the judgment from the past and fate. Capac was dragged away, still muttering as he walked. Am I wrong? Am I really wrong? No. I'm right. I shouldn't have betrayed my tribe. But eternal life is the most important thing. I should not turn my back on my countrymen. My compatriots are just food on my road to eternal life. Father, I'm sorry for you. I am immortal. This old man has gone completely crazy. Crazy Capac finally died. He died at the hands of the people he once protected and who are now being slaughtered by him. Regarding his death, several people were filled with emotion. Eternal life, is it really that important? Tonks didn't understand. It's actually worth killing the tribe that his family has protected for hundreds of years. In fact, immortality is what people pursue most tirelessly. The more powerful a person is, the more afraid of death he is. Many talented wizards are based on this, such as the famous Dark Lord. As Levin spoke, he waved his wand gently and wrote several golden letters out of thin air, Voldemort, Voldemort, which was the name of the Dark Lord. Then the magic wand flicked. The letters automatically separated and became Vol_to_Mort. The rise of the Dark Lord was essentially his attempt to pursue immortality. He used this to change his name and call his followers Death Eaters with a similar meaning. In the end, he succeeded in achieving his goal and must have it really transcends death, which is why I mentioned earlier that he was coming back. But he also failed. The way he leapt to death was to tear his own soul apart, but this also made him irritable, paranoid, crazy, and no longer himself. This is the price of rash pursuit of eternal life. Capac, he is just another weaker Dark Lord. The slightly weaker Dark Lord, that would also cause us a lot of trouble. Jaina, who had barely recovered some strength, stood up, looked at the three vampire sisters behind her and said, "Thank you three for showing up in time and helping us defeat the big trouble of the Black Dragon. Without you, I don't even dare to think what we would do. Defeat it. You are very strong. Without us, you can still defeat it. Moreover, we are just fulfilling our previous agreement." Shavarina replied seriously. During the battle, they fully experienced the fighting power of the four Levins. In fact, Tonk's combat power was already considered very strong in their eyes, but that was only within the category of ordinary strong men. The other three were completely beyond their imagination. Cirilla flashed back and forth on the battlefield. Their powerful enchanted swords amazed them. Their powerful spatial abilities were unprecedented. Isn't that much better than their high-speed movement? Jaina's summoning magic and ice spells are also extremely powerful. If the opponent Black Dragon hadn't mastered the more powerful power of fire, Jaina alone could turn the battlefield into an extremely cold hell. As for Levin, his ability to transform into a feathered serpent is already miraculous. But when they watched the boy turn a 30-meter-long, nearly 10-ton Black Dragon into a 30-centimeter-long, less than 10-pound kitten, they finally realized. Once you confirm the look in your eyes, you are someone you cannot afford to offend. This is why they gave Levin so much face before and shut up when told to shut up. That's because they are afraid. These vicious people always feel more terrifying than this Black Dragon. Gianna, on the other hand, heard a problem in Shavarina's words. You mean, an agreement? An agreement with whom? Shavarina did not answer when she heard this, but looked at Levin. After Levin nodded, she spoke. That is our agreement with Mr. Green. When did you two have an agreement? Why didn't I know about it? Jaina was surprised and looked at Levin again. We have only met them once before. Yes, I will sign an agreement with them only after seeing them. Levin explained. Actually, I felt at the time that Shavarina's seemingly threatening words actually contained good intentions, but were hindered by her vampire identity, vicious image, and unclear articulation. Therefore, most people, if you hear it, you will think it is a threat. But I am so witty. I know very well that the vicious words may be out of good intentions, but when greeted with a smile like Capac's, they contain deep malice. Especially when I heard that Capac didn't think highly of vampires. At that moment, I understood that they must be potential helpers. So I sent the little animals I controlled to follow them and chatted with them. It turned out to be quite fruitful. In fact, there are no clues about the arrival of the black dragon. At least except for Capac, the three sisters also knew about it. They saw the black dragon mixed with the tribe's shaman with their own eyes, so they warned let's not stay in the tribe. Now that the existence of the black dragon has been confirmed from their mouths, my choice later is natural. I made an appointment with them to send a signal when the black dragon appears, and they will come to help. At the same time, I also asked you to advance be prepared to be attacked. Sure enough, we were all expected in the end. Levin finished talking about his experience and deployment tonight with a smile. Jaina clicked her tongue and praised, as expected of you, Levin, you are much better than me in strategizing and finding fighter opportunities. Tonks and Cyrilla felt their scalps go numb. Zero, please give me flowers. Is there such a calculation behind the matter? But how did you convince them to take action? Cyrilla asked curiously, could it be that? She looked at the boy's handsome face that she wanted to kiss all the time. He looked at the three weird vampires with slender bodies and felt a chill. What are you thinking about? Levin hit the female witcher on the head hard. I was negotiating in the image of a small animal. How could they do such a thing? At this time, Shavarina and her sister Senna came to Levin and others and bowed respectfully. Actually, in this matter, we should be grateful. You are just outsiders. If you encounter such a powerful enemy, you can just walk away. It should be our responsibility to resist this black dragon. You can be righteous, you are showing mercy and mercy to us indigenous people. Thank you so much. It's okay, no problem. Levin waved his hand. We each get what we need. No, you deserve to be rewarded for your good deeds. Chafrina insisted. At this time, Kajili, who had just left, ran back quickly, holding an animal skin package in his hand. When he opened it, he saw that there were a large number of gems, snake skins, animal teeth, and other miscellaneous materials inside. These are our treasures, please accept them. Shavarina pushed the package in front of Levin. Levin was not pretentious about this thank you gift and took it into his arms readily. The three vampires smiled happily. The three of them have lived in the forest for a long time and lived a savage life. They have very forthright personalities and are naturally straightforward in expressing their feelings. Since you accepted the gift, we are friends. Next time you come here, you must come to us. After that, the vampire disappeared into the jungle. With Capac's death, the vampire left, and all the outsiders present left. Even the natives retreated obediently under the leadership of the old chief. Everyone present is our own people. Now it's time to deal with this black dragon. For a moment, all four people looked directly at the little cat. The black dragon that originally relied on its own power to roam everywhere. Now trapped in this weak body. For the first time, she tasted what it means to be weak and helpless. There are only 4 updates today. Kagangawa will be restored tomorrow. Facing the oppressive looks of the 4 people, Black Dragon's choice was. Like a real little kitten, he lowered his head and licked his paws seriously. It's like nothing happened. Do you still have the dignity of the Dragon Clan? Can this be tolerated? Levin's gloomy voice sounded faintly in the kitten's ears. Since you like being a kitten so much, then you can be a kitten for the rest of your life. I will take you to a pet shop later and have you neutered like an ordinary pet cat. Sterilization? Hearing this word, the little black cat jumped up in fright and meowed loudly. Who dares to meow? Then he saw Levin's gloomy face and he suddenly became confused again. Wow, kittens can actually talk? Tonks suddenly let out a cry of surprise. How new? You didn't just know she could talk just now. This kitten is transformed into a dragon. If it can't talk, guess how she bewitched Kapashu. 14-0 Sue when he complained helplessly. Levin didn't expect her to make such a fuss. When she shouted like this, all the momentum he had accumulated before was in vain. But it's weird that dragons can talk. Tonks tilted her head, her hair turning a curious yellow. I know dragons can be very smart, but I've never seen a dragon that can talk. That's because this dragon is not a local aboriginal, but comes from Otherworld. Levin said the most shocking fact calmly. You know I'm from Otherworld, meow? The little black cat was suddenly surprised. She's from Otherworld? Tonk's hair turned a bright purple in surprise. Levin looked at Cyrilla, then at Jaina. After they all nodded, they solemnly said to Tonks, "Listen, Nymphadora, we will say the next words out of our absolute trust in you. You must promise to accept them. What you hear here must not be disclosed to anyone, no matter how close that person is to you, including your parents." Seeing the three of them looking at her seriously, Tonks realized that she had touched on an important topic, so she nodded seriously. "I swear, everything I hear next will only be kept as my personal secret and will not be disclosed to anyone." "Very good." Levin nodded with satisfaction. "Then let me tell you, in fact, not only this black dragon, but me, Cyrilla and Jaina, we all come from Otherworld." "You are also from Otherworld?" Tonks seemed to re-recognize the partners in front of her. "Oh my god, I never knew about it before. This is so strange." "It's indeed strange." Levin nodded in agreement, "because we came here all because of accidents, not our own wishes. But now that the fact of time travel has happened, we have to work hard to make ourselves better before we find a way to go back. Adapt to the world." "That's really pitiful." Tonks immediately realized the problem the three of them were facing. "You must be lonely and hard in the Otherworld alone." "Don't worry, I'm here, you can do it. Treat me like family." "Thank you, Tonks." "Oh, you're so kind. You have been my sister for a long time, haven't you?" The three of them were deeply moved by Tonks' gentle comfort. This witch born in Hufflepuff warmed her companions with her enthusiasm. They took turns hugging Tonks, and the black cat saw the scene with envy and contempt. I'm a black dragon. I won't cry because of a little loneliness, meow. Anyway, in my hometown, my parents and brother are also." After giving Tonks some common sense about Otherworld and time travel, his attention returned to the little black cat. The interrogation officially begins with Levin. "Tell me, black dragon, which world do you come from? Don't try to lie to me." "After interrogating Old Man Capac, I already have a basic guess about your hometown. I'm interrogating you now just to verify my suspicions. If you try to lie, trust me, I would love to have a black cat as a pet." I know, meow. "Don't threaten me with sterilization at every turn, meow." The little black cat complained a few words and then said honestly, "But even if I tell you my hometown, you may not be able to understand it. Meow, listen up, meow. This dragon comes from the Titans watching ball. It's Great Azeroth. Have you heard of it, meow?" Unexpectedly, the boy in front of him looked as expected. "Azeroth, it is indeed this world." "Hey, Jaina, she is your fellow countryman." "Really, even though I've thought about it too, if it's true, it's true." Both Levin and Gianna looked like they had guessed it, but the little black cat was surprised. "Come? Jaina? Wait, you're not the Jaina from Cultivation, are you? No wonder you use Dalaran's spellcasting skills, meow. Cultivation, you actually recognize me. You are indeed the Dragon of Azeroth, but the Dragon of Azeroth actually knows about a mortal like me, ? The fact before her made Jaina a little puzzled. It was Levin who gave the answer. The 5-color dragons of Azeroth, if they are other 4-color dragons, most likely will not want to understand the mortal world, except for Cleostets, that is, you know, one of the 6 Kirin Tor, Krasis. The long one is his real name as a red dragon. The black dragon is an exception among the 5-color dragons. You may remember the incident in Grim Battle. The 4 dragon kings collectively attacked the black dragon king. In fact, the black dragon army has always been the other 4 colors after the end of the ancient war. The targets of the dragon's siege have long learned to hide among mortals by incarnating themselves as mortals in order to avoid their old relatives, and humans are the best targets chosen by the black dragon. I see. Jaina said that she has learned a lot. She has been a mage for so long, staying in Dalaran, which is said to have the most secret knowledge in human society, and she is also a disciple of the Speaker of Dalaran. But she learned more about the Dragon Clan today than she had in her entire life in Dalaran. Even the little black cat nodded in admiration. I didn't expect you, a human, to know so much about black dragons. Which black dragon did you hear about from? Maybe I even know him. Facing the black dragon's clever approach, Levin smiled coldly. Sorry, my source of information is not from your same race. In fact, I am not even a native of Azeroth. I come from another world, and everything I know is purely because I can observe the messages from Otherworld. Observing Otherworld messages, this is too outrageous. Unlike Jaina and others, the little black cat has been exposed to the top power of Azeroth in the past, and has some understanding of high-level power, as well as its range of capabilities and limitations of 5.8. Whether it was an aspect dragon, a titan, or some other high-level existence, she had never heard of anyone having such a heaven-defying ability. But Levin didn't care at all about her emotions and just asked coldly, "Now that you know my abilities, you should understand that whether you keep silent or choose to lie, it will not affect my understanding of relevant information. Therefore, answer whatever you ask and tell the truth, which is how you express your sincerity, the only way to secure future treatment. Now, please tell me honestly your specific identity as a black dragon." The little black cat glanced at Levin faintly and whispered, "Since you know so much about Black Dragon, you must have heard of my name. Onyxia." Unexpectedly, this answer surprised Levin. Onyxia? Impossible. Upon hearing that the Black Dragon called herself Onyxia, Levin wondered loudly. "No way, you can't be Onyxia." "Why?" Jaina asked. "Why meow?" Onyxia was also confused. "Why can't she be herself?" Then Levin gave the answer. Onyxia is the princess of the Black Dragon clan, the king of the Black Dragons, the guardian of the earth, the daughter of Deathwing and Neltharion. She should have the power of the earth, a body that is far stronger than an ordinary dragon, superb spells, and a fiery breath. As long as I know that the target of the mission is her, I will definitely put down the mission and run away without any hesitation. With her strength, no matter how inferior she is to her father and brother, she is not as weak as you. With all due respect, except for that deep breath, you and Onyxia have nothing in common." Onyxia didn't expect that the reason the other party thought she was not her was because she was too weak. "What's the reason?" "I'm really sorry that I'm so weak, Naya." The boy's words made Onyxia proud and sad at the same time. "What I am proud of is that the other party actually admires me so much. Sadly, I am now so weak that I can't even prove my identity." However, when thinking of Levin's previous declaration that as long as you lie, I will F****ku, Onyxia still had to rack her brains to prove herself in order not to be F*****ed. "Well, there's a reason why I'm so weak, Naya. After coming to this world, I couldn't feel the power of the earth, so I became weak, Naya. In addition, after I came to this world, I found that the magic rules of this world are slightly different, and I temporarily lost the ability to use magic. I could have recovered after giving me a period of adjustment." 01, who you know it comes so fast, meow. To sum up, I'm really not that weak, Naya. "Mr. Levin, I didn't lie, meow." Onyxia spoke so fast that she bit her tongue. It was obvious that she was working hard not to become a pet or be sterilized. She said she became weak because she couldn't sense the power of the earth and couldn't use magic. Do you believe it? After hearing this, Levin looked at his companions. Regarding the power of the earth and the inability to use magic, Cirilla and Tonks looked confused and could not offer any constructive suggestions. "So we still have to look at Gianna." Jaina frowned and said slowly, "The power of the earth? I don't know much about the power inherited by these guardian dragons. But I have some feelings about the inability to use magic. When I first came to this world when I was young, I couldn't use magic. It took more than half a month to adjust before I could recover, and it took 10 years to be able to use magic as usual." Hearing Jaina support her statement, Onyxia immediately said happily, Right, so I didn't mean to become so weak, meow." According to Levin's level classification, Onyxia's professional level should be LV19 Black Dragon / LV6 Mage. Since dragons are born with the ability to cast spells, a LV19 Black Dragon is equivalent to an 11th level caster level. Therefore, after superimposing a LV6 Mage, his spellcaster level is 17, which is equivalent to a LV17 Mage, except that it lacks many of the abilities of a high-level mage. Almost on par with Jaina. If Onyxia really temporarily lost her ability to cast spells after crossing the other world, it wouldn't be surprising that her strength would be reduced. Okay, I'll consider half of your reasons to be true. Under Onyxia's expectant gaze, Levin handed down his verdict. But you still have to give further proof, such as, show me something unique to Onyxia. He's coming again. People are fighting for each other, and I am fighting for the flesh. Faced with Levin's persecution, what can she do? She is just a little kitten and can only obey him. Something unique to me. Something unique to me. Onyxia thought hard. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. I thought of Meow. I can tell you my experience in Azeroth before crossing over. No other dragon knows about this, Meow. I transformed into a human and mingled with the nobles of the Kingdom of Stormwind under the name Cat Rana Presto. After the victory of the Second Orc War, I returned to Stormwind with King Varian Rin. The kingdom was restored, and he became a high-level leader in Stormwind City by virtue of his magic and negotiation skills. I also secretly corrupted the nobles, instigated conflicts between the stonemasons of Stormwind City and the nobles, bankrupted the stonemason brotherhood, triggered their riots, and accidentally killed Varian's Queen Meow. While Varian was grieving in his heart and ignoring government affairs, I have become the de facto controller of Stormwind City. Before crossing over, I was even leading the formation of reinforcements to support Lordaeron, which had just been captured by the undead Scourge. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Gianna. Wait, you said, Lordaeron has just fallen into the undead disaster. The undead disaster has just happened. Jaina looked serious and asked hurriedly, when you traveled through, which part of the dark portal was it? Year. It's been 20 years since the dark portal, what's wrong? Onyxia was confused. But it was also 20 years after the dark portal when I traveled through it, but at that time, Arthas had just led the Scourge of the Undead to capture Lordaeron. In other words, the time you traveled through was only a shorter period of time than mine. But the time difference between you and me after we traveled to this world is 12 years. After a thorough analysis, Jaina came to the conclusion. The speed of time passing in different worlds seems to be different. In other words, if I can return to Azeroth, I don't have to worry about seeing my old relatives. When she thought of this, the Princess of Kul Tiras felt much better. So, I passed the test, right, Meow? Onyxia said in a flattering manner. When Jaina heard this, she just smiled gently. You still have to ask Levin about this kind of thing. We let him make the decision on this kind of thing. Damn it. You are a disciple of the majestic Speaker of Dalaran, and you are also the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in this world. You are so many years older than the other party, and you actually let that boy make the decision. Where is your dignity? Where is your arrogance? But on the surface, Onyxia did not dare to show any complaints on her kitten face, but looked at Levin obediently. Levin nodded, then shook his head. Even with this information, I can assume that you heard it from hearsay and there is no basis for it. Damn it, how can you be satisfied, Meow? This won't work, and that won't work either. The little black cat almost collapsed. Then he saw Gwyn showing a mysterious smile. I heard that the dragon spell to transform into a mortal is very powerful. After transforming into a mortal, not only can it not be detected by ordinary spells, but it can also possess various characteristics of a mortal, and can even have offspring with mortals. But this spell has only one drawback, that is, you can only select a specific race and cannot adjust the transformed appearance. In other words, each mortal transformed by the dragon can only have one face. Then, Miss Onyxia, why don't you show yourself as a mortal and let us see if you are Countess Katrana Presto? Onyxia found that she still underestimated the other party's understanding of the dragon. He actually knows this kind of thing? Indeed, the reason why the dragon's transformation spell is more powerful than any transformation spell is that it's because this spell essentially makes the dragon become itself in the mortal state. The characteristics of a mortal are entirely determined by the characteristics of the dragon form. This also means that the face in the mortal state, like the face in the dragon state, is his original face and cannot be changed. Using this method, we can indeed identify 100% whether he is Onyxia or not. There is only one problem. I'm just a little kitten. I don't have the ability to transform. It doesn't matter. You don't think my limiter only has a switch function? Levin smiled slightly and showed off the dark red crystal in his hand. Next, I will slightly adjust the restraints of the crystal so that you can transform into a human. But if you want to break free during this period, you will do so at your own risk. As he spoke, he gently touched the crystal in his hand. Onyxia suddenly felt that the restraint of the malevolent transformation on her body was loosened. She felt a long-lost relief, as if she could release a little of her powerful power from the small container. As a black dragon and the daughter of Deathwing, she is naturally not a good girl. She does whatever Levin says. I was so obedient before, but it was just because the situation was stronger than the person. But now, out of caution, she did not rashly change back to her true form, but instead changed into a human form obediently. So soon, the person sitting on Levin's lap was no longer the black cat, but a mature and charming beauty with black hair and shawl. It was Countess Katrana Prester of Stormwind City. This time I believe it, you are indeed Onyxia. Seeing this face, Levin finally nodded. Seeing that her transformation was correct, Katrana cast a flirtatious look at the boy in front of her, which made Cyrilla, Jaina, and Tonks furious, and they were about to accuse her. She immediately transformed and tried to force her way back to the dragon form. Then she discovered that in the face of her own burst of power, the strange restraint that restrained her seemed to be angered, and a larger restraint was imposed on her. Her body shrunk dramatically, even smaller than the black cat form. Her whole body turned into a black mouse. Haha, I've already said that if you try to break free, you will be responsible for the consequences. It seems you are really disobedient. Levin threw the panicked little black mouse away and put it in his pocket. Did you believe she was Onyxia? Cyrilla asked curiously, but you were not surprised to see her in human form. I don't believe it 100%. Levin shook his head. Without the power of the earth and the ability to cast spells, it is normal for Onyxia to behave like a slightly more powerful ordinary black dragon. But as long as 1% of them are fake maybe, I can't really believe it. That's why I need to verify it. They're all excuses. Tonks said with a I don't know you yet expression, I think you just want to torment her this time. She has caused so much trouble for us, isn't it worth the trouble? Levin said in a matter-of-fact tone. Then, he looked at the three of them. Now that everything that needs to be asked is clear, we still have one more thing to discuss, and that is how to deal with her. Should she be killed or retained, caught or released? Of course, kill her. Tonks said righteously, sneak into the kingdom, corrupt the nobles, stir up conflicts, frame the lower class, and usurp the royal power. Which of these is something a good person would do? Jaina also agreed. Tonks is right. Since she is the daughter of Deathwing and is born to be our opposite, why keep her? Levin, yes, what if that's not the case? Cyrilla also expressed her support. That's right. This little charlatan dares to seduce you in front of us. He should have died long ago. The last one is so true. Levin ignored their antics and said seriously, I think she can stay as long as I can control her. Although she has done all kinds of bad things as Countess Katrana Presto, we must also realize that she is indeed very capable in the field of power, and she can do all kinds of things when no one knows her. Under such circumstances, relying on a forged background, he easily blended into the aristocratic circle and took a dominant position, winning over and controlling dozens of people. This is what we currently lack. 17. In fact, we do need such a talent. We can give her a certain degree of freedom and let her repeat her previous operations in this world. I think that the Ministry of Magic bureaucrats and various families in this world are no more clever than the nobles of Azeroth. After listening to Levin's words, the three of them nodded frequently. Indeed, whether it is Levin who takes the serious academic route or Gianna who takes the serious bureaucratic route, the groups they can control and influence are limited, and it is impossible to cover all aspects. At this time, a Countess of Presto is needed to integrate the parts they cannot involve. If Onyxia can really do this, then their reach over the entire magical world can be greatly expanded. But what if she loses control? Cyrilla was still a little worried. Huh? It depends on whose magical contract is stronger, hers or mine. Levin was full of confidence in this regard. What's more, even if we have conflicts over this or that, we should stick together in a different country. But before that, let her suffer as a little mouse. After killing Capac, who was causing trouble for them, and capturing the black dragon Onyxia, Levin and his party had no reason to stay there. After all, the local folks don't have much surplus food, and they can't afford to hold a banquet a day like this. Capac is dead. Due to the hatred of killing people for many years, his lineage is not suitable to stay and continue to be a shaman. So this small tribe began to face difficulties without the protection of the shaman. It was the vampire sisters who finally solved this problem. They have a large hunting range and know many shamans. Because they are strong enough and can drink blood with restraint, they have a bit of face in front of the shamans of many tribes. This time, they contacted the shaman of an indigenous tribe. This generation of shaman has 2 sons, and he himself is getting old. He is facing the dilemma of not knowing who to inherit the position of shaman. This small tribe, which had lost its shaman, had just been used to house its extra son. By the way, after seeing the feathered serpent in the form of Levin, this tribe began a movement to transform the idols. Abandoning most of the past statues of gods, we chose to use Levin as a reference to carve a new Quetzalcoatl statue. Because they saw the feathered serpent with their own eyes, the statues they carved were lifelike and soon became popular among nearby indigenous tribes. This tribe has been famous for producing the best idols for a long time. The battlefield where Levin conquered the black dragon is regarded by them as the place where the god Quetzalcoatl conquered the devil appeared. Especially the area that took a deep breath from Onyxia and has now become barren of grass. Every year, many indigenous people come to worship. The names of Levin and others appear in the oral epics of these indigenous people and are widely praised. I believe that if they still maintain this way of life for hundreds of years, then Levin and others will also become heroes in their myths. Of course, the above are all things that happened after Levin and others left, and have nothing to do with Levin and his party. After the few people left the jungle, they followed Levin's plan and had a good time around Peru. They visited Machu Picchu, one of the 7 wonders of the world, and experienced firsthand the ancient Inca city located in the majestic Andes Mountains. They went to the golden sandy beach of Paracas, and while enjoying the sun and ocean, they also saw large flocks of flamingos and Humboldt penguins living in hot areas. They also visited the most beautiful rainbow mountain in Peru. The colorful mountain has distinct layers and interweaves with various colors from lavender, golden, burgundy to cinnabar and turquoise. The beautiful scenery makes people feel like they are in a fairy tale world. Finally, they also went to the vast Unisalt Flats and saw the so-called mirror reflecting the sky. This trip to South America lasted for more than 3 weeks, and the 4 of them finally ended the trip at their own expense and returned to the Ain Kingdom. In the past 3 months, Onyxia finally got rid of the punishment of being a mouse, and her treatment was slightly improved. She regained the right to be a cat. Of course, this is not without cost. The price is that she needs to provide enough blood. Levin used the blood of these black dragons, combined it with the skull of an ordinary fire dragon, and transformed it into the shape of Onyxia's head through transformation and alchemy. They all enjoyed the trip sponsored by the Ministry of Magic. Then you have to complete the tasks assigned by the Ministry of Magic. According to Levin's arrangement, they specifically chose a week after the news of Sirius's escape from prison to return to Demon County. After seeing this huge and ferocious dragon head, Cornelius Fudge was shocked and then ecstatic. At this time, the news of Sirius's escape from prison was spreading, causing panic in the magical world of Ain Kingdom. The reputation of the Ministry of Magic was greatly reduced. It was the time when something needed to be done to stabilize people's hearts. Fudge immediately took out the dragon-slaying journey of the 4 Jainas and used it as the Ministry of Magic's political achievements and promotional materials. He reported it extensively, successfully offsetting the negative impact of Sirius's prison break and preventing Fengping from being killed. Even the dragon head was hung in the hall of the Ministry of Magic as an iconic trophy. Poor Onyxia, even if she changes to another world, she can't change the fate of having her head hung on the city gate. Fudge's character was completely captured by Levin. Now, Levin's political power has increased through this opportunity. The deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Jaina Proudmoore, made a good appearance in the entire Ministry of Magic. Tonk's status in the Auror office was also greatly improved, and Firewire was promoted to the level of squad leader. At the same time, the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic of the Underworld also met a noble lady from South America, Katrina Presto. After only organizing a few banquets, she successfully entered the upper echelons of the Een Kingdom's magical world and became very popular. She is radiant, she is incredibly wealthy, and she has a distinguished status. It is said that this respectable lady holds the title of Duke in her ancestors, and the aristocratic pomp and style she displays in every gesture can even make her proud. The aristocratic Malfoy family was ashamed of themselves. From this point of view, everyone believes that Ms. Presto's ancestors are definitely noble. This Miss Catlana Presto is naturally Onyxia's dragon in human form. It is almost natural that she can use her aristocratic temperament to fool the wizards who live in Dain. How can a group of modern people compare their aristocratic temperament with a traveler from medieval civilization? What you call aristocratic temperament is just the cosplay of modern people, and other people's aristocratic temperament is their daily life. As for the overwhelming wealth and aristocratic pomp, with Levin's Philosopher's Stone, a great noble can be created just by stacking gold. After signing a series of magical contracts, Levin officially allowed her to appear in front of the public in human form, in order to implement the previously formulated plan and use Onyxia's skills in Stormwind City to infiltrate influence into the Kingdom of Een, among the bureaucrats and purebloods of the Ministry of Magic. Even Jaina cooperated with her in this matter. According to Jaina, it was with her help that Jaina and others were able to find and kill the Black Dragon that brought big trouble to the Een Kingdom when the guide was killed. And this lady, after making friends with Deputy Director Proudmoore, had the idea of moving to the Kingdom of Een. In this regard, what is the attitude of the Een Kingdom magic world? Of course you're welcome. This lady is not only a friendly person who helps the great Een Ministry of Magic, she is also a naturalized person with sufficient ability and financial resources, and she is also one of countless wizards who claim to be noble, regardless of the object of admiration for men and women. In order to prompt her to make this decision, the Ministry of Magic even made an exception and bypassed the existing NEWT exam rules and arranged a decent position for her in the Ministry of Magic. Specifically, working as a consultant in the Fire Dragon Research and Restriction Bureau of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. After all, Ms. Prester's experience of helping Jaina kill the Black Dragon was better than any exam. In this regard, Levin's evaluation is that he deserves his reputation and got the right result through the wrong path. Throughout the entire Harry Potter world, no one is more suitable to manage fire dragons than the Black Dragon Princess. Within the Dragon Clan, bloodline suppression is a natural phenomenon. As the Princess of the Black Dragon, Onyxia's bloodline is naturally at the top of the dragon. And these fire dragons in the Harry Potter world, each one counts. In the worlds of WoW and D&D, they must be classified as dragons. Onyxia naturally has blood suppression on them. Whenever there are fire dragons causing trouble, as long as Onyxia stops there, every one of these fire dragons will turn into a little obedient cat. After the trip to South America, Levin's summer vacation life returned to peace. As usual, he lived a two-person world with Cyrilla in the tower. Hermione, who went on vacation in France, would sometimes send him letters to communicate with him about her experiences in France. Their neighbor Luna occasionally visits. Levin often visits each other through the Flow network and stays in each other's house for a few days. This trip to South America made the relationship between the four participants much closer. By the way, Onyxia also bought a manor near Jaina's home and began to steadily develop her image as a descendant of the aristocracy. As the days passed, Levin's comfortable summer vacation life gradually came to an end. It's the first day of school again. Levin prepared his luggage early and headed to the platform with Cyrilla. Hi, Cyrilla and Levin. Penelo, who had long curly hair, spotted the two people who had just crossed the partition wall at a glance, walked over quickly, and greeted them happily. Long time no see, Penelo. Hello, senior sister. I saw you guys in the newspaper again. Penelo said in surprise, you seem to be in trouble wherever you go. I mean, you can have adventures. It's really not our fault this time. You know we were invited by the Ministry of Magic. Levin emphasized, but it was finally an experience. Just as Cyrilla and Penelo were chatting about their summer vacation in South America, an excited voice interrupted their conversation. Ah, Penelo. It's Percy Weasley. Percy smoothed his red hair as he walked and deliberately raised his chest so that Penelo could see his shining badge clearly. The expression was like a peacock spreading its tail. Even Cyrilla snickered. Penelope gave them a scathing look, then turned to Percy. When did I allow you to call me by my name? Penelo raised her head and read the words on the badge. President of the Student Council? Percy smiled extremely brightly and puffed up his chest in front of you and beside him. I'm not the one competing for your girl. Levin glanced at Cyrilla beside him dejectedly, feeling that he was taking the blame. Don't look at Ciri acting like a coward next to Levin. With her beautiful face, sassy personality, and heroic temperament, she will definitely be evaluated as Jichuan Tiankai online. Just like a copper human-shaped trap. Seeing Levin deflated, Shirley covered her mouth and looked gloating. Fortunately, Percy had someone to deal with. Congratulations, Percy, but I also have this thing. Penelo took out an almost identical badge from his pocket, so it's nothing to show off. Percy didn't refute, but smiled even more happily. At this time, the train's whistle happened to blow for a long time, which seemed to urge them to sneak into the army. Percy picked up his salute, looked at Penelo, and wanted to take the initiative to carry her salute onto the train before Levin and Cyrilla. But he picked up Penelo's luggage and immediately put it down with a blush on his face. This salute is really too heavy. Penelo, what did you put in it? Percy rubbed his arms vigorously. Is this thing heavy? Cyrilla glanced at Percy strangely, lifted her suitcase with one hand, and boarded the train lightly with Levin and Penelo, leaving Percy alone. His eyes widened and his face turned red. Am I not as strong as a girl? He murmured. Sure enough, it was the kind-hearted Cyrilla who was gloating to Levin just now, but when she found the opportunity, she immediately embarrassed Percy and avenged Levin. Why are you, Percy Weasley, competing with a woman who dares to slash a black dragon head-on with a sword? Seeing that the mortal flies were dismissed, Penelo also laughed. But she soon became less happy. Sorry, Shirley, I can't sit with you. I have to go to another box, and then I have to inspect the train. Penelo said bitterly, and she suddenly felt that being the president of the Female Student Union was not entirely satisfactory. A good thing. It's okay. We can stay with them. Levin raised his head and happily greeted Hermione, Harry, and others who were looking around in the distance. He wished that the man who had stolen his wife from him would leave as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll leave first. Penelo looked at the frowning people walking in the distance, shook his beautiful curly hair, and turned around and left without any hesitation. Shirley waved goodbye to her best friend, and then walked towards Hermione and the others with Yuan. There were only 4 empty seats in the cubicle, and there were 5 of them in total. If you insist on sitting together, Ronald would have to sit on Harry's lap. If it hadn't happened last semester, Harry might have been willing to accept it. After all, Ronald was his best friend. But since he accidentally cast love protection on Ronald, rumors began to spread that the two of them had some kind of relationship that went beyond friendship. Then everyone looked at them with strange and understanding eyes. After all, this is the kingdom of Een. From that moment on, Harry knew to avoid suspicion. Since his friend felt embarrassed, Naifin had no choice but to sacrifice himself. No way, he is such a warm-hearted person. So he chose to squeeze in with Cyrilla and Hermione. A man, 2 women, and 3 people were sitting right next to each other on a sofa that could only accommodate 2 people. This slightly ambiguous scene made Hermione's neck turn red, and she was anxious to find a topic to ease this embarrassing situation. Then he discovered that in a separate compartment next door, a strange man sleeping soundly by the bay window aroused her interest. This man was wearing a tattered wizard robe with many patches on it. Just looking at his face, the man was not too old, but his short light brown hair had turned white, which made him look sickly and without energy at all. You know, the Hogwarts Express is usually a student train. Except for the witch pushing a cart selling snacks, they had hardly seen any other adults in the car before. "Hey, look over." Hutchie gestured to his companions to look over. "Do you know who he is?" Ronald asked in a low voice. "Remus John Lupin," Levin and Hermione said in unison. "How do you know?" Ronald was stunned. "Is it prophecy magic? Did you prepare for the divination class in advance? This is amazing, as expected of you." "No, I think it's logical reasoning." Harry adjusted his glasses and joined in the topic. "I remember when I was in elementary school, Levin once recommended a book called The Sherlock Holmes to me. The Sherlock Holmes in it being able to deduce the truth of difficult cases one after another through observation of details and rigorous logical reasoning. I guess they just used this technique. Levin can do this." Levin was both happy and embarrassed to be blown away by two friends. "Well, actually the reason is not that exaggerated." He touched his nose and told the truth sheepishly. "I just saw the sign on his box, and it said his name." As he spoke, Levin pointed upward. There was a tattered small box on the shelf. Lupin's name was printed on the corner of the box, and the letters were already peeling off. Ronald and Harry looked at each other, suddenly embarrassed. After a while, Ronald took the initiative and asked, "I wonder what he is here for?" "No need to ask," Hermione said quickly. "He is our future defense against the dark arts professor." "He also printed this thing on his own box?" Ronald was shocked. Why didn't he also print his birthday and address? "No, this is not printed on the box." Hermione explained even more awkwardly. "The only students who can be on this car are professors, and this is the only vacant professor position at Hogwarts." "This time, it's logical reasoning," Levin finally added. Ronald's ears turned red with embarrassment, but he forced another question to save his respect. "Do you think he knows about the curse?" "What curse?" Harry looked at him strangely. "It's the mysterious man's curse. This job has been cursed by the mysterious man. No one can work for a full year and still be intact," Ronald said mysteriously. "Look at how he's dressed. Obviously, he needs this job," Sheila said with some pity. When she first traveled through time, she was in the same situation for a while, which made her feel the same way. Wish him good luck. There really was no teacher who could teach this subject for more than 1 year in the past 2 years. Harry felt that the curse Ronald mentioned was probably true. Time passed quickly. After the train started, the carriage quickly became quiet. The few of them chatted and found something to do for themselves. Levin leaned directly on the girl's legs and closed his eyes to rest. Cyrilla began to take care of her sword again. Hermione took out this year's textbook and started reading. The train continued to drive north, and the rain outside became heavier. The window panes took on a thick, sticky gray that gradually deepened until the lights in the carriage came on. The wind roared, raindrops knocked on the windows, and the train swayed and slowed down. In each carriage along the corridor, people poked their heads out to look around. The train suddenly trembled and stopped. There was a B******************* G sound in the distance, indicating that the luggage fell from the rack. Then, all the lights suddenly went out, and they were plunged into complete darkness. At this time, Levin was about to enjoy the snacks he had just bought. When he suddenly stopped like this, he almost spilled his iced drink. "What's going on? We are eating hot pot and singing songs, and suddenly we are going to be robbed by bandits," Levin complained loudly. But it was not the bandits who robbed the road, but something even more terrifying, the Soul Eater. Dancing light technique. As Hermione chanted a spell, a small ball of light rose from the tip of her staff, illuminating the entire carriage. There was a harsh squeaking sound in his ears. It was Ronald. He was trying to wipe a clean spot on the car window and looked out. "There's something moving outside," Ronald identified carefully. It seems like someone is getting into the car. But he didn't need to say it. Several people in the carriage had already seen one of the uninvited guests. A tall figure wearing a cloak slowly emerged from the carriage door. Its face is completely hidden under the hood, making it unclear. It was floating quietly at the door. A gray-white claw that looked like a mummy stretched out from the tattered cloak. It nodded at Levin and others a few times, as if counting the number of people. Then, it slowly retracted its paws and took a deep breath. Cackle, cluck. A series of strange sounds came from its throat, and as it inhaled, the surrounding temperature also dropped suddenly. This is not the psychological effect of Levin at all, because a layer of frost visible to the naked eye has appeared on the surfaces of the surrounding tables and chairs. Thump. Harry fainted instantly, and Ronald shivered. Hermione originally wanted to raise her wand to resist, but as the other person inhaled, all the positive emotions in her body were sucked away, resulting in her being unable to use any strength at all. Cirilla was stronger, but her arcane sword enchanted with the scorching ray was swung empty and did not cause any damage to the Dementors. This is the Dementor, the Guardian of Azkaban. They're a unique life form unlike any magical creature and are impervious to most forms of harm. They feed on the positive emotions of intelligent creatures. After taking in too much happiness, they will split and give birth to a new Dementor. And once people are sucked in too much by them, they lose any positive emotions and end up like a dead fish. This point is actually similar to how ancient demons took negative emotions. Dementors will also starve to death if they don't get eating for a long time. So for the Ministry of Magic, Azkaban must have enough prisoners. In this regard, the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors have an agreement. The Dementors are responsible for guarding criminals and promise not to go out to cause trouble, while the Ministry of Magic is responsible for providing sufficient food. Once the Dementors run out of food, they lose control. For example, now, several Dementors who have been living on the food and clothing line for a long time, after seeing the delicious food in this carriage, became so greedy that they left the main army and planned to start a small business. But Levin clearly didn't want them to. Anti-evil magic circle. Even if he hasn't learned the Confundus Charm, Levin still has ways to deal with them. Creatures like Dementors are born in the evil camp. As soon as the anti-evil magic circle came out, it was immediately isolated from the box. Anyone who tried to break in would immediately feel like being burned and writhe in pain. The helpless Dementors could only fly around the anti-evil magic circle, not daring to get close. But Levin wasn't satisfied yet. Although ordinary spells and elemental magic have no effect on Dementors, but force field magic is an exception. This kind of magic can not only cause physical damage, but also fight against incorporeal bodies such as ghosts. And Dementors are obviously incorporeal creatures. Missile Storm. Levin waved the magic spell, and arcane missiles flew out from the tip of his staff like a violent storm, shooting directly at the Dementor in front of him, causing it to collapse and flee. The threat was finally lifted. Levin picked out a few chocolate frogs from the pile of snacks he bought before and quickly distributed them to everyone in the cubicle. Eat, it will help if you eat some of this. Ewan also stuffed a piece into his mouth. There seemed to be a pleasant heat flowing to the tips of his toes and fingers, relieving the uneasiness caused by the Dementors. At this time, a scream full of terror suddenly sounded from the car outside the compartment. After hearing this, Cirilla immediately ran out. Levin also dropped the chocolate and followed after seeing this. After regaining consciousness, Hermione wanted to follow, but she had just been sucked accidentally and was temporarily unable to do anything. In the train corridor, several Dementors were moving in and out of different compartments. Their hazy figures look particularly haunting in the darkness. "It's Penelo!" Cirilla shouted loudly. She found that in the corridor, the female student council president Penelo was surrounded by 4 Dementors. Cirilla wanted to help deal with it, but her arcane sword once again lost its effect. "Use force field spells," Levin warned, and then he stepped forward to meet him. The threat of the Dementors was too late, so Levin resorted to the quickest method, a psychic power that did not require cold spells. Psychic Blast. The terrifying spiritual power burst out, directly shocking all enemies in front. This direct attack to the soul can cause more immediate damage to Dementors than force field spells. The Dementor form in front of him was immediately shaken and dissipated. After finally regrouping, they hurriedly flew away, trying to get away from this murderous man. Levin hurried to Penello's side and placed a piece of chocolate so thin it was in the mouth of the girl who was stunned. Penello subconsciously grabbed Levin's hand as if he were grasping at a life-saving straw, feeling the power return to his body. The Dementors of Azkaban. Why are they here? They were probably sent to catch Sirius, who escaped from prison, but obviously, the little pets of the Ministry of Magic have some ideas of their own. Levin complained while watching the Dementors who were gradually gathering around him warily. There are more of them. Perhaps Levin's psychic blast really hurt them and angered them. Perhaps it was to avenge his compatriots. The Dementors all surged towards Levin, a mass of darkness. Levin, be careful. Penello shuddered. She felt that the car suddenly became very cold, as if she was in a Siberian cold wave. Don't be afraid, Penello. Think of happy things. Levin clenched the wand with a firm expression. But the chill penetrated his heart, and the fog began to blur his vision. Force field ball. Cirilla finally enchanted the right magic this time, and the arcane sword flashed with aura, ready to go. At this moment, a voice came from behind Levin. Go away. None of us are hiding Sirius Black under our robes. Go away. It's Professor Lupin. He held the wand in his hand and scolded the Dementors sternly. The Dementors were unmoved, however, and seemed determined to suck a bite out of Levin's face. Call God Guards. Seeing that his advice was in vain, Lupin cast a spell decisively, and something silver appeared in Foam Village and shot at the Dementors. It was a wolf, strong and tall, full of power. Wherever the patron saint passed, the Dementors backed away. But that was only a temporary retreat, and he still refused to leave. At least the fog lifted from Levin's eyes. Calling God to guard. Levin thought for a moment, then imitated Lupin and recited this spell. With so many living targets around, it's just a good time to contact the magic spell. An incompletely formed feathered serpent erupted from the top of the wand and rushed towards the Dementor. Beside him, Penello looked at Levin's patron, Saint Quetzalcoatl, with great fascination. It spread its huge wings and circled and swam in the carriage. Wherever it passed, the Dementors were avoiding each other. Calling God to guard. Another lion-like patron saint joined the battle. It was Cirilla, the young lion of Cintra, who also successfully used the spell. Unwilling to admit defeat, the female student council president also began to try to cast the patron saint curse. She had actually known this spell for a long time, but had never successfully cast it. Calling God, Penello gritted her teeth and persisted, recalling the scene where Levin saved her just now. Calling God's guard. A wisp of silver mist floated out from Penello's wand, forming several almost shapeless white clouds. This is already an initial success. 0. Please give me flowers. Feeling inspired, Penello continued to hold Levin's hand, as if infinite courage was injected into her body from there. Calling God to guard. This time, what escaped from the tip of her wand was no longer just a cloud, but a silvery animal. It flew nimbly away from them, followed closely by Kuin, the lion and the wolf, rushed towards the horde of Dementors. The four patron saints attacked together, with astonishing power. The Dementors began a general rout, all disappearing into the darkness, and finally being driven out of the carriage. Penello's patron saint turned around and ran slowly towards its owner through the calm corridor of the train. They finally saw the whole thing clearly, a brilliant eagle. He is actually an eagle, and he is worthy of being the female student president of Ravenclaw. Siri praised with a smile. Penello looked at his patron saint happily and stretched out his hand to touch the shining silver eagle, but it disappeared. What a good patron saint. Professor Lupin looked at the three of them in admiration, but his eyes stayed on Cain for a long time. Professor, what's wrong with me? Levin asked strangely. It's extraordinary that you can successfully cast the Patronus charm at your age. And Professor Lupin paused, then said, as far as I know, among the modern wizards who can use magical creatures as guardians, there is only one Dumbledore, but unlike you, his Patronus is the Phoenix. After carefully looking at Levin, he came to the conclusion, perhaps you will do great things in the future. Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard in history. Sheely on the side nodded repeatedly, showing a proud expression. Even Penelope, who originally had a conflict with Lai Xiao, was like this. At this moment, the Hogwarts Express made a long blast, the train started moving again, and the lights turned on again. Levin, thank you for saving me. Penelope held Levin's hand tightly and expressed gratitude. She seemed to be worried about Cyrilla being around. After she finished speaking, she thanked her best friend again and again, but her eyes still drifted to Lizzie from time to time. After what happened just now, the relationship between the two seems to be different. Nothing, your Patronus is really great. Levin waved his hands repeatedly. Without you guys, I would not have successfully used the Patronus Charm. Penelope said in a sincere tone. Then she shook her beautiful curly hair and said, Siri, Levin, I still have to patrol the train and comfort the frightened little wizard, so I'll go first. With that said, she strode away with firm steps. She is very responsible and a good girl. Professor Lupin admired as he looked at the girl's back. Of course, she is the female student council leader of our Ravenclaw. Seats. Levin replied casually. The three of them walked towards the box. In Levin's cubicle, Harry had woken up and sat back on the seat, but the cold sweat on his forehead showed that his condition was not optimistic. Ronald was huddled next to him, looking as bad as Harry was. He squeezed Harry's arm tightly as if it was his only hope. Hermione had to take care of two useless men by herself and was a little overwhelmed. Are you okay? Levin asked strangely, didn't you eat those chocolate frogs? As he spoke, he picked up the chocolate frogs from the ground and fed them into their mouths. These little guys jumped around and spread all over the floor. Look away, you know how to handle this situation. Professor Lupin walked in and looked at Levin with more approval. Excuse me, I can't stay here to help. I need to talk to the driver. After confirming that Harry and Ronald were fine, Professor Lupin hurried past Levin and disappeared into the corridor. Even though the chocolate frogs are jumping around on the ground for a long time, that doesn't make it any more unpalatable. Soon, Harry and Ronald, who were devastated by the Dementor attack, now looked much better. I don't understand. What happened just now? Harry wiped the cold sweat from his face and asked. He still couldn't figure out why he fainted. It's the Dementor, Harry. It sucked away your happiness. Hermione looked at Harry and his friends worriedly, and Ronald, are you really okay? Everyone looked at the two of them. The Dementors had the greatest impact on them. One of them fainted on the spot, and the other might as well have actually fainted. They both shook their heads. So Hermione briefly explained what had just happened. I feel weird. Ronald shivered and sniffed uneasily. It's like I can't be happy anymore. But none of you fell off your seats? Harry said awkwardly. But my reaction is not as good as 987 falling down. Ronald was even more embarrassed, holding your hand or something. The two looked at each other and turned away at the same time. The tacit understanding made Hermione and Levin feel a little redundant. You are overreacting, not because you are weak. Levin saw through their thoughts at a glance. Dementors can evoke the most fearful things in people's hearts. The reason why we have not been so seriously hurt is because we have not experienced it. That level of fear. Everything you said is right, Levin. Ronald nodded. I recall the experience last semester. It was really bad. Harry was also thoughtful. He even recalled what happened to him as a baby. Then, their car became silent as Harry and Ronald silently healed their inner wounds. During the rest of the trip, except for a few words when Ginny came to visit after hearing about Harry's experience, they did not speak. Finally, the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, everyone got off the train, and the scene was chaotic. The heavy rain that was bone-chilling kept falling, and it was freezing cold on the platform. Freshmen, go this way, a familiar voice shouted. Hagrid's huge figure was at the other end of the platform, calling the frightened first-year students to come over and cross the lake in the traditional way. Students from other grades, come this way. Percy and Penello fulfilled their duties as student union presidents and organized the little wizards from other grades to move towards the other side of the platform. From a distance, Levin greeted Penello and was pushed to a rough, muddy path outside. There were at least 100 carriages waiting for the remaining students. There were some thestrals standing between the front of the carriage. There is no flesh on their bodies at all. The black fur is tightly attached to the skeleton, and every bone is clearly visible. Their heads are very much like the heads of fire dragons. Their eyes without pupils are white and stare intently. Wings grew out of the ridges between the bones, big, black, leathery wings that looked like they should belong to a giant bat. In order to facilitate the care, Hermione rode in a carriage with Harry and Ronald, and she also took Neville Longbottom as a coolie. Levin and Shirley got into the next car. "Sorry, is there any room here?" When Levin got into the car, a trance-like voice behind him said. A girl with blonde hair and dripping wet poked her head in from outside the carriage and asked. Behind her stood a red-haired girl, looking at him secretly. "It's Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley." "Of course." Levin pulled the two of them into the carriage. After this summer vacation, they wrote that Luna has become a very familiar friend. Ginny also has a good relationship with them because of what happened last semester. Beware of colds. Siri pointed her thoughtful wand at the two of them, helping them dry their wet robes and hair. As all the little wizards got on the carriage lined up in a queue, creaking and swaying on the road. Sitting with familiar friends, Ginny became lively and asked curiously, "I have always been surprised that the carriage can move forward by itself. I wonder what the magic is? Can we learn it?" "That's not a curse. You're lucky. You just can't see the puller yet." Luna replied in a sing-song tone without knowing how to do it. Levin couldn't help but look at Luna. Her big silver eyes reflected the thestrals with bat wings. "Really, Levin?" Ginny couldn't believe it and subconsciously asked Levin for confirmation. In her mind, what Levin said was basically correct. Seeing Levin nodding, the girl became even more panicked. "Why can't I see?" She almost thought she was going crazy. "You are not crazy. Your mind is as clear as mine." Luna then turned to stare at her companion. Her expression became dazed again. But Ginny obviously misunderstood what she said. Although the two are good friends, Ginny is very aware of her partner's reputation. Luna, the crazy girl, is just as sane, which is not good at all. That animal is the thestral, a type of Pegasus. Only people who have directly witnessed death can see it. Levin looked at Ginny's tangled expression in amusement, and then thought about Luna who could see the thestral, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Apology, I'm sorry, you?" "Don't worry, it's my mother." Luna answered the question before Levin asked the question. Levin nodded, secretly surprised by her insight into people's hearts. Although the crazy girl is crazy, she is not just crazy. As the carriage jolted, Ginny soon no longer cared about the thestral. She had to hold on to the armrests of the carriage and try her best to maintain her balance. Although falling into Levin's arms was romantic, it was also too embarrassing. The little girl is still thin-skinned. But Luna didn't care about this. She and Siri took turns bumping into Levin due to the shaking, as if they regarded this as some fun game. As the carriage got closer and closer to Hogwarts, there was a cry of surprise from the little wizards in front. I saw the carriage driving towards two extraordinary wrought iron gates with stone pillars on both sides and a winged warthog on top of the pillars. Two hooded and terrifying Dementors stood guard at the door. Suddenly, another cold and uncomfortable feeling hit them. Ginny was so frightened that she quickly shrank into the uneven seat. She didn't care about being reserved anymore and leaned directly into Levin's arms and closed her eyes. Levin didn't stop the little girl from rubbing against the warmth. He looked at the two Dementors guarding the door and couldn't help but frown. "Don't tell me, these Dementors are really good at playing. They say they are guarding the gates of Hogwarts, but they're actually here to collect tickets. What kind of ticket is it specifically?" "Of course, you will be sucked in when you enter the door." Many young wizards ahead were charged tolls. Seeing that it was their turn, Levin held down Cyrilla's hand that wanted to draw the sword and cast the spell himself. Extended Anti-Evil Array. In the process of jointly casting spells with Jaina during the summer vacation in 1.8, Levin stole 2 metamagic techniques from the Dalaran mage. Powerful spell expansion. Now, with the effect of spell expansion, Levin cast a huge, anti-evil magic circle, enough to cover a large area near the Hogwarts school gate. Just as the 2 gatekeepers were about to open their doors, they immediately flew around as if their feet had been burned, if they had any, flying very high until they flew outside the anti-evil magic circle. At this time, they have been consumed to only 1/3 of their original size. Well, this whole day's tolls were collected in vain, and the money was lost. It was a big loss. The angry Dementors could only hover above the anti-evil magic circle and dared not go down. Levin can guarantee they won't get another chance. Even if he doesn't actively maintain it, his anti-evil magic circle can last for at least 1 or 2 hours, which is enough for all the little wizards to enter the campus. He could hear many young wizards behind him applauding him. After leaving the gate, the carriage drove wildly to the front of the castle, then came to a screeching halt. Following the flow of people, Levin, Cyrilla, Luna, and Ginny walked towards the castle entrance. There was a commotion ahead, and it sounded like Harry and Malfoy were having an argument. Ginny hesitated for a moment, looked at Levin, then at Harry, and then quickly ran over when she discovered that Ronald was also involved. She has always admired Harry Potter before, but I didn't expect that she also admires you. Luna's singing voice sounded in Levin's ears. I didn't know this originally. 17. As soon as she finished speaking, before Levin could answer, Shirley's teasing rang out. I didn't see it. Our great love saint is really good at attracting little girls. This kind of thing isn't something I can control. Levin couldn't help but smile bitterly. But I still feel a little proud inside. He didn't even do anything, but the famous love brain in the original work started to get entangled, which shows his charm. At this time, Malfoy's proud voice came from the front. Did you faint too, Weasley? Did that terrifying Dementor scare you too, Weasley? Levin ignored this mess because he knew Hermione could handle it. Sure enough, when he caught up with Harry and others, he could see Malfoy standing there stupidly, his mouth gagged by his own clothes. The quarrel is just a small episode before school starts. Soon, everyone arrived in the auditorium, except Harry and Ronald, who were called away by Professor McGonagall. As in previous years, thousands of burning candles floated over the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The firelight they radiate warms every student present. However, this year, the little wizards below were not as noisy as in previous years, and the auditorium seemed much deserted. This is not surprising. First they were robbed by bandits, and then their tickets were collected. The gangsters suffered greatly from the Dementors. Not to mention that there are still a bunch of Dementors floating above the auditorium. Through the magic ceiling, everyone can clearly see them hovering in the clouds, greedily watching the students of Hogwarts, as if they will rush down at any time to have a feast. This made all the students look sad and less interested. During the entire sorting ceremony, everyone remained silent, and there was not even a hint of applause. This depressing atmosphere makes this year's freshmen dare not even express themselves. After the sorting, Principal Dumbledore took the stage to give a speech as usual. Looking at the frowning little wizards below, Dumbledore also sighed. The Dementors were just too much. He clapped his hands. A big red bird suddenly appeared from behind him and flew around the auditorium, singing cheerful songs as it flew. Hearing the songs of the birds, the students immediately felt that a warm power was rising from their hearts, nourishing their pale hearts. That's a phoenix. Levin heard Hermione's knowledge coming from the Gryffindor's table. Their singing has magical power. It is generally believed that it can strengthen the courage of those with a pure heart and release fear for those with a dirty heart. Welcome everyone back to Hogwarts. Seeing that the students in the audience had relaxed a lot, Dumbledore said, I have a few very important things to inform you. The first is that our school currently welcomes several Dementors from Azkaban, who are sent by the Ministry of Magic to perform official duties. You all probably already know this, because they conducted a search on the Hogwarts Express. After saying this, the audience suddenly became commotion. The students cursed and cursed, many cried in grievance, and some even clamored to complain to the Ministry of Magic. This is easy to understand. Think about it. You left home with your school bag, took the train, ate hot pot, and sang songs, and suddenly you were robbed by Dementors. Is there any royal law for this? Is there any law for this? So, a day without Dementors is a good day. Regarding this situation, Dumbledore did not stop him. After all, the students still had to vent, and the students' complaints would also help him put pressure on the Ministry of Magic. After everyone calmed down, he said, "It is true that the Dementors did bad things during the search, but what makes me proud is that the little wizards in our school were able to successfully resist and even expel them." Dumbledore didn't need to say much. Even if they hadn't heard of it, most people already guessed who this person was. Levin had done much more important things than just expelling Dementors. The little wizards in the auditorium all poked their heads in their seats and looked at Levin. The Ravenclaws were no longer as indifferent to others as in previous years. Now they seemed to be proud, sitting upright. But Dumbledore's twist here. This doesn't mean that all our little wizards can provoke them. They are stationed at all entrances to the school grounds, Dumbledore continued. During their stay here, I must make it clear that no one is allowed to leave the school without permission. Dementors are not to be subjected to tricks. Or the deception of disguise, not even an invisibility cloak. Levin smiled, obviously speaking to Harry. The reason why Dementors can see through disguises is simple. Their vision is different from ordinary people. They can't see anything normal. They can only see the emotions coming from the soul. This visual mode is more powerful than infrared detection devices. Therefore, living creatures, without exception, are very conspicuous in their eyes, and the mere invisibility cloak cannot block them. From this point of view, they are much stricter than the guards who check the QR code. Dementors don't understand requests or excuses by nature. So I warn each of you, don't give them any excuse to hurt you. I'm counting on the prefects as well as our newly appointed head boy and head girl. Chairman, you must ensure that no student will conflict with a Dementor. More happily. Dumbledore continued to announce, this year, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our team. The first is the Care of Magical Creatures class. Since Professor Kettleburn has retired, we chose Hagrid to take his place. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of loud applause came from the direction of Gryffindor. Hage's face turned red, his eyes were lowered as he looked at his big hands, and his big smile was hidden behind his messy and tangled black beard. Next up is Professor Lupin, who will fill the defense against the dark arts professor vacancy. There was only sparse applause in the auditorium. After experiencing 2 unreliable professors, Quirinus Quirrell and Gilderoy Lockhart, the little wizards understood a truth. Even professors can be bad people with malicious intentions or ignorant fools. At the professor's desk, other teachers were wearing their best robes, but Professor Lupin looked ragged. This couldn't help but make the little wizards doubt his strength. In the entire auditorium, only some well-meaning students and the little wizards who had seen Lupin's true abilities on the train were applauding. Making matters worse was Snape. The old bat was patrolling the auditorium with a look that was almost murderous, as if he wanted to record the faces of every applauding student, which made the already sparse applause instantly become more deserted. Everyone is actually used to this. After all, Snape had wanted to be a defense against the dark arts professor for more than a day or 2. But Levin knows very well that the current incident does not stem from a position conflict, but from an old conflict from his student days. Okay, then let's have a banquet. Following Dumbledore's order, the gold plates and goblets in front of everyone were finally filled with food and drinks. The new semester has finally begun. On the first day of the new semester, Levin got up early and faced the new semester's courses with full preparation. But when Levin arrived at the auditorium, he discovered that his first breakfast of the new semester was a mess. At this moment, countless owls are circling over the auditorium. The spectacle is comparable to the day Levin forced Lockhart away. Owls will throw things down when they find an opportunity, letters, feathers, or whatever Ollie gave them, and the whole table will be ruined. To make matters worse, a large proportion of the letters that were sent were red howler letters. Levin experienced the horror of this kind of letter last semester. I still remember that it was also the first breakfast of the new semester. Thanks to them, only a few warriors in the whole auditorium are still enduring the violent storm, referring to bird droppings, and lightning and thunder, referring to the roaring letter, and hide under the long table to eat. Everyone else was forced into the foyer. "How is this going?" Levin couldn't help but said. Seeing Levin, Zhang Qiu ran out of the crowd excitedly and shared gossip with him. "These are letters of complaint from parents about the Dementor's illegal search of the Hogwarts expressed yesterday." "It's actually pretty good here," Marietta said, her mother told her. "The office of the Minister of Magic is now inundated with howling letters." The girl quietly covered her mouth, looking gloating. She also handed Levin a copy of today's Daily Prophet. Levin took a look and found Fudge's figure on it. On the screen, he no longer had the templated smile of the past, replaced by a nervous look on his face. The accompanying text below is quite telling. First of all, it was mentioned that the cause of the matter was Sirius's escape from Azkaban, and BG had to send Dementors to hunt him down. The text highlights the accident of the prison escape and Fudge's unpreparedness, making it appear that sending out the Dementors was a last resort. There is no mention that some people escaped from prison because of poor management of Azkaban, and in the end it was the incompetence of the Minister of Magic. Continuing to read on, Levin was not mentioned in the report. It was only said that the students at Hogwarts resisted tenaciously and minimized the losses. No young wizard went to the Holy Land. This is about digging out good things from bad things. If you think about it carefully, you will understand that it is a glorious thing that no one is hospitalized. Isn't that a matter of course? This kind of thing that should be done in the first place is very rare in this article. It seems that if you can do this, Fudge should be awarded the Order of Merlin. And even if there is credit, it should belong to the Levin people who actually expelled the Dementors. How shameless. Levin put down the newspaper angrily. Fudge should be in big trouble. Marietta sneered beside Zhang Qiu. My mother told me that he was the direct orderer of the Dementors stationed in Hogwarts. He has to take full responsibility for this. Levin's mind moved and he thought of Jaina and others from the Ministry of Magic. Even before the start of school, Levin hinted to Jaina that she would be opposed to sending out Dementors. Even if he and Fudge temporarily become enemies, he would not hesitate to do so. As the Dementors cause more trouble, the Fudge government will lose more and more points. By that time, it would become rare for Gianna to insist on opposing opinions. Her status in the Ministry of Magic can only rise further. See, foresight is also very effective in political speculation. You know, Fudge's mentally retarded operation this time offended not only ordinary wizards, but also a lot of purebloods, as well as high-ranking officials and dignitaries. This is the only good thing about the magical world, because the population is not large, and the children of the rich and the common people have to go to the same school. In short, it is impossible for Fudge to fool him so easily this year. Since he had to rush to class, Zhang Qiu left in a hurry after chatting for a few words. Levin looked around the crowd and suddenly found Hermione greeting him excitedly. Levin walked up and found her with Harry and Ronald. The three of them were enjoying a pile of breakfast they had rescued from the owls. This is also a rare occasion for little wizards to have something to eat for breakfast. What are you talking about? Here you are, Levin. Haven't you had breakfast yet? Hurry up and eat. Seeing Levin coming over, Hermione piled all the remaining food on the plate in front of Levin without hesitation. Oh, thank you. Levin nodded, grabbed the bacon, eggs, and toast from the plate very naturally, put a sandwich in his mouth. Harry and Ronald protested loudly. We're not full yet, Hermione. You are too partial to Levin. Faced with the complaints from her companions, Hermione crossed her arms and said matter-of-factly, You just haven't eaten enough, but Levin is completely hungry. But you gave him too much. Ronald looked at Levin's sandwich and swallowed. This food is enough for 2 people. But Levin has a big appetite. Hermione said naturally, in the past, This small amount of food was enough to make him full. The words are full of knowledge of Levin's appetite. Harry sighed as he watched the girl holding her chin with one hand and admiring the boy as he devoured the food. He understood that in front of such a girl who fell in love, nothing could be said. People just turn their elbows in the opposite direction, just to harm their friends and benefit their loved ones. What can you do? He had to change the subject. We were talking about class selection. By the way, Levin, do you know what it's like to take advantage of get out of class? You've asked the right person. I was planning to take a divination class, so I did some research. Levin swallowed the last bite of bacon and stacked the sandwich with the remaining ingredients. Then Levin, tell me. Hermione urged. Ronald on the side was surprised when he heard this. Aren't some people very confident in their own choices? Why do they still need to refer to Levin's opinion? You. Hermione was furious, blushing, and about to throw the pen at Ronald. Levin stopped her and then said, Actually, I don't like divination classes very much. Professor Trelawney is extremely unreliable in this regard. Her class content is nothing more than asking you to make tea leaves, look at the crystal ball, and then start talking nonsense that you will soon break out of. Stories about bad luck and so on. She just likes to scare students with this kind of thing every year. But everything has its pros and cons. Because of this, it is generally easy to pass the divination class exam. According to the experience of previous seniors, you only need to make up a prophecy about your own encounters to pass. If this prophecy is about your misfortune, then there is still a chance to get high scores. To sum up, this is a course for bastards. It has no use except for good-looking transcripts. On the contrary, arithmetic divination is a bit difficult, and mathematical formulas are quite challenging for students from wizarding families. How come there is such a professor in Hogwarts? Hermione was immediately dissatisfied. She hated such professors who misled students the most. In fact, I have to be fair to Professor Trelawney. Divination is about metaphysics and talent. People without talent are useless no matter how much they learn, and most people in the magic world have no talent. If you want me, courses like accounting should not be offered in the 3rd grade, Levin explained to her. He could understand the eagerness of a top student like Hermione to learn, but some things just depended on talent. Seeing that Hermione was still aggrieved, Levin had no choice but to suggest, if you want to learn some less metaphysical divination spells, I can teach you some prophecy school magic in private at that time, which is guaranteed to be more reliable than this Lashizi divination spell. Really? Hermione was immediately happy when she heard that she had learned something new. It's a deal. Ronald, on the other hand, shook his head. I don't understand why you are so excited when you hear that there is knowledge that does not require examinations and you need to learn it. Harry also agreed. After listening to Levin's words, he had already made up his mind to take a divination class. Sure enough, no matter what you say, Hermione is better than these two ordinary people. Suddenly, Harry thought of something else and asked, Levin, you also took the care of magical creatures class this semester, right? Of course, Levin nodded, but that's just out of support for Hagrid. To be honest, I don't have high expectations for his class. Listening to Levin's answer, the smile on Harry's face became awkward. Thinking back to the textbook Hagrid chose, the book about biting monsters, Harry suddenly felt that Levin's judgment was quite reliable. Since breakfast was all eaten by Levin, Levin and Ronald left early and tried to find a way to go to the Hogwarts kitchen for food. Levin was left sitting with Hermione. Levin finished all the food, and before the two of them were about to leave for class, he suddenly said, Hermione, you really should learn how to manage time from me. Yes, no one is better at time management than you. You can become good friends with 3 or 4 girls at the same time and seduce a few girls in the lower grades. Hermione said in a sour tone. Obviously, she knew everything about what happened on the carriage yesterday, and she didn't know who the B***************** D was who revealed it. Levin said speechlessly, I mean, even if you want to surpass me in grades, you have to be more realistic and take classes selectively instead of taking all the classes at once. For example, if there are divination, arithmancy, and Muggle studies courses at the same time, you only need to choose one. My suggestion is arithmancy. You've discovered it already? Hermione looked surprised. How did you know I applied for a time turner? Not only do I know, I also understand that you have already used that thing. He saw Hermione looking at him curiously, with a look like a little girl. Levin pushed up the non-existent glasses on the tip of his nose and said calmly, "Details can reveal your behavior. For example, you know in advance that you have to prepare breakfast. For example, you are doing homework after class even though there is no class. I need all you do is reason. That's it." Hermione suddenly realized. Levin glanced at the amulet that was still around Hermione's neck and continued, "If you insist on using the time turner, my suggestion is to eat more and bring more food with you. You know, you go from breakfast to lunch, there are not one, but 3 classes in between. The total time is actually equivalent to breakfast to dinner if you don't prepare in advance. It's like going to class all day without lunch. It feels really uncomfortable." When Hermione heard this, she suddenly understood. She hurriedly left, following the example of Harry and Ronald, and went to the kitchen to look for food. Levin's proposal was indeed important to her. Without this reminder, she would have been hungry all morning. Looking at the girls retreating back, Levin smiled strangely. In fact, just now, Hermione also made the same mistake that Harry and Ronald made on the train. The reason why Hermione revealed her use of the time turner in front of Levin was not because of any details or reasoning. It was because she was wearing the amulet Levin made for her last semester. You know, that amulet has the teleport rune, drawn by Levin himself. Levin could sense it from a long distance away. Now Levin can. 3 identical runes were sensed. One seemed to be in the direction of the kitchen, the other in the direction of the Gryffindor lounge, and the third at the door of the Great Hall. It's rare for Miss Know-It-All to be rash and perform a difficult operation like triple conversion using the time converter for the first time. Then something went wrong. Levin hurried towards the kitchen and met 3 people inside waiting for the elf to cook. "Hey, Levin, why are you here? Are you not full yet?" Hermione looked at him in surprise. "I'm already full," Levin replied while ordering food from the elf. "I'm already full, but some little fool hasn't been full yet, and I'm here to make up for her mistake." "Little fool? Her?" Hermione frowned when she heard this. "It's that girl you deceived before again?" She actually came to prepare meals for her in person. Listening to the strong jealousy in the girl's tone, I felt angry and funny. "Haha, if you can, come back and tell me this at noon today." "Why, you can do such a thing. Why don't you let me say it?" Hermione immediately got angry. "Just wait. I will talk to you like this even at noon. It's a deal. Lying is just a puppy." Not far away, Harry and Ronald suddenly became excited as they listened to the 2 parents-in-law arguing. "It seems there is something good to watch at noon." "Okay, Hermione, eat slowly and don't choke. No one will compete with you." Looking at Hermione, who was devouring food in front of her, Levin whispered. Before Levin could finish speaking, Hermione swallowed a mouthful of cake, then held her chest and made a aha sound. Levin quickly patted her back, and it took a long time for her to calm down. It was also his first experience interacting with someone who used a time turner. This feeling was amazing. A few minutes ago, Hermione looked like she didn't have much appetite, but this Hermione ate even more exaggeratedly than Ronald. "Levin, how did you know I was here?" Hermione looked up and asked after taking a swig of water. Levin smiled slightly. "Although I have never used a time turner, when it comes to time management, you are not as good as me. By the way, didn't I remind you before? Let you prepare more food." Levin asked strangely, "Why are you still so hungry?" "It's not because of you," Hermione said aggrievedly. "I had an argument with you in the kitchen, and I was so angry that I left without even taking the food. Now I use the time turner to come back to look for food. It was only after you came back that you remembered that you were already in the kitchen when you first used the time turner?" Levin said what she had not said. Hermione nodded pitifully. It's rare for a highly intelligent and academic woman to show such embarrassment, which almost made Levin laugh out loud. Sure enough, if you plan how to use the time turner in advance, even a top student like Hermione will be confused. In fact, the whole process is actually very simple. Hermione came to the cafeteria in the morning. After discovering the chaos in the cafeteria, She realized that she was late and couldn't get breakfast, so she went straight to get out of class. After the divination class, Hermione used the time turner for the first time and returned before breakfast time. She rushed to the cafeteria in advance and quickly rescued a batch of food before the owls came. She met Levin while sharing it with Harry and Ronald. After that, under Levin's reminder, she went to the cafeteria to prepare food, and then went to the number divination at the same time. After the numerology get out of class, she had to use the time turner to go back in time because she was taking Muggle studies. After Muggle studies, she would have to take another transfiguration class before reaching noon and entering real lunchtime. If such a set of procedures were followed, it would be equivalent to her taking 4 major classes in a row, that is, a whole day of classes, but only eating 1 meal. No one can stand this. So after using the time turner for the second time, Hermione thought about going back to breakfast time, eating another meal, and then going to Muggle studies. However, after the change, she discovered that when there was still food in the auditorium, she came to the auditorium early in the last cycle, so she did not dare to go in now. You must know that there is a basic requirement for using a time converter, which is that it cannot be discovered by yourself in different timelines. This does not mean that it is possible to cause a tragedy in which one kills oneself. Even if the person using the time turner is very rational and fully capable of communicating with himself, he cannot do so. Otherwise, it will cause confusion in the time flow. Because there have been many tragic precedents for this kind of thing, the Ministry of Magic has now restricted the use of time turners on a large scale. Hermione didn't have a deep enough understanding of this, but she had always followed the rules and strictly abided by the rule of not being seen by herself. In fact, the reason why Levin stayed away from good things like time turners was because of this rule. He knows himself too well. With his powerful perception, whenever there is a slight intersection between yourself and action, you will be discovered by yourself from a long distance away. Back to business. When Hermione thought that she could still go to the kitchen, herself in the last cycle ran into the kitchen again, blocking her way again. She had no choice but to wait outside the kitchen, waiting for her last self to leave before going in. However, considering that preparing food in the kitchen also takes time, if you delay it like this, you will probably be late for your Muggle Studies class. Fortunately, Levin showed up at the right time with food, which prevented her from going hungry. Hermione, I have always thought that you are the smartest little witch in Hogwarts. Why did you act stupid this time? Levin couldn't help but tease. It's all because of you. Who asked you to hug people in public? The girl rolled her eyes at Levin. Levin was confused by what he said. You said I seduced a little girl yesterday, but I reluctantly admitted it. What the hell is hugging someone in public? When did I do this? Is it possible that my future self also uses a time turner? Levin thought about it and immediately sensed the teleport rune on Hermione's amulet, and then he understood. In fact, it was the first time Hermione used the time turner. Hermione didn't need to spend so long in the auditorium at all. She could just grab her breakfast and leave. This way, she could still leave time for her future self to have breakfast. Instead of occupying the auditorium alone for so long and blocking out his future self. In fact, the reason why she stayed in the auditorium all the time was to block Levin and find out who the girl he was hugging Lulu was. But in the end, she didn't understand it, and instead got angry with Levin, which led to her current predicament. Just now, Levin also wanted to understand the general cause and effect. Previously, Hermione was being weird about him in the auditorium, becoming good friends with 3 or 4 girls at the same time, and seducing a few girls in the lower grades. The point is not the last half of the sentence, but the first half sentence. However, Levin did not expose Hermione's little thoughts, but shook his head and smiled. You will understand everything by noon, and then you will learn how to bark like a dog. Why is it noon again? What do you mean? Hermione curled her lips and wrinkled her little nose. The secret must not be revealed, Levin said, gently wiping the corners of the girl's mouth like a coaxing child. The girl didn't move away, and while being rubbed obediently, she childishly stared at the boy in front of her who she loved and hated. After sensing the position of the amulet for a while, Levin raised a new topic. I previously suggested that you only stay in the number divination class. How do you feel about this class? Much better than the divination class. Speaking of this, Hermione immediately became interested and said happily, "You are right, this class is really amazing. The trigonometric functions you taught me before can also be used in this class. Because of this, Professor Septima Vector likes me very much. She said that few young wizards have such a high level of mathematics." After that, she complained about the first course again. In comparison, the divination class is different. I was confused throughout the class. Many parts were based on guesswork. Professor Trelawney is not like a prophet, but more like a magician. It's not advisable to step on someone, girl. But Levin still agreed, so I said, don't worry about her final exam and just make up a prediction. Hermione was still aggrieved. Professor Trelawney also said that the aura surrounding me is very small, my ability to accept future resonance is very poor, and I am a witch with little talent. 0 request flowers. As a top student, Hermione has always been liked by professors in various subjects. This is the first time she has received such evaluation, and the little girl feels extremely aggrieved. You must have contradicted Professor Trelawney in class. Levin asked. That's not even a backlash. Hermione said angrily. It's the pattern of tea leaves. She thinks Harry's tea leaves are a sign of something bad, but I don't think so. Oh, it's unknown. Levin felt very happy, so who does she predict will die this year? Trelawney predicts the death of one person every year, which is her specialty. It's Harry, Hermione said. It is indeed him. Levin nodded. Just refer to Lockhart, and you will know that the more famous a person is, the more suspenseful the prediction is, and the more likely he is to attract the attention of all students. Trelawney's death prophecies every term are a gimmick in itself, an advertisement to attract young wizards. After all, how can there be a death prophecy that doesn't provide a date of death? That's the same as no prophecy. After all, people will die. 0. I have now begun to consider not taking divination classes in the future. Hermione said and became happy again, but the next class is Muggle Studies, and I thought, a wizard's perspective on Muggles must be interesting. So you're conducting a research on wizards' research on Muggles and how wizards study Muggles? Levin couldn't help but complain. She was a Muggle-born wizard who went to study Muggle studies, either for water lessons or for this kind of Matryoshka doll research. If you think so, you're right. Hermione always felt that Levin's statement was sweet. But then I thought about it, and there was nothing wrong with his summary. The two chatted like this for a while, and then Hermione decided to go to class. But before leaving, she still wanted to figure out the problem. Levin, who is the girl who was hugging you before? Just tell me. I swear I will never be angry. Hermione said with a kind expression on her face. Why haven't you figured it out yet with your smart mind? Levin couldn't help laughing out loud, but you will probably understand it soon. As he spoke, Levin suddenly hugged it in his arms, then turned around, facing the corridor. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded from the other side of the corridor. Levin, what are you doing there? Hermione's body stiffened suddenly, and she knew that voice all too well. That is her own voice. Only then did she remember that this was her earliest self, when she had just left the Gryffindor lounge and was heading to the Great Hall for breakfast. If Levin hadn't stepped between them in time, she would have been seen by her past self. This time you know the dangers of the time turner, right? Levin said with a smile, remember to bark like a dog at noon. With that said, he silently cast an advanced invisibility technique, causing Hermione's figure to disappear into the air. Hermione, who was invisible in her arms, immediately left quickly. Hermione from behind quickly caught up. She looked around, but when she couldn't find anyone, she said, Levin, where was that girl just now? Who is she? Of course, Levin couldn't break the time loop, so he had to say, sorry, our secrets at that time cannot be revealed for the time being. Hermione snorted, lowered her head, and was silent for about 2 seconds. Suddenly he took out his wand and pointed it at Levin. Activated rope 4. In fact, Levin and Hermione didn't have to wait until lunchtime to meet each other, because Ravenclaw and Gryffindor had their second period transfiguration class together. As soon as the two of them looked at each other across the classroom, the girl lowered her head in shame and did not dare to look at him. She had understood everything and realized that she had misunderstood the boy. Whether it's hooking up with others or cuddling, what she has been doubting all along is actually herself, her future self. She brought this whole thing on herself. Today's lesson is Animagus. Of course, it's just a brief introduction. Professor McGonagall did not expect a third-year wizard to learn such a complex spell. The professor transformed in front of the class into a tabby cat with traces of glasses around his eyes. This demonstration caused thunderous applause in the classroom. The little wizards were all motivated and geared up to study Animagus seriously, hoping that they could do it in the future. But soon, they realized that they were still far away from becoming a real Animagus. This kind of transformation was not something that a student could complete in school. For example, just taking the first step of Animagus is something that ordinary little wizards cannot do. Because for a whole month, the little wizard must continue to hold a single mandrake leaf in his mouth. If the leaf leaves the mouth or is swallowed, the process must start again. Even if you complete this and meet a series of other demanding conditions, you are still far from successful. 527. Users must wait for a suitable thunderstorm before they have the opportunity to try their first transformation. This is an almost impossible task for a school student. From this point of view, Harry's father and his gang are really defiant. Although Levin had already learned the prototype of Animagus and the Druid's wild transformation, at this time, he was still studying relevant knowledge seriously. After all, he still wants to help several of his female friends become Animagus like the Predators. But he can't expect them to all have Druid talents. After class, Levin immediately blocked Hermione. The girl, who knew she was guilty, reluctantly agreed to fulfill the contract at Levin's urging, but proposed to change the dog's barking to a cat's barking. She just got a new cat this semester, and the cat's meowing seems to be more acceptable. So, under Levin's excited gaze, Hermione called out meow in a low voice, which almost made his face bleed. The price was that Hermione didn't dare see him all afternoon. It wasn't until after dinner that Hermione had to follow Harry and Ronald to find Levin because she was so proud of the rag. The girl came up and said, "Have you heard?" Levin was confused when he said this. "What did I hear?" "I heard that there is a strange guy wandering in the Benling territory. What's the wolf leader? Who's wandering around?" Hermione didn't get Levin's clue at all and explained seriously. "The thing is like this, Malfoy was injured in Hagrid's class. We're going to visit Hagrid, will you go?" "Of course I want to go. Hagrid can be considered my friend." Levin looked at the three pairs of anxious eyes and nodded. "I remember that Slytherin took magical zoology with Gryffindor." "You have to tell me what happened." "But, Harry..." Levin glanced at Harry. Sirius, who escaped from prison, was imprisoned for informing and killing Harry's parents. So many people believed that his first target after escaping from prison was Harry. More than one professor has asked Harry to stay in Hogwarts and not leave the castle. In this regard, Hermione also agreed with this idea. "Harry, I think you should stay. We will tell you everything when we get back, after all dash." The edge of the Forbidden Forest is also within the scope of the castle. Harry found an excuse and said, "This is also within the protection range of the Dementors. Although they are annoying, they can really block Sirius Black, right?" "Okay, if you insist." Levin nodded. He also knew that the betrayer was not black, and there was no way this black dog could be harmful to Harry. "If we leave now, we should have enough time to talk to him." The four of them hurried to the door, telling Levin everything about the class. From the moment he took out the textbook, Malfoy has been looking for trouble for Hagrid. Even though the store clerk told everyone how to open the Monster Book of Monsters, he pretended to be ignorant and mocked Hagrid. Harry started from the beginning. "He also teased me and Harry about fainting on the train." Ronald also added. "Oh, can't you get to the point?" Hermione said impatiently. Hagrid prepared for the hippogriff for the first lesson, which is a magical creature with a danger level of the hippogriff, said hello to Harry, and Harry stepped forward voluntarily. Who knew that Malfoy also wanted to participate in order to fight with Harry, and then he was scratched by Buckbeak for being disrespectful. Actually, this is all Malfoy's own responsibility, Ronald reminded. Harry did a great job. I bet that if it weren't for jealousy, Harry would have successfully ridden Buckbeak. Malfoy didn't dare face Buckbeak at all. Levin believes this. With Malfoy's shrewdness, he would never rashly try to cause trouble in front of such a dangerous creature. Unless jealousy goes to your head. Malfoy is stupid, that's true, but I don't think Hagrid should have prepared such a dangerous creature in the first place. Hermione said her thoughts unceremoniously, instead of facing Levin's soft cuteness. Harry didn't. How lucky you were to have your neck broken by Buckbeak. That's why Malfoy shouldn't have provoked Buckbeak and called him a big ugly beast. He deserves it. Ronald and Hermione were now at odds with each other, neither giving in to the other. Harry, on the other hand, was sandwiched between the two friends with a troubled look on his face. They weren't so noisy just today. In addition to the Malfoy injury incident, Ronald and Hermione had quarreled several times because of their incompatibility with each other's pets. The four people quickly crossed the wet grass and came to Hagrid's hut. They knocked on the door and a voice shouted, "Come in." Hagrid sat at his scrubbed wooden table wearing only a shirt, his hunting dog teeth, and his head resting on Hagrid's lap. The four of them knew at a glance that Hagrid had drunk a lot of wine. There was a single-handled wine glass in front of him that was as big as a bucket. "I'm afraid this is a new record." Hagrid wondered for a long time, then said angrily after recognizing the person, "I don't think Hogwarts has ever had a teacher who only worked for one day." "You haven't been expelled, Hagrid?" Hermione asked in surprise, not wanting to blame Harry and Ronald. "Hogwarts shouldn't be so quick to fire professors. Dumbledore is not that kind of person." "Not yet," Hagrid said sadly, taking another sip of wine from the single-handled wine glass. "But it's just a matter of time, isn't it, in Malfoy?" "How's he now?" Ronald asked after they all sat down. "Is the injury not serious?" "Madame Pomfrey tried her best to treat him," Hagrid said dully, "but he still said it was in pain, bandaged up, and still moaning." "He's pretending," Harry said immediately. "Madame Pomfrey can cure anything. She made half of my bones grow back last year. Malfoy will try his best to make trouble out of it." "Needless to say, the school directors must have known about it," Hagrid said sadly. "They think I've trespassed. We should let the hippogriff come on stage later. Complete the flobber caterpillar or something else." "What to do next?" "I thought I could get the first lesson done. This is all my fault." "Malfoy deserves it all," Hermione said honestly. "We are all witnesses," Harry said. "You said that if the hippogriff was offended, it would attack. Why did Malfoy not listen carefully?" "We need to tell Dumbledore what happened at that time." "Yeah, don't worry, Hagrid, we'll all support you," Ronald said. "Cheer up, Hagrid. We are all looking forward to your class tomorrow," Levin also encouraged. Tears flowed from the crow's feet of Hagrid's small black eyes. "After this happened, you are still looking forward to my class? Ugh. Of course, I'm interested in magical creatures. In fact, I'm also interested in Buckbeak." Levin smiled and patted Hagrid on the arm. "But, Hagrid, you can't drink anymore. I think you need to make some preparations, such as sending Buckbeak away or changing your courses. Malfoy will definitely not give up," Levin suggested. "Hagrid, Levin has a point." "You've had enough to drink, Hagrid," Hermione said firmly. She took the tankard off the table and went outside to pour the wine. You may be right," Hagrid said, struggling to stand up from the chair and following Hermione to the outside of the library. They heard a loud splash of water. "What is he doing?" Harry asked nervously, just as Hermione came in with an empty wine glass. "What did he do?" Harry said nervously. Just then Hermione came in, holding the goblet. "He's got his head in the bucket," Hermione said, putting the tankard away. Hagrid came back. His long hair and beard were soaked, and he wiped the water from his eyes. Levin subconsciously took a few steps back. Facts have proved that his move was extremely wise. "It's much better now," Hagrid said, shaking his head like a dog and splashing water on Harry and Ronald. "I said, it's great that you came to see me. And Levin, your suggestions are very good." "Okay, maybe I could start with the Flobber's Armorworm. They're very safe." "No, I don't recommend using Flobber's adhesive band either." Levin quickly refused after hearing this. He himself also chose the class of protecting magical objects. If he had to face a group of disgusting flubber armyworms in a daze for a class, he would just be shooting himself in the foot. Then, how should I choose? Hagrid asked humbly. After experiencing the blow of the Malfoy incident, he seemed to be less willful. I personally think that for a popular class, safety is the first factor, and the second factor is attraction, Levin said. Especially if you have just gotten into trouble and need to prove your ability quickly to open up the situation quickly. In this regard, I recommend creatures such as ball escapers, moon-crazy beasts, and fairies. They are not only safe, but also look cute and lovable. You should listen to Levin, Hagrid. Hermione said with some pride. After Lockhart was captured last semester, Levin personally gave us several defense against the dark arts classes. His classes were welcomed by everyone. He is very experienced in this area. Thank you, Levin. I think I can go to the Forbidden Forest to search to see if there are any of these magical creatures you mentioned. After receiving the clear instructions, Hagrid's confidence returned, and he slapped Levin with his big shoulders. Suddenly, his movements stopped, staring at Harry blankly, as if he had just realized that he was here. What are you doing? He suddenly thought of something, startling the four of them. I just remembered that you can't run around after dark, Harry. And you three. Hagrid strode up to Harry, grabbed his arm, and pulled him to the door. Sorry, I have to send you back to school. Hagrid was worried and guilty at the same time. You don't want to see me again after dark. I don't deserve this. 11. After returning to the castle, looking at Hagrid's retreating figure from the door, Harry was still a little worried. What do you think Malfoy will do to him? If you are really worried, you might as well look up the relevant laws and cases about magical creatures harming people. I guess it will be used soon. Levin said goodbye to the three of them and replied, arriving at Ravenclaw's lounge. The next day, it was Levin's turn to take magical creatures class. He was very happy to see that Hagrid was no longer depressed and had regained his liveliness. He greeted the little wizards Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff with his usual loud voice. Everyone come to this fence and make sure everyone can see me. Hagrid led everyone to an open space outside the Forbidden Forest. Now, what we need to do is open the textbooks. He gently touched the spine of the Monster Book of Monsters with his hand, and the sinister book opened its mouth obediently. The little wizards followed suit, and all the monster books were at their disposal. That's great. You all mastered the correct way to open this book. I think it is very interesting. The smooth start gave Hagrid the confidence to start the class. However, many young wizards looked curiously at the hippogriff in the paddock in the distance. The news of Malfoy's injury had spread throughout the campus. Hagrid cleared her throat and said loudly, "Today we want to introduce to you the fairy." A little thing less than 5 inches tall, like a miniature human with wings, crawled out of Hagrid's pocket and flew to the tips of his fingers. If you look closely, you will find that it has a delicate face and the wings on its back are similar to those of insects, but much more colorful. Hagrid's thick fingertips are enough for it to sit down, and the little guy's wings are flapping gently, looking very cute. At least the little witches in the class had their attention immediately. Fairies are not very intelligent and generally live in woodlands or forest clearings. They are vain creatures and often allow wizards to use them as decorations. In fact, at Christmas time, fairies often come forward to volunteer. Serves as a Christmas tree decoration. Hagrid introduced fairies to the little wizards. Actually, it's very easy to catch some fairies. You can make a beautiful tree house and put it in the forest to trap the hidden fairies. They are so vain. As long as you let them live in it, they will be very happy. Obedient. After Hagrid said that, he pointed to the forest not far away. The girls all wanted to raise one of these cute creatures, so they happily made their own tree houses. The enthusiasm of the little wizards also made Hagrid very happy. He took the little fairy and walked around among the little eagles and little badgers, constantly showing them this little cutie. What a beautiful little guy, isn't it? The boys also enjoyed the present, but they were more interested in the hippogriff in the distance. But with Malfoy's lessons learned, no one dared to challenge and tame this ferocious magical creature. Levin quickly completed the making of the treehouse, He didn't even have to do it himself. As a druid, he just had to wave his hand, and the branches and vines would grow into a beautiful fist on their own. When he went into the forest to look for fairies, the bushes and trees soon told him where they were. These little creatures cannot speak and can only communicate with their companions by making high-pitched buzzing sounds, so it will be very lively when a group of fairies gather together. When Levin followed the sound and walked over to the monkey, the group of fairies with wings of various colors were silent for a moment, and then there was a buzzing noise. The natural scent of the druid is very attractive to them. Levin didn't even need to take out the bookstore. They flew to Levin and circled around her, trying to show off their beauty. So Levin showed them the exquisite castle woven from branches and vines. The fairies immediately understood what Levin meant. There was a castle here that was in desperate need of the most beautiful fairies. So a small beauty pageant started in front of Levin. After a fierce election, 7 of the most beautiful fairies, whose wings corresponded to the 7 colors of the rainbow, happily entered Levin's castle. Levin completed the task and won the envious eyes of everyone. The little witches rushed to get close to each other and wanted to borrow Levin's castle to see. No way, although fairies are cute, they also have very high aesthetic standards. Generally, the tree houses made by little wizards are too rough to attract fairies to settle in. Levin walked up to Hagrid and showed him his wooden castle. Great! Levin, you were the fastest to complete the task. Hagrid clapped his hands, thought about it and said, I want to award Ravenclaw 10 points. Professor, can I change the reward? In class, Levin addressed Hagrid as Professor, which delighted him. This is an honorific title for a genius from Ravenclaw. Among his friends, even Harry still calls him by his original name. Levin was the first person to call him Professor. What do you want? Hagrid said enthusiastically. Judging from his appearance, even if Levin wanted a fire dragon, he would catch one. Professor, I want to get up close and personal with Buckbeak. Levin thought for a while and said. It was a choice he made after careful consideration, although he did not support Hagrid teaching such dangerous creatures in the classroom. But now that something has happened, we must make amends. Levin hopes to set an example by himself and let other young wizards know that hippogriffs are actually very friendly and Malfoy is solely to blame. Well, Hagrid was a little embarrassed. Don't worry, Professor. I can protect myself, not even the Chimeraru and the Basilisk can do anything to me. Levin assured. Okay, but you have to be careful. Levin's request was indeed difficult for Hagrid to refuse. So he went to the paddock under the leadership of Hagrid. Many little wizards who were secretly paying attention to the paddock also gave up looking for the fairy and followed them. How beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid praised in front of the hippogriff. Levin could tell that his tone was different from when he praised the fairy before. Hagrid obviously likes this hippogriff even more and thinks it is beautiful from the bottom of his heart. After all, in terms of Hagrid's aesthetics, the more powerful it is, the more beautiful it is. The animal has the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, but its front legs, wings, and head are like those of an eagle. Its cold, sharp beak is the color of steel, and its big, bright eyes are orange. The talons on its front legs are 1/2 foot long and look formidable. There was a thick leather collar around his neck, tied by a long chain, which was tied to the fence. Although it looks majestic, it is the only one staying here alone in the huge paddock, which looks very worrying. Hagrid threw a fresh big fish in front of the fence. Buckbeak in the fence opened his mouth, caught it accurately, and ate happily. Originally there were many of them here, but you are right. In order to prevent Malfoy's revenge, I sent them all back to the Forbidden Forest. Only Buckbeak refused to leave. Hagrid thought no one was paying attention and secretly wiped his eyes with his big palm. It's really beautiful. Levin nodded. The little wizards who were watching also agreed with this view. Once they overcame the fear of seeing the half-horse, half-bird monster for the first time, they would begin to admire the hippogriff's shiny fur. Professor, can I take a closer look at it? Levin asked. With so many people watching, he thought it was time to show off. But, Levin, because something had just happened to Malfoy, Hagrid was still a little worried. But before he could speak, Levin had already taken a step forward. At the same time, he secretly released the druid's breath. Buckbeak was immediately attracted. He raised his head, looked at Levin curiously, and then walked towards him gracefully. Buckbeak, this is my friend. Hagrid thought the other person was angry and wanted to step forward to stop Levin's recklessness. The students standing outside the paddock seemed to all 227 hold their breath. Unexpectedly, the hippogriff suddenly bent its scaly front knees and took the initiative to make an unmistakable bow to Levin. It seems that during the first meeting between the two parties, Levin was the one who was flattered. Oh my God, he seems to like you very much. Hagrid was a little unbelievable. He had never seen Buckbeak be so proactive. After all, before Levin, he had never seen any child of nature like a druid. In reciprocity, Levin bowed slightly to Buckbeak. Buckbeak was very excited about Levin's reaction. He took this as recognition from the other party. Before Hagrid could untie it, the eagle happily came to Levin and rubbed his big head against Levin's chest. Oh, good boy, good boy. Levin also stroked its head comfortingly. It really likes you. Hagrid wiped his tears with emotion as he took off Buckbeak's chain and leather collar. All the students cheered. Levin succeeded. I knew he could tame this monster. He is the man who conquered the Chimera. I remember the newspaper mentioned in the summer vacation that Levin also participated in a dragon-slaying operation. Even Gryffindor Harry Potter can do it. Of course Levin can't fail. It seems that Malfoy was injured because he was too self-righteous. I really want to give it a try. As Levin successfully conquered the hippogriff, the young wizard's views on Buckbeak and yesterday's accident instantly changed 180 degrees.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.